Introduction of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. Introduction. The most difficult task, perhaps, known to literature, is to write a history of events as they transpire, to arrange facts before the hand of time has given them just position and importance. In writing a history of the Civil War which is now raging in the land, the most gigantic and stupendous rebellion yet known to the world, the magnitude of the task and the difficulties that present themselves challenge a degree of moral courage almost equal to that physical bravery which has been so conspicuous in the war. But if an honest intention to be just, a thorough desire for truth, and a determination to discard all personal prejudices can produce a faithful history, this work has a right to claim acceptance. The political history of a nation, when it merges into armed strife, is generally a record of prejudices and of passion. Civil war is the result. In this work, the author deals not with causes, but with the terrible events that spring out of them, avoiding so far as possible the threatening clouds of political dissension that preceded and still follow the tempest. Time, which will clear up obscurities and remove passion, and the intellect of a great statesman are necessary before the political and military history of this war can be fittingly united. In this book there is a positive rejection of those partisan dissensions which have burst asunder the sacred ties of the greatest nation on earth, and deluged the soil trodden by millions of happy men with the blood of as brave a soldiery as ever drew breath. This history of the war for the Union is written for no faction, no party, no combination of men, but for the people of every portion of the Union. Political passions die, history lives, and in an enlightened age like this, it must be written in simple truth, or the clear-sighted generations that follow us will detect the sophistry and falsehood. Impartial history demands honest facts. The opinions of an historian are but the assumptions of one mind attempting to control multitudes. The author's duty is to give details, allowing the intelligent reader to draw his own conclusions, unembarrassed by obtrusive opinions, which are in all cases liable to be influenced by prejudices. The history of the War for the Union is a record of stupendous events which have given grandeur to the American arms and sorrow every good American heart. Taking up the thread of events where the political history of the nation left them on the 4th of March, 1861, the author has followed the ensanguined track, giving to every battlefield its place and every heroic act its record. The sources of information in which the work has found its existence have been authentic reports from the War Department, the official statements of commandants on the battlefield, and the many thrilling and graphic descriptions furnished by eyewitnesses. In giving due credit to those persons who have aided her in the rapid completion of her first volume, the author acknowledges her great obligation to William Oland Bourne, Esquire, who has devoted much time to the work, and whose ample collection of material for history has been freely used in its preparation, and to J. Golder, Esquire, whose research and clear judgment in sifting truth from error, arranging facts, and superintending the work in its progress through the press, has enabled her to place it before the public in less than 3 months from its commencement. To Mr. Golder's critical care, the reader is indebted for the compact and excellent chronology attached to this volume, in which all the historical events of the war are placed in their order of succession. In the mechanical and artistic execution of the work, the publisher has evinced an enthusiasm which corresponds nobly with the great subject of the history, and has been even lavish in pictorial embellishments. These have been all drawn and engraved expressly for this work at great cost, and in the truthfulness and beauty of their execution, add to the high reputation already attained by the artists, Messrs. Waters and Son. New York, October 1st, 1862. Anne S. Stevens. End of introduction. Section 1 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. War for the Union. On the 4th of March, 1861, when Abraham Lincoln took the inaugural oath in front of the national Capitol, his footprints upon the marble marked the great and terrible epoch in the history of our government. The scene was imbued with a grandeur undiscovered and without acknowledgment from the thousands and thousands of free men who crowded and surged like an ocean at his feet. An old man, bowed both by responsibility and years, stood by his side, then and there to render up his august position over a great country, at the very moment struggling with the first throes of civil war. How weary he had become, and how gladly he laid down the burden of his power, no heart save his own can tell. But the darkness and the thunders of coming strife followed alike James Buchanan in his retirement and Abraham Lincoln into the thorny splendors of the White House. Solemn and very sad were these two men as they stood for a brief space before the people. The splendor of power brought no happiness either in the giving or receiving. No two men upon the face of the earth ever stood before a people in an attitude so imposing, so fraught with terrible events. When they shook hands, peace veiled her face, and, shuddering, shrunk away into the shadows which have darkened around her closer and thicker, till she is now buried so deep beneath the gathered death palls that no one can tell where she is hidden. For months and even years she had been threatened by factions, disturbed by reckless speech and still more reckless pens, but now, behind all these, war cries swelled, and bayonets glistened in the distance, bloodless as yet, but threatening storms of crimson rain. There, upon the verge of this coming tempest, the two presidents parted, one for the solitude of a peaceful home, the other outward bound into the wild turmoil of contesting thoughts and heroic deeds. As I have said, no one fully realized the coming terror, or thought how easy a thing it is for a war of passions to verge into a war of blood. Still, the signs of the last 3 months had been painfully ominous. The strife of opinions and clash of factions, which had been waxing deeper and stronger between the North and the South, concentrated after Lincoln's election, and the heart of the nation was almost rent in twain before he took the inaugural oath. When he stood up, the central figure of the imposing picture presented to the nation on the 4th of March, a Southern government had already been organized at Montgomery, and Jefferson Davis had been sworn in as its president, while the men who had abandoned their seats in the United States Senate now held place in the Confederate cabinet. Between the time of President Lincoln's election and his inauguration, 5 states had followed the lead of South Carolina and declared themselves out of the Union. One by one, the representatives of these states had left Congress, some in sullen silence, others eloquent with passion and sophistry. The nation saw all this, but would not comprehend the imminence of its danger. At a New England dinner given in New York, December 22, 1860, one of the most astute statesmen of the country had prophesied, in words that amounted to a promise, that 60 days would be sufficient time in which to tranquilize all this turbulent discontent, and the people believed him. But the 60 days had long since passed, and instead of peace, a Confederate government had planted itself on the Alabama River. Secession flags floated over more than one of our forts, and another fort in Charleston Harbor had only been preserved by the forethought and bravery of Major Anderson, who was then engirdled by hostile batteries, and half starving from lack of supplies. In the North, also, the spirit of sedition was abroad. Southern travelers still lingered in our great cities, and conspiracies grew up like nightshade in the dark. Conspiracies that threatened not only the government, but the very life of its elected president. Even on his way to the capital, Lincoln had been called from his bed at Harrisburg and hurried forward to Washington in the night, thus, without a shadow of doubt, escaping the assassination that awaited him in Baltimore. Still, so blind were the people, and so resolute to believe that nothing serious could result from a rebellion that had been preceded by so much bravado, that even the president's preservation from the death prepared for him was taken up by the press and echoed by the people as a clever joke, calculated to bring out a Scotch cap and a long cloak in strong relief, but of doubtful origin. Yet the absolute danger in this case might have been demonstrated to a certainty, had anyone possessing authority cared to investigate the facts. But the nation had not yet recovered from the excitement of a popular election, and everything was submerged in the wild rush of politicians that always follows close on an inauguration. In this whirlpool of political turmoil, rebellion had time to grow and thrive in its southern strongholds, for its eminence could not be forced upon the cool consideration of a people whose traditions had so long been those of prosperous peace. The idea of a civil war, in which thousands on thousands of brave Americans would redden the soil but just denuded of its primeval timber, was an idea so horrible that the most iron-hearted man failed to recognize it as a possibility. That the revolt of these southern states would in less than a year fill the whole length and breadth of the land with widows and orphans. That American brothers could ever be brought to stand face to face in mortal strife as they have done. That women, so lately looked on with love and reverence, should grow coarse and fiendish from scent of kindred blood, mocking at the dead and sending victims into a death snare by their smiles. Alas! Alas, who could have foreseen it? The very angels of heaven must have turned away from the suggestion in unbelief. Never on the face of the earth has a war so terrible been waged on so little cause. The French Revolution, whose atrocities we have not yet emulated, thank God, was the frenzied outbreak of a nation trodden underfoot and writhing in the grasp of tyranny such as no American ever dreamed of. If the people became fiends in their revenge, it was the outgrowth of fearful wrongs. But where is the man north or south in our land who had been subject to tyranny or aggression from its government when this war commenced? No wonder the government looked upon the rebellion with forbearance. No wonder it waited for the sober second thought, which it was hoped would bring its leaders back to the old flag, under which the contending parties might reason together. But no, the first step, which ever counts most fatally, was taken, and every footprint that followed it is now red with American blood. A month passed. President Lincoln was in the White House, besieged by office-seekers almost as closely as Major Anderson was surrounded in Fort Sumter. Ambassadors, consuls, postmasters, collectors, and all the host of placemen that belonged to the machinery of a great nation made their camping ground in Washington, and their point of attack the White House. But amid all this excitement, great national events would force themselves into consideration. News that Jefferson Davis was mustering troops, and that rebellion was making steady strides in the disaffected states, broke through the turmoil of political struggles. But the state of the country gave painful apprehension to men who stood aloof from the struggles for place going on at Washington, and those who had time for thought saw that the rebellion was making steady progression. The border states, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri, with the non-slaveholding states verging upon them, had made a desperate effort to unite on some plan of pacification, but in vain. The border slave states, being in close neighborhood with the North, hesitated in joining the cotton states already in revolt. But dissatisfaction was strong even there, and no great mind, either in Congress or out of it, had arisen strong enough to check the spirit of revolution. Before Lincoln's inauguration, Governor Letcher had declared that any attempt of the United States government to march troops across the state of Virginia for the purpose of enforcing the federal authority anywhere would be considered an invasion which must be repelled by force. Never was the government placed in a more humiliating position. President Buchanan was surrounded by advisers, many of whom were secretly implicated in the rebellion, and felt himself powerless to act in this emergency, while leading officers of the federal government were daily making use of their high powers to consummate the designs of the conspirators. Immediately after the Act of Secession in South Carolina, Governor Pickens had commenced the organization of an army. Commissioners had appeared in Washington to demand the surrender of the fortifications in Charleston Harbor and the recognition of the state as a distinct nationality. Castle Pinckney, Forts Moultrie, and Sumter were the government fortifications in the harbor. Fort Moultrie was garrisoned by a small force which had been reduced far below the ordinary peace complement, under the command of Major Anderson, a noble and brave man. On the night of December 26th, in order to place his command in a more secure fortification, Major Anderson had removed his men and material to Fort Sumter, where, from its isolated position, he had nothing to fear, for a time at least, from the armed masses that were gathering about him. This movement, peaceable in itself, placed his little band in a position where it could inflict no injury on the inhabitants of Charleston. The city was thus placed beyond the range of his guns. But the movement was received with outbursts of indignation from the people of South Carolina. The then Secretary of War, John B. Floyd of Virginia, had promised the South Carolina seceders that everything in the harbor of Charleston should be left undisturbed. But of this promise, both President Buchanan and Major Anderson were ignorant. In making a movement of signal importance, that resulted in a terrible inauguration of war. The Major exercised an undoubted right, conferred by his position as an independent commander. President Buchanan, when called upon to interfere, repudiated the pledge made by his secretary and peremptorily refused to sanction it in any way. This threw the people of Charleston into a fever of indignation. The Charleston Courier denounced Major Anderson in the most cutting terms. "He has achieved," said that journal, "the unenviable distinction of opening civil war between American citizens by a gross breach of faith. He has, under counsel of a panic, deserted his post at Fort Moultrie, and by false pretext has transferred his garrison and military stores to Fort Sumter." The Mercury, still more imperative, insisted that it was due to South Carolina and good faith that Major Anderson's act should be repudiated by his government and himself removed forthwith from Fort Sumter. Meantime, Castle Pinckney and Fort Moultrie were occupied and garrisoned by the troops of South Carolina. The small guard left in charge of these posts by Major Anderson were disarmed and kept by force from joining their commander. That day, the palmetto flag was hoisted over the Custom House and Port Office of Charleston. That day also, Captain L. N. Costa, commander of the revenue cutter William Aiken, betrayed his government and delivered his vessel over to the state authorities, carrying with him a majority of his men. These proceedings at Fort Sumter resulted in the withdrawal of John B. Floyd of Virginia from Mr. Buchanan's counselors, and ultimately in breaking up his cabinet only a few weeks before his term of office expired. For there, as elsewhere, arose a conflict of opinion, northern members taking one side and southern members another. Howell Cobb of Georgia, Secretary of the Treasury, and Jacob Thompson of the Interior soon followed Floyd, and after them went General Cass of Michigan. Their places were supplied for the brief time of Buchanan's term by Holt of Kentucky, Stanton of Pennsylvania, Dix of New York, and Horatio King, who had been a leading mind in the Post Office Department for 20 years. The military authorities of South Carolina, strengthened by volunteers and contributions from other states, commenced the siege of Fort Sumter in earnest. They planted heavy batteries on James Island, Morris Island, and Cummings Point. In every spot where guns could be brought to bear on the fort, powerful earthworks were erected, and an immense floating battery of unexampled construction was planned. This, anchored within short range when the day of attack should arrive, was expected to work terrible execution. Thus encircled by bristling guns at every point, forbidden all intercourse beyond the walls, and denied the privilege of procuring fresh provisions almost entirely, Major Anderson and his noble band could only wait for help which was slow in coming. Thus, day by day, the isolated fort stood like a solitary rock, against which the angry surges of an ocean were stormfully mustering. Girded in by an army that grew stronger every moment, its noble commander and his scarcely less heroic men stood firmly by the flag that floated above its battlements, the only stars and stripes now visible from horizon to horizon. The God of heaven and that small handful of men only know the anxieties that beset them. With no means of intelligence, no certainty of support, if an emergency arose demanding an assumption of prompt responsibility, with nothing but gloom landward or seaward, Anderson and his little forces stood at bay. Every hour, every moment restricted their privileges and consumed their stores. They began to look forward to a lack of food, and many an anxious eye was turned toward the ocean in a wistful search for the succor that did not come. The government in Washington was painfully aware of the peril which hung over these brave men. Still, some hope of an amicable adjustment lingered, and President Buchanan hesitated in taking measures that might inaugurate a civil war. But his obligations to these suffering men were imperative. The heroic band, so faithful to their trust, so true to their national honor, must not be left to starve or fall for lack of food and reinforcements. On the 5th of January, the Star of the West set sail from New York, laden with stores, ammunition, and 250 men. Fort Sumter was at length to be relieved. But the North abounded with secession sympathizers, and in a few hours after the steamer sailed, the people of Charleston were informed of her destination by telegraph. Preparations were promptly made for her reception. Captain McGowan had intended to enter Charleston harbor at night, hoping to veil himself in darkness and reach Fort Sumter undiscovered. But the buoys, sights, and ranges had been removed, and, thus baffled, he was compelled to lie outside the harbor till daylight. At 7:30 a.m., January 9th, the Star of the West started for the fort. A shot from Morris Island cut sharply across her bows. She ran up the Stars and Stripes, sending that first aggressive shot a noble answer, in red, white, and blue, but keeping steadily on her course. Again and again the audacious guns on Morris Island plowed up the waters in her path, and thus assailed, she slowly changed her course, and left the besieged fort without succor. The little garrison in Fort Sumter watched these proceedings with keen anxiety. Though ignorant of the nature and errand of the steamer, this attack aroused the patriotism in every heart. They saw the Stars and Stripes deliberately fired upon. 17 guns sent their iron messages from Morris Island, and then, ignorant of the cause, ignorant of everything, save that the old flag had been assaulted, the garrison fell to work. The guns of Fort Sumter were run out ready for action, but just then the steamer veered on her course and moved seaward. Had Major Anderson known that the Star of the West was struggling to give him succor, those 17 shots would never have been fired with impunity. While the steamer was yet hovering on the horizon, Anderson sent a flag to Governor Pickens, inquiring if a United States steamer had been fired upon by his authority. Governor Pickens replied that it was by his authority. Immediately upon the receipt of this answer, Lieutenant Talbot left Fort Sumter with dispatches for Washington, asking for instructions. From that time, the garrison remained in a state of siege until the 5th of April, 1 month after the inauguration of Abraham Lincoln as President of the United States. At this time, the fort had become more closely besieged. The garrison was refused fresh provisions from the city, and its supplies by the government were almost consumed. Starvation or surrender lay before Major Anderson and his handful of men. Though cut off from communication with the fort, the government was not unmindful of its needs. From the 5th to the 11th of April, 3 vessels of war, 3 transports, and 3 steamers sailed from New York and Norfolk, with men, horses, and munitions of war. The destination of these vessels was kept secret, and public curiosity became intensely excited. The Confederate government, now assembled at Montgomery, Alabama, was promptly notified, by its secret emissaries, of these movements. Indeed, it is doubtful if Jefferson Davis was not better informed regarding the destination of this expedition than the people of the North. The result was a formal demand on Major Anderson for the surrender of Fort Sumter by General Beauregard, commander of the Confederate forces investing the fort, which now numbered 7,000 men, protected by batteries mounting 140 siege guns. President Lincoln had notified Governor Pickens that provisions would be sent to the garrison of Fort Sumter, peaceably if possible, if necessary, by force. General Beauregard, commander of the Confederate forces, knew of the succor at hand, but deeming Anderson ignorant of its coming, hoped that the state of semi-starvation to which the garrison was reduced might enforce the surrender before help arrived. But the astute rebel found himself matched by a soldier, cautious in negotiation as he afterwards proved himself heroic in battle. On Thursday, the 11th of April, a boat was seen approaching the work, with Colonel Chestnut, Colonel Chisholm, and Captain Lee, aides to General Beauregard. They handed Major Anderson a communication from General Beauregard, which was a summons to evacuate the fort. It was to this effect, that the Confederate authorities had refrained from any hostile act against Fort Sumter in anticipation that the government of the United States would withdraw its troops from that fort, that it appeared probable at one time that this would have been done, but that the authorities of the Confederate States could no longer refrain from taking possession of a fort that commanded the entrance to one of their principal harbors, and that the order to evacuate the fort was now made upon the following terms: the troops to be allowed to carry with them their arms, all personal baggage and company property of every description, and the flag which had been maintained with so much fortitude might be saluted when hauled down. Major Anderson replied that his word of honor and the duty he owed to his government forbade his compliance with the demand. These gentlemen then left the fort, displaying a red flag. At 1:30 a.m. on Friday, a boat containing Colonel Chestnut, Captain Lee, and Colonel Roger A. Pryor approached the work with a communication from General Beauregard, making inquiry as to what day Major Anderson would evacuate the work, and asking if he would agree not to open his batteries unless Fort Sumter was fired upon. Suspecting from the urgency of this midnight negotiation some strong necessity on the part of his opponent, but convinced that an evacuation would be inevitable, Major Anderson made a written reply, stating that he would evacuate the fort at noon on the 15th, provided he did not receive supplies or controlling instructions from the government to the contrary, that he would not open his batteries unless the flag of his country was fired upon, or unless some hostile intention on the part of the Confederate forces should be manifested. Being in hourly expectation of the arrival of a United States fleet with reinforcements off the harbor, and urged to instant action by dispatches from Montgomery, General Beauregard had prepared his messengers for this answer. Anderson's communication was handed to Colonel Chestnut shortly after 3 o'clock, who, after a short consultation with the officers who had accompanied him, handed a communication to Major Anderson and said, "General Beauregard will open his batteries in 1 hour from this time, sir." Major Anderson looked at his watch and said, "It is 3:30. I understand you, sir, then, that your batteries will open in an hour from this time?" Colonel Chestnut replied, "Yes, sir, in 1 hour." They then retired. End of section 1. Section 2 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Fortifications in Charleston Harbor, and Bombardment of Fort Sumter. Fort Sumter is a pentagonal structure built upon an artificial island at the mouth of Charleston Harbor, 3 3/8 miles from the city of Charleston. The island has for its base a sand and mud bank with a superstructure of the refuse chips from several northern granite quarries. These rocks are firmly embedded in the sand, and upon them the present fortification is reared. The island itself cost $500,000 and was 10 years in construction. The fortification cost another $500,000, and at the time of its occupancy by Major Anderson was so nearly completed as to admit the introduction of its armament. The walls are of solid brick and concrete masonry, built close to the edge of the water and without a berm. They are 60 feet high and from 8 to 12 feet in thickness, and are pierced for 3 tiers of guns on the north, east, and west exterior sides. Its weakest point is on the south side, of which the masonry is not only weaker than that of the other sides, but is unprotected from a flank fire. The wharf and entrance to the fort are on this side. The work is designed for an armament of 140 pieces of ordnance of all calibers. 2 tiers of the guns are under bomb-proof casements, and the third, or upper tier, is open, or, in military parlance, en barbette. The lower tier for 42-pounder Pagan guns, the second tier for 8 and 10-inch Columbiads, for throwing solid or hollow shot, and the upper tier for mortars and 24-pound guns. The full armament of the fort, however, had not arrived when Major Anderson took possession, but after its occupancy by him, no efforts had been spared to place the work in an efficient state of defense by mounting all the available guns and placing them at salient points. Only 75 of the guns were in position at the time of the attack. 11 Pagan guns were among that number, 9 of them commanding Fort Moultrie, which is within easy range, and the other 2 pointing towards Castle Pinckney, which is well out of range. Some of the Columbiads, the most effective weapon for siege or defensive operations, were not mounted. 4 of the 32-pounder barbette guns were on pivot carriages, which gave them the entire range of the horizon, and others have a horizontal sweep of fire of 180 degrees. The magazine contained 700 barrels of gunpowder and an ample supply of shot, powder, and shells for 1 year's siege, and a large amount of miscellaneous artillery stores. The work was amply supplied with water from artificial wells. In a defensive or strategical point of view, Fort Sumter radiates its fire through all the channels from the sea approach to Charleston, and has a full sweep of range in its rear or city side. The maximum range of the guns from Sumter is 3 miles, but for accurate firing sufficient to hull a vessel, the distance would require to be reduced 1/2 of that figure. The war garrison of the fort is 600 men, but only 79 were within its walls at the time of the attack, exclusive of laborers. Fort Sumter is 3 3/8 miles from Charleston, 1 1/4 mile from Fort Moultrie, 3/4 of a mile from Cummings Point, 1 3/8 mile from Fort Johnson, and 2 5/8 miles from Castle Pinckney. The city of Charleston is entirely out of range of the guns of Fort Sumter. The forts and batteries in the possession of the Confederate forces at this time may briefly be described as follows. Fort Moultrie. Fort Moultrie, which first opened its batteries upon Major Anderson and his command, is one of the sentinels that guard the principal entrance of Charleston Harbor. It is opposite to and distant from Fort Sumter, about 1½ miles. Its armament consists of 11 guns of heavy caliber and several mortars. The outer and inner walls are of brick, capped with stone and filled with earth, making a solid wall 15 or 16 feet in thickness. The Iron Floating Battery. This novel war machine, designed for harbor operations, was anchored near Sullivan's Island, commanding the barbette guns of Fort Sumter. It was constructed of palmetto logs, sheathed with plate iron, and supposed to be impregnable against shot. It was embrasured for and mounted 4 guns of heavy caliber, requiring 60 men to operate it. The outer, or gun side, was covered with 6 plates of iron, 2 of them of the T railroad pattern placed horizontally, and the other 4 bolted one over the other, in the strongest manner and running vertically. The wall of the gun side was full 4 feet thick, constructed of that peculiar palmetto wood so full of fibrous material that 64-pounders cannot pierce it. The main deck was wide and roomy, and kept in place by 4 heavy wedges, driven down by a species of ram, which held it fast, preventing any swaying around by the tide. Cummings Point Iron Battery. The nearest point of land to Fort Sumter is Cummings Point, distant 1,150 yards. On this point was the celebrated railroad iron battery, having a heavy framework of yellow pine logs. The roof was of the same material, over which dovetailed bars of railroad iron of the T pattern were laid from top to bottom, all of which was riveted down in the most secure manner. On the front it presented an angle of about 30 degrees. There were 3 portholes which opened and closed with iron shutters of the heaviest description. When open, the muzzles of the columbiads filled the space completely. The recoil of the gun enabled the shutters to be closed instantly. The columbiad guns with which this novel battery was equipped bore on the south wall of Sumter, the line of fire being at an angle of about 35 degrees. The Fort Johnson batteries consist of 2 large sandworks, containing mortar and siege gun batteries. Castle Pinckney. Castle Pinckney is a small work, situated on the southern extremity of Schuet's Folly Island, between the Hog and Folly channels. Though in itself not a very considerable military work, yet from its position, commanding as it does the whole line of the eastern wharves, it becomes of the utmost importance. The height of the rampart is 20, and the width 32 feet. The width of the outer wall and of the parapet is 6 feet. The depth of the casemates is 20 feet, height 10. The diameter, east and west, of the castle is 170 feet. The entrance is on the northern side, on either side of which are the officers' and privates' quarters, mess room, etc. The armament of this castle consists of about 25 pieces, 24 and 32 pounders, a few seacoast mortars, and 6 columbiads. Bombardment of Fort Sumter. Major Anderson made good use of the hour awarded to him, that one solemn hour which stood between a peaceful, happy country, so blessed that it had forgotten to be grateful, and the most terrible war that ever, without cause, deluged a free soil with the blood of its own sons. Were ever 60 minutes since the creation of time so portentous with fate? But that little band of men had no time for such thoughts. No sooner had the deputation withdrawn than each officer and soldier was at his post. They had 2 flags at the fort, a large garrison flag, which Major Anderson raised when he took up his quarters at Sumter, and a smaller one called the storm flag. The former had a slight tip in it, and he ordered the storm flag to be raised in its stead. Sentinels were immediately removed from the parapets of Fort Sumter, the posterns closed, the flag drawn up, and an order sent to the troops not to leave the bomb-proofs on any account until summoned by the drum. At 4:30 a.m., 1 bombshell was thrown at Sumter, bursting immediately over the fort. This was the first gun of the rebellion. How awfully its reverberations have thundered through the land! How little did the prompters of that attack upon the old flag dream of the horrors that were to follow! After the pause of a few moments, the firing became general on the part of the batteries of the secessionists, doing the greatest credit to the artillerists. Battery after battery joined in the murderous attack. The major took it very calmly, divided his men into companies to relieve each other, had their scanty breakfast prepared, which they partook of in silence, while the iron hail was crashing against their walls, prepared additional cartridges by tearing up the flannel shirts of the men, their bedclothes, etc., got out a supply of powder from the magazine, and after nearly 4 hours' silence, the fort at last opened most vigorously on their assailants. Hot coffee was kept in the boiler in the cook-room for the men to partake of whenever they pleased, and they worked the guns with a will. They fired but few shells, for the only guns for that kind of ammunition were the barbette guns on the open rampart, many of which were dismounted by the continuous fire of the enemy, and the serving of which, from the lack of casemate protection, would have rapidly thinned out the major's little band. As the number of men was so small, and the garrison so nearly exhausted by the several months of siege which they had gone through, it was necessary to husband their strength. The command was therefore divided into 3 reliefs, or equal parties, who were to work the different batteries by turns, each 4 hours. The first relief opened upon the iron batteries at Cummings Point, at a distance of 1,600 yards, the iron floating battery, distant 1,800 or 2,000 yards, at the end of Sullivan's Island, the enfilading battery on Sullivan's Island, and Fort Moultrie. This was at 7 o'clock in the morning. Captain Doubleday firing the first gun, and all the points named above being opened upon simultaneously. For the first 4 hours the firing was kept up with great rapidity. The enthusiasm of the men, indeed, was so spirited that the second and third reliefs could not be kept from the guns. This accounts for the fact that double the number of guns were at work during the first 4 hours than at any other time. Shells burst with the greatest rapidity in every portion of the work, hurling the loose brick and stone in all directions, breaking the windows, and setting fire to whatever woodwork they burst against. The solid shot firing of the enemy's batteries, and particularly of Fort Moultrie, were directed at the barbette guns of Fort Sumter, disabling one 10-inch Columbiad (they had but two), one 8-inch Columbiad, one 42-pounder, and two 8-inch seacoast howitzers, and also tearing a large portion of the parapet away. The firing from the batteries on Cummings Point was scattered over the whole of the gorge, or rear, of the fort, riddling it like a sieve. The explosion of shells and the quantity of deadly missiles that were hurled in every direction and at every instant of time made it almost certain death to go out of the lower tier of casemates, and also made the working of the barbette, or upper uncovered guns, which contained all of our heaviest metals, and by which alone we could throw shells, quite impossible. During the first day there was hardly an instant of time that there was a cessation of the whizzing of balls, which were sometimes coming half a dozen at once. There was not a portion of the work which was not seen in reverse, that is, exposed by the rear, from mortars. On Friday, before dinner, several of the vessels of the fleet beyond the bar were seen through the portholes. They dipped their flags. The commander ordered Sumter's flag to be dipped in return, which was done, while the shells were bursting in every direction. The flagstaff was located in the parade, which is about the center of the open space within the fort. Sergeant Hart saw the flag of Fort Sumter halfway down, and, supposing that it had been cut by the enemy's shot, rushed out through the fire to assist in getting it up. Shortly after it had been re-raised, a shell burst and cut the halyards, but the rope was so intertwined around the halyards that the flag would not fall. The cartridges were exhausted about noon, and a party was sent to the magazines to make cartridges of the remaining blankets and shirts, the sleeves of the latter being readily converted into the purpose desired. Another great misfortune was that there was not an instrument in the fort by which they could weigh powder, which of course destroyed all attempt at accuracy of firing, nor had they tangent scales, breech sides, or other instruments with which to point a gun. When it became so dark as to render it impossible to see the effect of their shot, the portholes were closed for the night, while the batteries of the secessionists continued their fire the whole night. During Friday, the officers' barracks were 3 times set on fire by the shells, and 3 times put out under the most galling and destructive firing. This was the only occasion on which Major Anderson allowed the men to expose themselves without an absolute necessity. The guns on the parapet, which had been pointed the day before, were fired clandestinely by some of the men. The firing of the rifled guns from the iron battery on Cummings Point became extremely accurate in the afternoon of Friday, cutting out large quantities of the masonry about the embrasures at every shot, throwing concrete among the cannoneers, slightly wounding one man and stunning others. One piece struck Sergeant Kiernan, an old Mexican war veteran, on the head and knocked him down. Upon being revived, he was asked if he was hurt badly. He replied, "No, I was only knocked down temporarily," and he went to work again. Meals were served at the guns of the cannoneers, while the guns were being fired and pointed. The fire commenced in the morning as soon as possible. During Friday night the men endeavored to climb the flagstaff for the purpose of fastening new halyards, the old ones having been cut by the shot, but found it impossible. The flag remained fast. For the 4th time the barracks were set on fire early Saturday morning, and attempts were made to put it out. But it was soon discovered that red-hot shot were being thrown into the fort with the greatest rapidity, and it became evident that it would be impossible to put out the conflagration. The whole garrison was then set at work, or as many as could be spared, to remove the powder from the magazines. It was desperate work, rolling barrels of powder through the fire. 90-odd barrels had been rolled out through the flames when the heat became so great as to make it impossible to get out any more. The doors were then closed and locked, and the fire spread and became general. The wind so directed the smoke as to fill the fort so full that the men could not see each other, and with the hot, stifling air it was as much as a man could do to breathe. Soon they were obliged to cover their faces with wet cloths in order to breathe at all, so dense was the smoke and so scorching the heat. But few cartridges were left, and the guns fired slowly, nor could more cartridges be made on account of the sparks falling in every part of the works. A gun was fired every now and then, only to let the fleet and the people in the town know that the fort had not been silenced. The cannoneers could not see to aim, much less where the shot fell. After the barracks were well on fire, the batteries directed upon Fort Sumter increased their cannonading to a rapidity greater than had been attained before. About this time, the shells and ammunition in the upper service magazines exploded, scattering the tower and upper portions of the building in every direction. The crash of the beams, the roar of the flames, the rapid explosion of the shells, and the shower of fragments of the fort, with the blackness of the smoke, made the scene indescribably terrific and grand. This continued for several hours. Meanwhile, the main gates were burned down, the chassis of the barbette guns were burned away on the gorge, and the upper portions of the towers had been demolished by shells. There was not a portion of the fort where a breath of air could be obtained for hours, except through a wet cloth. The fire spread to the men's quarters, on the right hand and on the left, and endangered the powder which had been taken out of the magazines. The men went through the fire and covered the barrels with wet cloths, but the danger of the fort's blowing up became so imminent that they were obliged to leave the barrels out of the embrasures. While the powder was being thrown overboard, all the guns of Moultrie, of the iron floating battery, of the enfilade battery, and the Dahlgren battery worked with increased fury. All but 4 barrels were thus disposed of, and those remaining were wrapped in many thicknesses of wet woolen blankets. But 3 cartridges were left, and these were in the guns. About this time the flagstaff of Fort Sumter was shot down, some 50 feet from the truck, this being the 9th time that it had been struck by a shot. A man cried out, "The flag is down, it has been shot away!" In an instant, Lieutenant Hall rushed forward and brought the flag away, but the halyards were so inextricably tangled that it could not be righted. It was, therefore, nailed to the staff and planted upon the ramparts, while batteries in every direction were playing upon them. A few moments later, and a man was seen with a white flag tied to his sword, who desired admission. He was admitted through an embrasure. In a great flurry, he said he was General Wigfall, and that he came from General Beauregard, and added that he had seen that Sumter's flag was down. Lieutenant Davis replied, "Oh, sir, but it is up again." The cannonading, meanwhile, continued. General Wigfall asked that someone might hold his flag outside. Lieutenant Davis replied, "No, sir, we don't raise a white flag. If you want your batteries to stop, you must stop them." General Wigfall then held the flag out of an embrasure. As soon as he had done this, Lieutenant Davis directed a corporal to relieve him, as it was General Wigfall's flag. Several shots struck immediately around him while he was holding it out, when he started back, and putting the flag in Wigfall's face, said, "Damn it, I won't hold that flag, for they don't respect it. They struck their colors, but we never did." Wigfall replied, "They fired at me 3 or 4 times, and I should think you ought to stand at once." Wigfall then placed the white flag on the outside of the embrasure, and presented himself to Major Anderson, and said that General Beauregard was desirous that blood should not be unnecessarily shed, and also stated that he came from General Beauregard, who desired to know if Major Anderson would evacuate the fort, and that if he would do so, he might choose his own terms. After a moment's hesitation, Major Anderson replied that he would go out on the same terms that he, Major Anderson, had mentioned on the 11th. General Wigfall then said, "Very well, then it is understood that you will evacuate. This is all I have to do. You military men will arrange everything else on your own terms." He then departed, the white flag still waving where he had placed it, and the stars and stripes streaming from the flagstaff which had become the target of the rebels. Shortly after his departure, Major Lee, the Honorable Porcher Miles, Senator Chestnut, and the Honorable Roger A. Pryor, the staff of General Beauregard, approached the fort with a white flag, and said they had come from General Beauregard, who had observed that the flag had been down and raised again a few minutes afterward. The general had sent over, desiring to know if he could render any assistance, as he had observed the fort was on fire. This was perhaps a delicate mode of asking for a surrender. Major Anderson, in reply, requested them to thank General Beauregard for the offer, but it was too late, as he had just agreed with General Beauregard for an evacuation. The 3 persons comprising the deputation looked at each other blankly and asked, "With whom?" Major Anderson, observing that there was something wrong, remarked that General Wigfall, who had just left, had represented himself to be an aide to General Beauregard, and that he had come over to make the proposition. After some conversation among themselves, they said to Major Anderson that Wigfall had not seen General Beauregard for 2 days. Major Anderson replied that Wigfall's offer and its acceptance had placed him in a peculiar position. They then requested him to place in writing what General Wigfall had said to him, and they would lay it before General Beauregard. Before this reached General Beauregard, he sent his adjutant general and other members of his staff, including the Honorable Roger A. Pryor and Governor Manning, proposing the same conditions which Major Anderson had offered to go out upon, with the exception only of not saluting the flag. Major Anderson said that he had already informed General Beauregard that he was going out. They asked him if he would not accept the terms without the salute. Major Anderson told them no, but that it should be an open point. General Beauregard sent down to say that the terms had been accepted, and that he would send the Isabel or any other vessel at his command to convey Major Anderson and the troops to any port in the United States which he might elect. No braver men ever lived than the defenders of Fort Sumter, but the ardor and endurance of Musician Hall of Company E was remarked by every man in Sumter, and the company presented him with a testimonial. He was at the firing of the first guns, and fought on all day, and would not accept either of the 3 reliefs. He was up at the first shot the next day, and worked without cessation till night. His example and words of cheer had great effect. This is the more worthy of remark as he belonged to the musicians, and was not obligated to enter into the engagement at all. Mr. Hart, a volunteer from New York, particularly distinguished himself in trying to put out the flames in the quarters, with shells and shot crashing around him. He was ordered away by Major Anderson, but begged hard to be permitted to remain and continue his exertions. Never did famished men work more bravely than those who defended that fortress, knowing, as they did, that if successfully defended and held by them, there was not even a biscuit left to divide among them. They never would have left it while a protecting wall stood around them, had they been provided with provision and ammunition. Every man was true and faithful to his post. Hunger and want of ammunition alone caused them to leave Fort Sumter. They were exposed to a most terrible fire from all quarters, and it was only by exercising the utmost care that the officers were enabled to preserve the men from a terrible slaughter. Fort Sumter in itself was hardly worth the holding. Had there been the full fighting complement of men within its walls, the fort would not have afforded suitable protection for one half of them. The enemy's shot rained in upon and about them like hail, and more men in Sumter would only have made greater havoc. As it was, the garrison proved fortunate in having escaped without the loss of one of those brave men who were willing to die for the flag which waved over them. The evacuation took place at about 9:30 on Sunday morning, after the burial with military honors of Private Daniel Huff, who had been killed by the bursting of a gun. The men had been all the morning preparing cartridges for the purpose of firing a salute of 100 guns. This done, the embarkation took place, the band meanwhile playing Yankee Doodle. Storming of Fort Sumter, viewed from the land. A person who witnessed the bombardment of Fort Sumter from the harbor gives this graphic account. The terrific firing reached an awful climax at 10 o'clock at night. The heavens were obscured by rain clouds, and it was as dark as Erebus. The guns were heard distinctly, the wind blowing inshore. Sometimes a shell would burst in midair directly over Fort Sumter. Nearly all night long the streets were thronged with people, full of excitement and enthusiasm. The housetops, the battery, the wharves, the shipping, in fact, every available place was taken possession of by the multitude. The discharges of cannon gradually diminished as the sun rose. All the clouds, which rendered the night so dark and dismal, disappeared as day began to break, while the air became most beautiful, balmy, and refreshing. The streets were filled again with persons, male and female, old and young, white and black. Some went to the battery, some to the wharves, and some to the steeples of the churches. A few random shots were fired from the Confederate batteries, to which Fort Sumter only replied occasionally. Soon it became evident that Sumter was on fire, and all eyes were riveted upon it. The dense smoke that issued from it was seen gradually to rise from the ramparts. Some supposed that this was merely a signal from Major Anderson to call in the fleet to aid him. At this time, the fleet was in the offing, quietly riding at anchor, and could be clearly distinguished. 4 vessels were ranged in line directly over the bar, apparently blockading the port. Their long black hulls and smokestacks provided them to be Federal steamers. Everyone anxiously waited to see what they would do. The suspense was very exciting. On all sides could be heard, "Will the vessels come in and engage the batteries? If they do not, they are cowardly poltroons." Every person on the battery fully expected that the engagement would become general. By the aid of glasses, it was believed that a movement was being made to this end by 2 of the warships, and it was thought that the sand would soon begin to fly from the Morris Island batteries. At 10 o'clock in the morning, attention was again riveted on Fort Sumter, which was now beyond a doubt on fire. The flames were seen to burst from the roofs of the houses within its walls, and dense columns of smoke shot quickly upward. At this time, Major Anderson scarcely fired a shot. The guns on the ramparts of Fort Sumter had no utterance in them. Burst shells and grape scattered like hail over the doomed fort and drove the soldiers under cover. From the iron battery at Cummings Point, a continuous fire was kept up. Its rifled cannon played sad havoc with that portion of Fort Sumter facing it. The The firing from the floating battery and from Fort Moultrie continued very regular and accurate. Standing on the Charleston battery and looking seaward, you have on the right a mortar battery and Fort Johnson, distant from the city 2.5 miles. Half a mile from Fort Johnson is the iron battery of Cummings Point, mounting 3 10-inch Columbiads, 3 64-pounders, 3 mortars, and 1 rifled cannon. Cummings Point is only 1,500 yards from Fort Sumter, and so anyone can imagine what havoc the regular fire of the Cummings Point battery must have created. The men working the guns made them terribly effective. The sand redoubt was scarcely injured by the weak fire Major Anderson kept up on the battery. It was commanded by Major Stevens of the Citadel Cadets. Under his direction, each shell that was fired found a destination within Fort Sumter, and during the entire bombardment, scarcely one missile of this character missed its mark. On the other side of the harbor, directly opposite Fort Sumter, is one of the strongest sides of Fort Moultrie. During the last 3 months, it has been strengthened by every appliance that military art could suggest. Its marlins, moats, glacis, and embrasures are perfectly protected. The weak walls of the fort were made perfectly secure for the gunners while at work. From this point throughout the engagement, vast numbers of shot and heavy balls were discharged. Behind this, and near Sullivan's Island, the floating battery was stationed, with 2 64 and 2 42-pounders. Its sides of iron and palmetto logs were impenetrable. Every shot from it told on Fort Sumter, and the men in charge of it were so secure in their position that some of them indulged in soldiers' pastimes, while others played 5-cent ante, euchre, and bluff. The mortar battery at Mount Pleasant was 500 yards from the floating battery, and was mounted with 2 mortars within excellent range of Fort Sumter. The shells from this mortar were thrown with great precision. You now have all the positions of the works bearing directly on Fort Sumter. All through Friday morning, the greatest activity at all points was displayed. 3 times Major Anderson's barracks were set on fire, and twice he succeeded in putting out the flames. And to do this, it was necessary to employ all his force in passing along water. To get water, it was necessary for some of his men to go outside the walls, and hand the buckets in through the portholes, during all which time they were exposed to a most terrific fire from the various batteries. This last expedient was not resorted to until the fort was on fire for the 3rd time, and the flames had increased to an alarming pitch. Meantime, Major Anderson's guns were silent. He allowed his men to be exposed to the galling fire upon them but for a few moments, and then ordered them in and shut the batteries, as the smoke was too thick to work them. At noon, the flames burst from every quarter of Fort Sumter, and its destruction appeared inevitable. Naval Expedition for the Relief of Sumter. The government had sent a well-laden fleet to the relief of Fort Sumter, a portion of which arrived in Charleston harbor time enough to witness the bombardment of the fort, without the power to help its heroic garrison. This fleet left off New York and Washington from the 6th to the 9th of April. It consisted of the sloop of war, Pawnee, 10 guns and 200 men; Pocahontas, 5 guns, 110 men; cutter Harriet Lane, 5 guns, 110 men, accompanied by the transport Baltic, and the steam tugs Yankee and Uncle Ben, with additional men and stores. Owing to stormy weather, the vessels were unable to reach the Charleston coast at the appointed time. The Pawnee, Harriet Lane, and the Baltic arrived at the rendezvous on the morning of the 12th April, but the Pocahontas did not join them until the next day. The steam tug Yankee lost her smokestack in the storm which dispersed the fleet, and did not reach the neighborhood of Charleston till after the departure of her consorts, and eventually returned to New York. Nothing was heard of the Uncle Ben until the 30th of April, when intelligence was received that she had been captured by insurgents off the coast of North Carolina. The orders of the expedition were that unarmed boats should first be sent to the fort with stores only, but if these were fired upon, every effort was to be made to relieve the fort by stratagem or force. The vessels of war and the Baltic proved of too heavy draught for any hopes of passing the bar, and the steam tugs which were to have been sent in with supplies failed to make their appearance. The attack on the fort, before any measures of a peaceable character could be adopted for its relief, left no alternative but force, to the commandant of the fleet, if the object of his expedition was to be accomplished. A consultation of officers was held at 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the 12th, and the following plan was agreed upon. The Pawnee and the Harriet Lane were to remain at anchor during the night. At dawn on the 13th, the Pawnee was to hoist out her armored launches, and the Baltic was to put her boats alongside, freighted with the provisions and troops designed for the fort. The war vessels were then to tow the boats as far as possible on their perilous journey, when they were to be cast off, and allowed to pursue their course toward the fort, relying upon the guns of the men of war and what aid might be extended from Sumter, to protect them from the batteries and flotilla of armed boats, which were in readiness to dispute their advance. During the night, the Baltic went aground on Rattlesnake Shoals, and the plan agreed upon was, from necessity, relinquished. The conflagration of the barracks of the fort having precipitated its evacuation earlier than was anticipated, the officers of the fleet abandoned other plans for its relief. At 2 o'clock on the 14th of April, Major Anderson and the garrison of Fort Sumter were received on board the Baltic, and the fleet shortly after sailed for New York. The flag of the fort was borne at the masthead of the Baltic as she entered the Bay of New York, where it was saluted by guns from every fort in the harbor, and hailed by the shouts of more than 100,000 people who lined the wharves of the city. It was also raised over the equestrian statue of Washington in Union Square, in that city, when the great Union meeting was held on the afternoon of Saturday, April 20th. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Nation's Response. The first gun that boomed against Fort Sumter struck the great American Union with a shock that vibrated from the center to its outer verge. Every heart, true or false to the great Union, leaped to the sound, either in patriotism or treason, on that momentous day. The North and South recoiled from each other, the one in amazement at the audacity of this first blow against the Union, the other rushing blindly after a few leaders who had left them little choice of action and no power of deliberation. The first news of the attack took the government at Washington almost by surprise. President Lincoln and his cabinet had not allowed themselves to believe that a civil war could absolutely break out in the heart of a country so blessed, so wealthy, and so accustomed to peace. True, political strife had waged fearfully. Sections had clamored against sections. Factions north had battled with factions south. But in a country where free speech and a free press were a crowning glory, a war of words and ideas could hardly have been expected to culminate in one of the most terrible civil wars that will crimson the world's record. The first boom of the cannon's blackened lips, the first shot hurled against the Stars and Stripes, aroused the government from its hopes of security. Scarcely had the telegraph wires ceased to tremble under the startling news before the cabinet assembled in President Lincoln's council chamber, and when it broke up, a proclamation, calling for 75,000 troops, had been decided upon, and Congress was to be convened on the 4th of July. The startling news, this prompt action, and the defenseless state of Washington filled the country with wild excitement. It was known that the South had been for months drilling troops, that large portions of Virginia and Maryland were ready for revolt, and many believed that bodies of men were organized and prepared for an attack on the capital. Had this been true, had a considerable number of men marched upon Washington any time within 4 days after the news from Fort Sumter reached it, nothing could have saved it from capture, and probably destruction. With only a handful of troops, and exposed at every point, no effectual resistance could have been made. The news reached Washington on Sunday. The next day, such troops as could be mustered appeared on parade. Pickets were stationed outside the town, horses were galloped furiously from point to point, and the first faint indication of this most awful civil war dawned upon a people so used to peace that its import could not be wholly realized. Smothered alarm prevailed in the city, a military guard was placed each night in the White House, and great anxiety was felt for the arrival of troops which had been hastily summoned from the North. That week, the near friends of the president were under painful apprehensions for his safety. It was known to a few persons that the very gang of men who had planned his death at Baltimore were in the neighborhood of the capital, plotting against him there. It was even known that a design existed by which a sudden descent of swift riders was to be made on the White House, with the bold object of killing Lincoln and his cabinet, or carrying him off by force into Virginia. The night guard in the presidential mansion was but small, and by day Lincoln had always been imprudently accessible. The persons believed to be in this plot were brave, reckless men, accustomed to adventures of every kind, and quite capable of carrying out a program of abduction or bloodshed under more difficult circumstances than surrounded this enterprise. But men of reckless action are seldom prudent in speech. The wild project was too exciting for proper reticence. By a few incautious words, dropped here and there, this treasonable design was fathomed, the friends of President Lincoln warned, and the whole thing quietly defeated, for the gang soon ascertained that their treason had been discovered, and, as its success depended on a surprise of the president's household, the project was abandoned. Meantime, the news of Fort Sumter and the call for troops had shot its lightning along every telegraph in the Union. The response was an instantaneous uprising of the people, such as no country on earth ever witnessed before. The great majesty of the Union had been insulted and set at defiance, and as one man, thousands upon thousands rushed around the worshipped banner of their country, firm in their patriotism and terrible in their determination that it should never be trailed in the dust or torn with hostile shot unavenged. The proclamation of President Lincoln calling for volunteers was answered by the voices of free men from every hilltop and valley, and almost fabulous numbers stood ready and anxious to devote themselves to the vindication of the national honor. Wild indeed was the enthusiasm that ran from heart to heart, linking the great West and the East together. But one sentiment found expression from any lip among the excited populace, and that sentiment was, the Union should be sustained at all hazards. Wealth, life, everything must be counted as dust till the Union had redeemed itself. Who in New York does not remember how the city was ablaze with flags and tricolored bunting on the memorable day when the 7th Regiment responded to the call? Never did a finer or braver body of young men pass down Broadway. Although their arms were not now corded or hands hardened by labor, their prompt action was a living proof that gentle breeding can be associated with hearts of oak, with stern determination, coolness, and discretion. Leaping to their arms at the first note of danger, impatient of delay and thrilling with the hope of weaving in their peace-won wreaths laurels earned by hard fighting, this regiment marched from its armory, the very first of the Empire State to obey the call to arms. Their object was war. They hoped ardently that it was no light duty which might fall upon them. They expected to meet hard work and hard fighting, too, before the capital was reached, for danger menaced them on all sides. Baltimore had risen in revolt even while they were arming for the march, and they fully depended on fighting their way through its turbulent streets. On the 19th of April, at the very time revolt broke out in Baltimore, a very different scene was going on in New York. Amidst unparalleled enthusiasm, the volunteer soldiers of New England and New York struck hands on their march to the rescue of the national capital, and beautiful the streets looked, with bannered parapets, peopled roofs, windows thronged with sympathetic beauty, and sidewalks densely packed with multitudes of excited and applauding citizens. But it required only a single glance at the faces of this great multitude to become convinced that no mere gala or festive purpose had called out this magnificent demonstration. In every eye burned the unquenchable fire of patriotic ardor, and in every heart was the aspiration to join in defense of one common country. Old men, who must have seen the earlier struggles of our history, came forth to bless the young soldiers on their march, to take share in a grander and more noble struggle than any the American continent has yet witnessed. Mothers, with tears of joyous pride half blinding them, helped to buckle on the accoutrements of their sons, and kissed them as they went forth to battle. Sisters and sweethearts, fathers and wives, friends and relatives, all were represented, and had their individual characteristics in the immense concourse of life which held possession of Broadway. Perhaps if there could have risen from the dead one of the old Girondists, after being bloodily put away to repose during the French Revolution, and if he had been dropped down in New York, by allowing a little for advance in costumes and architecture, he might have seen many curious points of resemblance between the scenes and those of 70 years ago in Paris. Then the inspiration of liberty ran through the people, and the most powerful aristocracy of Europe was destroyed. The result of the struggle which broke out in New York and in the streets of Baltimore in one day, time has yet to reveal. The children of New York, the 7th Regiment, the pets and pride of her society, were going forth to their first war duty. 800 chosen young men, with threads woven to hold them wherever they went, to the million hearts they left behind, moved down Broadway and started for the capital. 800 young citizens, each with musket and knapsack, borne along calmly and impassively on a tide of vocal patriotism, making the air resonant with shouts and warm with the breath of prayer. With that regiment went young Winthrop on that memorable day, who afterwards passed from the literary fame he had so richly earned to military glory at the Battle of Big Bethel. There was also O'Brien, one of the most promising poets of the age, doomed like Winthrop to reap bloody laurels and fill a soldier's grave. Let no one say that the Empire State was not nobly represented in these young soldiers. Gentlemen as they were, one and all, no man was heard to complain of hard work, soldiers' fare, or no fare at all, as sometimes happened to them. How cheerful they were in the cedar groves for 2 days and nights, how they endured the hardships of a bivouac on soft earth, how they digged manfully in the trenches. With that supreme artistic finish their work was achieved, how they cleared the brushwood from the glacis, how they blistered their hands and then hardened them with toil, how they chafed at being obliged to evade Baltimore, and how faithfully they guarded Washington and achieved the object for which they were sent, will be best given in a description of the march from Annapolis, of which O'Brien has left a brilliant record. Nor were their services in protecting the capital all that the 7th Regiment of New York has given to its country. Many a regiment which has since won lasting fame on the battlefield has been officered to some extent from its ranks. 2 days after the departure of the 7th Regiment, the 71st, since renowned for its bravery at Bull Run, the 6th and 12th, all city regiments of New York, took the same glorious track and were hailed with like enthusiasm. In military drill and social position, some of these regiments were not inferior to the 7th, and their departure was witnessed by a concourse of people equal to that which filled the streets on the 19th. It was with pride that a city saw her first quota of soldiers departing en route for Washington to take the Empire's share with the troops of other loyal states and the contest now inaugurated. The spectacle, instead of being a great pageant, had all the grandeur and solemnity of a step in one of those crises of events which involve individual and national life, engraving new names and new dynasties upon the tablets of history. As if to make the departure of these troops more memorable, a large American flag, 40 feet long by 20 feet wide, was flung out upon a flagstaff from a window in Trinity Steeple at a height of 240 feet. The chimes, meanwhile, played several airs appropriate to the occasion, among which were Yankee Doodle, the Red, White, and Blue, winding up with All's Well. A flagstaff with a splendid flag attached was also run out of a window over the portico in front of St. Paul's Church. Thus, under these mighty banners, furling and unfurling in the wind, and hedged in by triple walls of human beings, amid the resonant chimes of Trinity, the crash of their own magnificent bands drowning the God bless you of many a gentle heart, the city of New York sent its first regiments to the field. As each regiment passed through New York, the concourse of people to see it off increased, till every fresh march was a triumph in advance of the brave deeds the soldiers were expected to perform. In less than a week, banners and flags had become so thick across Broadway that they fairly canopied the departing troops, and shouts loud and deep sent them on their way with many a blessing and hearty Godspeed. Nor was this enthusiasm confined to crack regiments or the aristocratic soldiery of our cities. The working men also came forth in masses, claiming a share in the glorious work. Of this class was the 6th Massachusetts Regiment, which had just baptized its colors in the streets of Baltimore, taking lead even of the chivalric regiments of the Empire City. Of this class was the thrice glorious 69th, as brave a body of warm-hearted Irishmen as ever trod the earth. Perhaps the greatest crowd that ever gathered to see a regiment off assembled when this body of adopted citizens marched forth under the star-spangled banner and the green flag of old Ireland. On that day human nature acknowledged its own universal kinship. The workshop and the counting-room, the parlor and the basement met for once on a level of noble enthusiasm. The palace and the tenement house gave forth their inmates alike, for it was a common country, which these men went forth to defend with their strength, and alas, their lives. Proud mothers and wives and sisters, who had watched their beloved ones march off in the ranks of some favorite regiment, looked down from the balconies and windows with tearful eyes upon the crowd of women who lined the pavements. More particularly was this manifest on the departure of the 69th. What warm, true hearts crowded the pavements that day. Old women, little children, whole households clung together, sorrowful, but oh, how proud of the valor that filled their eyes with tears. If there was weeping on the pavement, it was answered with a feeling of gentle sisterhood from the balcony and window. The same bright eyes that had seen the 7th, 71st, 12th, and other regiments pass, through a mist of tears, filled with sympathetic moisture when they saw these poor wives and mothers break through all restraint and rush wildly into the ranks for one more kiss, a hand clasp, or, if no more, a last glance of loving recognition. Perhaps some of these highly bred females envied the social freedom which allowed these women of the people to follow their husbands and brothers up to the moment of embarkation, without a thought of the world beyond. Many an embroidered handkerchief was waved, and many a sweet blessing murmured in gentle sympathy with these sister women, when those hard-working, hard-fighting, gloriously brave men went forth to earn imperishable renown. Not only in New York, but all over the North and West these ovations were repeated. Boston Common was one scene of mustering forces, and its streets a panorama of armed men. Every state over which the blessed old star-spangled banner flung its folds sent forth its sons, only complaining that so few were accepted. Like a prairie fire when the grass is dry, the war spirit leaped from town to town and from state to state, till the whole North was ablaze with it. Troops mustered into companies and massed themselves into regiments in the North and the Great West, so numerous and so fast that a swift pen might fail to keep the record. The uprising was general. Along our watercourses, along our railroads, down the broad avenues of our cities, regiment after regiment swept a continued stream of armed men, all bearing toward the capital. For the whole great North rose as one man and sprang to arms. The plough was left in the furrow, the hammer upon the anvil, the saw upon the bench, the reaper in mid-prairie, the shuttle in the loom, the pen upon the ledger, the engine untended, the press unfed, the busy sails of commerce unfurled, and the whirring mill unsupplied. A patient people had arisen in its might. With clear steel and the rolling thunder of cannon, they were prepared to uphold the sacred majesty of the Union flag, while a splinter remained of the staff, or a shred of the fabric. An electric flash stirred the long patient and dumb millions to life and speech, and under the red ensign of war they rallied to the common cause. No one state or town could claim preeminence in patriotic fervor over its neighbors, for nowhere did this wild enthusiasm find check or hindrance. Our great cities could only claim superiority over the smaller towns from the hospitality which they received troops from the country and cheered them onward to the battlefield. Boston, Portland, New Haven, New York, Philadelphia, and the leading western cities formed a great thoroughfare for the mustering army, for the country around poured their patriotic masses through the streets of these cities, and the press gave eclat to the movements which reflected back upon the cities themselves. But in the great North and the great West, there was no nook or corner where this patriotic furor did not exist. Monster Union meetings were held in every city of the loyal states, and within an incredibly short time, 350,000 men responded to the call of the president. Great as the number was, it proved but small to what would have volunteered had they been needed, or could they have been accepted. For with bonfires blazing upon every hill, and flags waving from every housetop, with the red, white, and blue upon every breast, and the long roll beating in every heart, with wives sending their husbands, mothers their sons, and girls their lovers, such a battle cry was raised as the earth had never listened to, and nations of the old world heard with astonishment. End of section 3. Section 4 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Fortification of Fort Pickens and burning of Harper's Ferry Arsenal. Reinforcement of Fort Pickens, April 12, 1861. The navy yard and forts in the harbor of Pensacola, from their extent and importance, were particularly the objects of insurgent ambition. General Bragg and his counselors had so adroitly arranged their plans that it was confidently expected that the government forts, buildings, and property would fall into their peaceable occupation. On the 12th of January, the navy yard and barracks, together with Fort Barrancas, fell into their possession, and shortly afterwards Fort McRae met with the same fate. But Lieutenant Slemmer, the United States officer in command of the forts of Pensacola Harbor, courageously threw his small force of 82 men into Fort Pickens, and had thus far held at bay the large army of insurgents who were preparing to attack him. The harbor of Pensacola is probably the largest and finest on the whole coast of the Mexican Gulf. The bay is 6 miles wide and about 12 long. The Warrington Navy Yard was 7 miles by land from Pensacola and 6 miles and 3/4 by water. About a mile from the Navy Yard, west, stood Fort Barrancas, and a mile farther Fort McRae, which commands the bar. Opposite Fort McRae was Fort Pickens, the channel running between them. Near Fort Pickens was a redoubt. On the opposite side of Pensacola, across the bay, Santa Rosa Island extends several miles to the bar, at the extremity of which is Fort Pickens. A vessel coming into the harbor must necessarily pass between Fort Pickens and Fort McRae, and in close proximity to Barrancas. Fort Pickens is a bastioned work of the first class, built of New York granite, its walls 45 feet in height and 12 in thickness. It is embrasured for 2 tiers of guns placed under bomb-proof casemates, besides having 1 tier on barbette. The work was commenced in 1848 and finished in 1853, at a cost of nearly $1 million. Its war complement of soldiers is 1,260. Its full armament consists of 210 guns, howitzers, and mortars of all calibers. Simultaneous with the determination to reinforce Fort Sumter, the government resolved to send relief to Fort Pickens, which was then threatened by a force of 7,000 men under General Bragg, strongly entrenched and occupying the other forts in the harbor. A fleet of 6 United States vessels lay in the harbor, and they had been notified by General Bragg that he would immediately open fire upon them and Fort Pickens also, should they attempt to reinforce the garrison. Previous to the 10th of April, the steam frigate Powhatan and the transports Atlantic and Illinois had sailed from New York with troops, ordnance, and provisions for Fort Pickens. But before their arrival at that place, a bearer of dispatches from Washington reached the commander of the naval forces in the bay, with instructions to reinforce the fort. Between the hours of 11 and 12 o'clock on Friday night, April 12th, this was accomplished without bloodshed. As soon as it became dark, said an officer on board the sloop of war Brooklyn, one of the blockading fleet, we began work with good will and in earnest. At first the Marines from the frigate Sabine and the sloop St. Louis came on board our vessel, and immediately after the accomplishment of this, the anchor was hoisted by the jolly old salts, with the merry chant of, General Jackson won the day, heave yo ho. At New Orleans the people say, yo heave yo. We ran as close to the shore as possible, came to anchor, and without a moment's delay lowered the boats and filled them with troops. At 11 o'clock, Lieutenant Albert N. Smith of Massachusetts, being in command, they started on their mission, uncertain if they would live to see the light of another day. As they left the side of the vessel, many a "God cause you to succeed" came from the lips of the loyal men at my side. If I live 1,000 years, I shall never forget the feelings I experienced when I saw those brave fellows shake hands with their old comrades. A tear would now and then glisten in the gloom, but be instantly wiped away with a clenched hand. These men knew their danger, and with the knowledge, dared to face it with a courage eminently worthy of praise, and may they receive it. The party were instructed to send up signals should they be attacked, and I do assure you never were keener eyes than ours on that eventful night, as we pierced into the darkness, momentarily expecting to see a rocket light up the midnight gloom, but none appeared. While we were thus anxiously awaiting some evidence of the success or non-success of their mission, a boat was hailed. A faint answer comes back, Lieutenant Smith and the boat's crew, and in whispers we hear the news. They have been successful. Brother officers shake hands and give Lieutenant Smith that praise justly deserved by him. They went around inside of the harbor, passed under the guns of Forts McRae and Barrancas without being heard, and safely landed all the troops without molestation. This being successfully accomplished, it was almost instantly concluded to make a new attempt, and orders were given that all the Marines in the squadron should take to their boats, preparatory to their being put in the fort. This being done, the steamer Wyandotte took them in charge, and towed them as far as she could go, when they left her and pulled into the harbor, taking the same course the first party had, and in good time reached the fort, and safely landed all who were in the boats. Just as the day was breaking, we saw from our deck the boats shoving off from the beach, and when they returned to us, our anchor was instantly up, and we steaming to our old anchorage with very different sensations from those we had when we started for the work. Thus the Brooklyn accomplished what she was sent here for, the reinforcement of Fort Pickens in spite of General Bragg. A few days after this fort had been so nobly reinforced, the splendid steamer Atlantic sailed into the Union fleet, laden with troops for the fort. The next day she was joined by the frigate Powhatan, and again by the Illinois, all laden with troops and military stores. Thus 1,000 more troops were thrown into the stronghold, which, with the fleet outside, made it impregnable. There is no doubt that an attack upon Fort Pickens was contemplated the very night these reinforcements arrived. The assaulting party was composed of 500 picked men, 250 of whom were from the Mississippi 9th, to be led by C.H. Harris of the Home Guard, 50 from the 10th Mississippi, and others from other troops at Pensacola. All necessary preparations were made for moving about 11 o'clock at night. The storming party were led down to the Navy Yard, from whence it would probably have embarked in boats. It is surmised that Colonel Forney would have been the leader. There was no doubt entertained of his success. Before the force arrived, it was evident the fort had been reinforced, and all thought of the meditated assault was abandoned. The men picked for this special service lay on their arms all night in the Navy Yard. Burning of Harper's Ferry Arsenal. April 18th, 1861. The Ordinance of Secession of the State of Virginia was adopted in secret session on the 17th of April, and the governor of the state, John Letcher, immediately issued orders for the seizure of the federal posts and property by the military of the state. A most important post to be first secured comprised the extensive and valuable arsenal, with all its workshops and machinery for the manufacture of arms, at Harper's Ferry, a place which had been rendered familiar as a household word, from its seizure by John Brown and his party in the autumn of 1859. Harper's Ferry is situated in Jefferson County, Virginia, at the confluence of the Potomac and Shenandoah rivers, and is 173 miles distant from Richmond, 57 from Washington, and 80 from Baltimore. The population was about 5,000. The arsenal at this place contained 15,000 stand of arms, in addition to other military stores, then in charge of Lieutenant R. Jones, with a detachment of U.S. rifles numbering 43 men. Lieutenant Jones had received advice from Washington that his post was in imminent danger. He was directed to be prepared for any emergency that might arise. On the 17th, he received information from various sources that an attack would be made on the night of the 18th. Early in the evening of that day, the little garrison commenced preparations to destroy the arsenal and its contents by fire. The windows and doors of the buildings were then thrown open that the flames might have a full current of air. At 9 o'clock, authentic information reached Lieutenant Jones that 2,000 men were close at hand. The men worked bravely, cutting up planks and splitting timbers into kindling wood, which were heaped ready for the flames. They emptied their mattresses, filled them with powder, and carried them thus into the buildings, that no suspicion might be excited among the people. The arms were then placed in the best position to be destroyed by the explosion, and the combustibles deposited in different places in the shops, that all might be ready. All at once, a cry of fire rang through the town. The frightened inhabitants rushed from the houses, and as Lieutenant Jones and his men entered the gateway of the bridge, an excited crowd pursued him with menaces and threats of vengeance. He wheeled his men into line and announced his determination to fire upon the pursuers if they molested him. The people then fell back, and he escaped by the canal and took refuge in the woods. A quarter of an hour after, when this band of valiant men were grouped in the darkness of the woods, the first thunders of the explosion echoed through the hills, and flames leaped forth from the burning buildings, illuminating the grand scenery of the place into wonderful beauty. The water, the village, and those glorious mountain passes that surround Harper's Ferry with a grandeur which the whole world recognizes, were illuminated into all their green and crystal depths. After pausing a moment to witness the result of their own noble work, this gallant officer and his brave men turned their faces northward, and left Harper's Ferry, saluted by fresh bursts of explosion, and lighted onward by jets of flame that leaped up from the surging clouds in which the arsenal was enveloped, till the sky glowed above them like a golden canopy. Leaving the scene of conflagration behind, Lieutenant Jones made a hurried march toward Hagerstown, Maryland, wading through streams and swamps, and reached that place at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 19th. There he immediately procured means of conveyance, and started for Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, which he reached in the afternoon in an exhausted condition. The men were covered with mud and dirt, and were overcome with fatigue and hunger, having eaten nothing since leaving Harper's Ferry. They were hospitably entertained by the inhabitants, and departed in the afternoon for the Carlisle barracks. Lieutenant Jones and his men received the approbation and thanks of the government for their judicious conduct on this occasion, and he was commissioned Assistant Quartermaster General, USA, with the rank of captain. The arsenal buildings were immediately taken possession of by the rebel authorities and used for the purpose of making and repairing arms, until they again came into possession of the federal authorities. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. through Baltimore. A terrible civil war, destined to be without parallel for bitter intenseness, was now fully revealed. The curtain that had so long screened the enemies of the Union in their machinations against the government had been raised at Fort Sumter, and in the seizure of Harper's Ferry arsenal, although its usefulness to them had been seriously impaired by the true hearts and hands that applied the torch, and rendered the darkness of night lurid with its conflagration, desolation and ruin had already begun their march, leaving their footprints in ashes among the lovely scenes of civilized life, and rioting amid the legendary grandeur and time-honored places of the Old Dominion. It needed but one act more to encircle us with the thunders of war, to plunge the nation into an almost fathomless ocean of civil hatred and revenge, and leave upon the pages of history the unhappy record of many an ensanguined field. The green sward of a happy, prosperous, and free land only remained to be crimsoned with blood. The heart of some martyr freeman needed only to be drained of its lifeblood, and the stripes of our old flag dyed a deeper crimson in the precious flood. Soon, too soon, alas, this last fatal act was accomplished. The day after the burning of Harper's Ferry saw the streets of Baltimore red with sacred blood, and a nation shuddered as the lightning spread the fatal news from state to state. For months, threats had been whispered that Washington should be seized, that an armed mob should revel in the Capitol and drive Lincoln from the White House. These threats were not idle boastings, as the confidence, celerity, and preparation of the insurgents proved. While the country north of the Potomac was solacing itself with dreams of peace, while plenty was filling every coffer to overflowing, great preparations had been making, and that for a very long time, to secure the end they now had in view. Sudden, unexpected, like the deep tolling of a midnight alarm bell, the news fell upon the country. Fear, amounting almost to panic, seized upon the people, and when the orders were issued for the instant assembling of troops, the rush to arms was proof positive of this deep alarm. As in the olden days, the sons of Massachusetts, brave, hardy, fearless as their own sea-washed rock, rushed first to arms and responded to the call. In less than 24 hours, 1,700 men were waiting in Boston, armed, ready, and anxious to march. The order came, and early in the morning of the 19th of April, a day memorable in the history of the country as the anniversary of the Battle of Lexington, the 6th Regiment of Massachusetts Militia, commanded by Colonel E.P. Jones of Pepperell, and accompanied by 3 companies from another regiment, attached temporarily to his command, comprising in all about 1,000 men, left Philadelphia for Washington, arriving in Baltimore at 10 o'clock a.m. The same train also contained about 1,200 men from Philadelphia, under the command of General Small. These were unarmed, provision having been made for their being supplied, in this respect, on their arrival at Washington. On the arrival of the train at the President Street depot, the locomotives were detached, and horses substituted, occasioning much delay, for there was an inadequate supply. A very large crowd had gathered around, and though the reception was not one of courtesy, yet no one would have anticipated serious trouble. 6 cars passed in safety before the fast-increasing mob, for it could now be called by no other name, succeeded in obstructing the track, and thus cutting off 3 companies of the Massachusetts troops from their comrades, besides General Small's command, who had remained at the depot of the Philadelphia road. A hasty consultation was held, and it was determined by the officers to march the Massachusetts companies to their destination, and the detachment, under the command of Captain Follansbee, at once set out. Then it was that the long smothered fires burst out openly, and were not to be controlled. In the streets of the monumental city, in the face of a little band of patriots, and in defiance of the civilized world, a secession flag, a mutilated effigy of the Stars and Stripes, was flaunted in the face of these Massachusetts men, with taunts and sneers, which they received in grave silence. Hemmed in, surrounded, cut off from assistance, the sons of Massachusetts were forbidden to proceed, and boastfully taunted with their inability to march through the city. Cheer upon cheer rang forth for the South, Jeff Davis, secession, South Carolina, and mocking groans for the tried and true friends of the Union. But the sons of men who fought at Bunker Hill, at Monmouth, and Valley Forge could not be made to understand the words "turn back." The blood of patriots had been transmitted to them, and no shame could fall upon the memories of their revolutionary fathers by their acts. They had started for Washington, started to help form a nation's bulwark around a nation's heart, and were not to be stayed by sneers or threats. Forward the 6th. The command given and obeyed in that moment of peril has rendered the 6th Regiment of Massachusetts immortal. Forward as at Lexington, with fearless hearts, unblenching lips, and unswerving tread, they marched on boldly, as they would have gone up to the cannon's mouth. Forward! A bridge half destroyed, torn up, difficult of crossing, was passed. Then the air was darkened with missiles of every dangerous name and character, showered upon their devoted heads. Stones, brickbats, clubs, anything savage hands could clutch, were hurled from street and housetop, while the hissing rush of shot and ball played wildly from musket and revolver. Ah, it was a cruel, cold-blooded murder of innocent men, of brothers, an act of treachery unparalleled in the history of any nation, whether civilized or savage, a rendering of the monuments of Baltimore a mockery for all time. Struck down by shot and stones, wounded, surrounded, hopeless of help, these brave men yet stood their ground, and even questioned whether it would be right to retaliate, a question without a parallel, and proving the pure gold of those brave hearts. But the time when forbearance ceases to be a virtue came at last to these heroic men, these tender-hearted, Christianized soldiers, when self-preservation, the sternly just primal law of our nature, commanded them to defend themselves. With firm front, but with sad hearts, they prepared to execute the command, and many a form that would not have trembled amid the shock of battle trembled now as his musket rang the death peal. Unable to stand the charge, to face the deadly music their own cowardly hearts had awakened, afraid to listen to the tumult of battle, the mob broke and sought also to arm themselves. Save from private sources, stores, gun shops, and the like, they failed in securing any, for the armories had been well protected in anticipation of this possible event. An incessant storm of stones, however, answered every musket shot, and while the fearless 6th still pressed on, more than one of their number fell by the way, and was borne off helpless and wounded by the police. The fight was a running one, terrific in its results, as it was rapid in its execution, and though the soldiers at length succeeded in reaching the depot, with a loss of only 2 killed and 9 wounded, while their assailants' loss was 9 killed and 8 severely wounded, yet the streets were stained with American blood drawn by American hands. The pavement stones were red with the life tide of brothers, stained indelibly, for though the marks have long since been effaced by the pure rains of a merciful heaven and the ceaseless tramp of busy feet, yet they are graven on the records of the age with a pen of fire, carving deeper than steel, and more lasting than marble. The unarmed Pennsylvania troops, taking the alarm, were sent back, though not without injury from the infuriated mob. The band of the glorious 6th, consisting of 24 persons, together with their musical instruments, occupied a car by themselves from Philadelphia to Baltimore. By some accident, the musicians' car got switched off at the Canton depot, so that, instead of being the first, it was left in the rear of all the others, and after the attack had been made by the mob upon the soldiers, they came upon the car in which the band was still sitting, wholly unarmed and incapable of making any defense. The infuriated demons approached them, howling and yelling, and poured in upon them a shower of stones, broken iron, and other missiles, wounding some severely, demolishing their instruments. Some of the miscreants jumped upon the roof of the car, and with a bar of iron beat a hole through it, while others were calling for powder to blow them all up in a heap. Finding that it would be sure destruction to remain longer in the car, the poor fellows jumped out to meet their fiendish assailants hand to hand. They were saluted with a shower of stones, but took to their heels, fighting their way through the crowd and running at random, without knowing in what direction to go for assistance or shelter. As they were hurrying along, a rough-looking man suddenly jumped in front of their leader and exclaimed, "This way, boys, this way." It was the first friendly voice they had heard since entering Baltimore. They stopped to ask no questions, but followed their guide, who took them up a narrow court, where they found an open door, into which they rushed, being met inside by a powerful-looking woman, who grasped each one by the hand and directed them upstairs. The last of their band was knocked senseless just as he was entering the door by a stone which struck him on the head, but the woman who had welcomed them immediately caught up their fallen comrade and carried him in her arms up the stairs. "You are perfectly safe here, boys," said the brave woman, who directly proceeded to wash and bind up their wounds. After having done this, she procured them food, and then told them to strip off their uniforms and put on the clothes she had brought them, a motley assortment of baize jackets, ragged coats, and old trousers. Thus equipped, they were enabled to go out in search of their companions without danger of attack from the mob, which had given them so rough a reception. They then learned the particulars of the attack upon the soldiers and of their escape, and saw lying at the station the 2 men who had been killed, and the others who had been wounded. On going back to the house where they had been so humanely treated, they found that their clothes had been carefully tied up, and with their battered instruments had been sent to the depot of the Philadelphia Railroad, where they were advised to go themselves. They did not long hesitate, but started in the next train, and arrived at Philadelphia just in time to meet the English regiment of Massachusetts volunteers. Contrast this generous act with that of an old, gray-haired man, aged more than 65 years, who saw one of the Massachusetts soldiers in the act of leveling his musket, when he rushed in his shirt sleeves from his shop, disarmed the man by main force, and killed him with the bayonet, and you have some idea of the conflicting elements which compose the Baltimore riot. Increasing by what it had fed on, the lawless spirit ran still more high. Its black waves rolled and surged, and no power could be found strong enough to control them. The demon spirit that ran riot during the days of Robespierre and the fiendish hours of the Reign of Terror appeared in the streets of Baltimore, and foul lips sang rebellious songs, secession and murder mingling together in rude discord. The rulers were impotent to check the storm or control the whirlwind. The people were, for the time, masters, the authorities helpless. On this memorable 19th of April, the writer of these pages was on her way from Washington to New York. The train in which she traveled was loaded down with persons going northward, for Washington was not considered a safe place to sojourn in that week, especially for ladies. About 10 miles from Baltimore, we met the train which bore the 6th Massachusetts Regiment from the scene of its late encounter. Both trains slackened speed, and instantly it flew like wildfire along the cars that there had been riot and bloodshed in Baltimore, and the brave fellows we had passed had been attacked in their passage through the town. The news was received with great excitement, that grew more and more intense until our engine thundered into the depot. The fighting was over, but a mob of morose and cruel-looking men, with a few black women and children, still hung around the building, and we passed out through a lane of scowling faces. The horse railroad had been torn up and so blockaded that there was no hopes of reaching the Philadelphia cars by that way. With difficulty we procured a carriage and were drawn over the scene of conflict. The railroad was almost obliterated. Piles of lumber 15 feet high were heaped upon it. Immense anchors lay across it, forming an iron barricade. Every window along the line was crowded with eager, scared faces, mostly black, and those that were white, evidently of the lowest order. It became impossible to pass along the railroad, for it was completely blocked up. We turned into a side street, and at last took our places in the Philadelphia train. Here 2 or 3 men in uniform entered the cars, and after the train started they were seen talking earnestly with the conductor near our seat. It seemed that the Pennsylvania regiment had been scattered, and while the train had returned toward Philadelphia with the larger portion of the men, some 25 or 30 were grouped on the wayside, some miles from the city, hoping that our train would take them in. The conductor was inexorable. His orders were to proceed direct. Besides, he had no room, every seat was crowded. This was true, but all the gentlemen, among whom was Senator Wilkinson of Minnesota, and several ladies that sat within hearing, pleaded that the men should be taken in, and offered to surrender their own seats. But it was of no avail. The conductor had his orders. A few minutes after the officers had retreated, we passed a platform on the wayside on which these unlucky soldiers were grouped, in anxious expectation that the train would stop, but it went steadily by, leaving the most disappointed and gloomy faces behind that one often looks upon. We afterwards learned that these poor fellows wandered around the country for 3 days, and many of them came back to Philadelphia on foot. If they were sad at being left, those in the cars were both sorrowful and indignant that they had not been taken up. It seemed to them an act of wanton cruelty, and one of the company, at least, has not yet been able to change her opinion on the subject. At Wilmington we passed the town in which were the companions of these deserted men. Their train had paused in the town, which we found one blaze of excitement. As the news spread, cheer after cheer arose for the Stars and Stripes, the soldiers, the government, and everything else around which a patriotic cry could center, rang up from the streets. The people were fairly wild when they saw that the soldiers were driven back. In every town and at every depot, this wild spirit of indignation increased as we advanced. Philadelphia was full of armed men. Regiments were rushing to the arsenals. Groups of men talked eagerly in the streets. Martial music sounded near the Continental Hotel at intervals all night. The city was one scene of wild commotion. In the morning, the 7th New York Regiment came in. The day before, they had left the Empire City one blaze of star-spangled flags and in a tumult of patriotic enthusiasm. That morning, they were hailed in Philadelphia with like spirit. Expecting to march through Baltimore, they panted for an opportunity of avenging the noble men who had fallen there. The citizens met them with generous hospitality, and their passage through Philadelphia was an ovation. But their indignation towards the Baltimoreans was not to be appeased by fighting their own way through that city. Orders reached them to advance toward Washington through Annapolis, and they obeyed, much against the general inclination of the regiment. I have said that the authorities in Baltimore were powerless. They had no means of learning how far the secession spirit had spread through the city. It is true that the riot of the 19th had been ostensibly the action of a low mob, but how far the same spirit extended among the people, no one could guess. On the 20th, the mob became more and more belligerent. It assembled at Canton, fired a pistol at the engineer of the Philadelphia train when it came in, and forcing the passengers to leave the cars, rushed in themselves and compelled the engineer to take them back to Gunpowder Bridge. There the train was stopped while the mob set fire to the drawbridge, then returned to Bush River Bridge, burned the draw there, and finished their raid by burning Canton Bridge. While this was going on outside the city, materials for fresh commotion were gathering in the streets. All through the day, the accessions from the country were coming in. Sometimes a squad of infantry, sometimes a troop of horse, and once a small park of artillery. It was nothing extraordinary to see a solitary horseman riding in from the country, with shotgun, powder horn, and flask. Some came with provender lashed to the saddle, prepared to pick it off for the night. Boys accompanied their fathers, accoutred apparently with the sword and holster pistols that had done service a century ago. There appeared strange contrasts between the stern, solemn bearing of the father and the buoyant, excited, enthusiastic expressions of the boy's face, eloquent with devotion and patriotism. For, mistaken and wrong, they were not the less actuated by the most unselfish spirit of loyalty. They hardly knew, any of them, for what they had so suddenly come to Baltimore. They had a vague idea only that Maryland had been invaded, and that it was the solemn duty of her sons to protect their soil from the encroachments of a hostile force. In the streets of the lower part of the city were gathered immense crowds, among whom discussions, and the high pitch of excitement which discussion engenders, grew clamorous. The mob, for Baltimore Street was one vast mob, was surging to and fro, uncertain in what direction to move, and apparently without any special purpose. Many had small secession cards pinned on their coat collars, and not a few were armed with guns, pistols, and knives, of which they made the most display. Thus the day ended and the night came on. During the darkness the whole city seemed lying in wait for the foe. Every moment the mob expected the descent of some federal regiment upon them, and the thirst for strife had grown so fierce that terrible bloodshed must have followed if the troops from Philadelphia or Harrisburg had attempted to pass through Baltimore then. On Sunday, April 21st, the city was in a state of unparalleled excitement. Private citizens openly carried arms in the streets. Along the line of the railroad, almost every house was supplied with muskets or revolvers and missiles, in some instances even with small cannon. Volunteers were enlisting rapidly, and the streets became more and more crowded. Abundance of arms had sprung to light, as if by magic, in rebellious hands. Troops were continually arriving and placing themselves in readiness for action. A great crowd was constantly surging around the telegraph office, waiting anxiously for news. The earnest inquiry was as to the whereabouts of the New York troops, the most frequent topic, the probable results of an attempt on the part of the 7th Regiment to force a passage through Baltimore. All agreed that the force could never go through. All agreed that it would make the attempt if ordered to do so, and no one seemed to entertain a doubt that it would leave a windrow of dead bodies from the ranks of those who assailed it in the streets through which it might attempt to pass. As the wires of the telegraph leading to New York had been cut, there was no news to be had for the crowd from that direction. The police force were entirely in sympathy with the secessionists, and indisposed to act against the mob. Marshal Kane and the commissioners made no concealment of their proclivities for the secession movement. Amid this tumult, the mayor of Baltimore and a committee of citizens started for Washington. Their object was to influence the president against forwarding troops through the city in its present agitated state. But the knowledge of his departure did nothing toward allaying the excitement. About 8 o'clock, the streets began again to be crowded. The bar rooms and public resorts were closed, that the incentive to precipitate action might not be too readily accessible. Nevertheless, there was much excitement, and among the crowd were many men from the country who carried shot and duck guns, and old-fashioned horse pistols, such as the Maryland line might have carried from the first to the present war. The best weapons appeared to be in the hands of young men, boys of 18, with the physique, dress, and style of deportment cultivated by the dead rabbits of New York. About 10 o'clock, a cry was raised that 3,000 Pennsylvania troops were at the Calvert Street depot of the Pennsylvania Railroad, and were about to take up their line of march through the city. It was said that the 3,000 were at Pikesville, about 15 miles from the city, and were going to fight their way around the city. The crowd were not disposed to interfere with a movement that required a preliminary tramp of 15 miles through a heavy sand. But the city authorities, however, rapidly organized and armed some 3 or 4 companies and sent them towards Pikesville. 10 of the Adams Express wagons passed up Baltimore Street, loaded with armed men. In 1 or 2 there were a number of mattresses, as if wounded men were anticipated. A company of cavalry also started for Pikesville to sustain the infantry that had been expressed. Almost before the last of the expedition had left the city limits, word was telegraphed to Marshal Kane by Mayor Brown from Washington that the government had ordered the Pennsylvania troops back to Harrisburg, from the point they had been expected to move on to Baltimore. It seemed incredible, but of course satisfactory to the belligerents. The moment it was known that the government had abandoned the intention of forcing troops through Baltimore, this intense commotion settled into comparative calm, but the city was forced to feel the effect of its own folly. The regular passenger trains north had been stopped. Many businessmen have been utterly ruined by the extraordinary position into which the city was plunged through the action of the mob. Capital has been swept away, and commercial advantages sacrificed, that no time or enterprise can replace. Those engaged in trade have no part in these troubles except to suffer. The mob had them in complete subjection, and a stain has been cast on the city which no time can efface. Yet the whole of this attack was doubtless the work of those classes who form the bane and dregs of society in every great city. After events have proved that it was the uprising of a lawless mob, not the expression of a people. But the mayor of the city and the governor of the state were, for a few days in which these revolters triumphed alike, powerless. In this strait they notified the authorities in Washington that troops could not be passed through that city without bloodshed. The difficulties and dangers of the 19th of April were speedily removed by President Lincoln's determination to march troops intended for Washington on another route, backed by the determination and efficiency of the government and by the supplies which were sent to the aid of loyal men of the city and state, and thereby Maryland has been saved from anarchy, desolation, and ruin. The work of impious hands was stayed, a star preserved to our banner, and the right vindicated without unnecessary loss of life. But nothing save great caution and forbearance, almost unparalleled in civil wars, rescued Baltimore from destruction. When the news of the disaster to the brave Massachusetts regiment reached the Old Bay State, a feeling of profound sorrow and deep indignation seized upon the people. Troops gathered to the rescue in battalions, armed men arose at every point, and every railroad verging toward Washington became a great military highway. Not only Massachusetts, but all New England looked upon the outrage with generous indignation, as if each state had seen its own sons stricken down. It seemed to be a strife of patriotism which should get its men first to the field. Directly after the Massachusetts troops, the 1st Regiment of Rhode Island Volunteers passed through New York, on their way to the south. Governor Sprague, who had magnanimously contributed $100,000 to the cause, accompanied these troops, as commander-in-chief of the Rhode Island forces. His staff consisted of Colonels Fries, Goddard, Arnold, and Captain A.W. Chapin, Assistant Adjutant General. And this was followed by a continued rush of armed men, till all the great thoroughfares leading to the capital bristled with steel and reverberated with the tramp of soldiery. Governor Andrews sent to Maryland, requesting that the martyred soldiers should be reverently sent back to Massachusetts, that the state might give them honored burial. This request was complied with, Governor Hicks responding in a delicate and sympathetic manner, and not only Massachusetts, but a whole nation awarded them the glory of first dying for a country that will never forget them. The names of these men were Sumner H. Needham of Lawrence, Addison O. Whitney of Lowell City Guards, and Luther C. Ladd, Lowell City Guards. End of section 5. Section 6 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Military Occupation of Annapolis, Maryland. April 21st, 1861. On the 18th of April, the 8th Massachusetts Regiment, under the command of General Butler, left Boston for Washington. On arriving at Philadelphia, he ascertained that all communication with Washington by the ordinary line of travel through Baltimore had been cut off, and telegraphic operations suspended. He proceeded to the Susquehanna River, and at Perryville seized the immense ferry boat Maryland, belonging to the railroad company, and steamed with his regiment for Annapolis. Through the supposed treachery of the pilot, the boat was grounded on the bar before that place, and they were detained overnight. The arrival of troops at this point proved of vital importance. A conspiracy had been formed by a band of secessionists to seize the old frigate Constitution, which lay moored at the wharf of the Naval Academy at that place, being in service as a school for the cadets. Captain Devereux, with his company, was ordered to take possession of the noble old craft, which was promptly done, and the vessel towed to a safe distance from the landing. Governor Hicks of Maryland, hearing of their arrival, sent a protest against troops being landed at that place. On Monday the 22nd, the troops landed at the Naval Academy, followed by the New York 7th Regiment, which had just arrived on board the steamer Boston from Philadelphia, by the help of which vessel the Maryland was enabled to get off the bar. In order to ensure the ready transportation of troops and provisions which were to follow him by the same route, General Butler seized several vessels in the neighborhood, and promptly entered them into the United States service. Meantime, a Pennsylvania regiment had arrived at Havre de Grace, and anticipating the speedy accession of reinforcements from New York by water, 3 companies of the 8th Massachusetts were detached as an engineer corps to repair the road to the Annapolis and Elk Ridge Railroad, of which General Butler had taken military possession. The 71st New York and other regiments having arrived during the night of April 23rd, early on the following morning, the 7th Regiment from New York took up its line of march on the track to Washington Junction. A member of this regiment, young O'Brien the poet, pays a merited tribute to the brave men who preceded them. On the morning of the 22nd we were in sight of Annapolis, off which the Constitution was lying, and there found the 8th Regiment of Massachusetts Volunteers on board the Maryland. They were aground, owing, it is supposed, to the treachery of the captain, whom they put in irons and wanted to hang. I regret to say that they did not do it. During the greater portion of that forenoon, we were occupied in trying to get the Maryland off the sandbar on which she was grounded. From our decks we could see the men in file trying to rock her, so as to facilitate our tugging. These men were without water and without food, were well conducted and uncomplaining, and behaved in all respects like heroes. They were under the command of Colonel Butler, and I regret that that gentleman did not care more for the comforts of men whose subsequent pluck proved that nothing was too good for them. On the afternoon of the 22nd, we landed at the Annapolis dock, after having spent hours in trying to relieve the Maryland. For the first time in his life, your correspondent was put to work to roll flour barrels. He was entrusted with the honorable and onerous duty of transporting stores from the steamer to the dock. Later still, he descended to the position of mess servant, when, in company with gentlemen well known in Broadway for immaculate kids, he had the honor of attending on the company with buckets of cooked meat and crackers, the only difference between him and company and the ordinary waiter being that the former were civil. We were quartered in the buildings belonging to the Naval School at Annapolis. I had a bunking place in what is there called a fort, which is a rickety structure that a lucifer match would set on fire, but furnished with imposing guns. I suppose it was merely built to practice the cadets, because as a defense it is worthless. The same evening boats were sent off from the yard, and towards nightfall the Massachusetts men landed, fagged, hungry, thirsty, but indomitable. The 2 days that we remained at Annapolis were welcome. We had been without a fair night's sleep since we left New York, and even the hard quarters we had there were a luxury compared to the dirty decks of the Boston. Besides, there were natural attractions. The grounds are very prettily laid out, and in the course of my experience, I never saw a handsomer or better-bred set of young men than the cadets. 20 had left the school owing to political convictions. The remainder are sound Union fellows, eager to prove their devotion to the flag. After spending a delightful time in the Navy School, resting and amusing ourselves, our repose was disturbed at 9 p.m., April 23rd, by rockets being thrown up in the bay. The men were scattered all over the grounds, some in bed, others walking or smoking, all more or less undressed. The rockets being of a suspicious character, it was conjectured that a Southern fleet was outside, and our drummer beat the roll call to arms. From the stroke of the drum until the time that every man, fully equipped and in fighting order, was in the ranks, was exactly, by watch, 7 minutes. The alarm, however, proved to be false, the vessels in the offing proving to be laden with the 71st and other New York regiments, so that, after an unpremeditated trial of our readiness for action, we were permitted to retire to our couches, which means, permit me to say, a blanket on the floor, with a military overcoat over you and a nasal concert all around you, that, in noise and number, outvies Musard's concert monstre. On the morning of the 24th of April, we started on what afterwards proved to be one of the hardest marches on record. The secessionists of Annapolis and the surrounding districts had threatened to cut us off in our march, and even went so far as to say that they would attack our quarters. The dawn saw us up. Knapsacks, with each of our blankets and overcoats strapped on them, were piled on the green. A brief and insufficient breakfast was taken, our canteens filled with vinegar and water, cartridges distributed to each man, and after mustering and loading, we started on our first march through a hostile country. General Scott has stated, as I have been informed, that the march that we performed from Annapolis to the Junction is one of the most remarkable on record. I know that I felt it the most fatiguing, and some of our officers have told me that it was the most perilous. We marched the first 8 miles under a burning sun, in heavy marching order, in less than 3 hours, and it is well known that, placing all elementary considerations out of the way, marching on a railroad track is the most harassing. We started at about 8 o'clock a.m., and for the first time saw the town of Annapolis, which, without any disrespect to that place, I may say looked very much as if some celestial schoolboy, with a box of toys under his arm, had dropped a few houses and men as he was going home from school, and that the accidental settlement was called Annapolis. Through the town we marched, the people unsympathizing but afraid. They saw the 7th for the first time, and for the first time they realized the men that they had threatened. The tracks had been torn up between Annapolis and the Junction, and here it was that the wonderful qualities of the Massachusetts 8th Regiment came out. The locomotives had been taken to pieces by the inhabitants in order to prevent our travel. In steps a Massachusetts volunteer, looks at the piecemeal engine, takes up a flange, and says coolly, "I made this engine, and I can put it together again." Engineers were wanted when the engine was ready. 19 stepped out of the ranks. The rails were torn up. Practical railroad makers out of the regiment laid them again, and all this, mind you, without care or food. These brave boys, I say, were starving while they were doing this good work. As we marched along the track they had laid, they greeted us with ranks of smiling but hungry faces. One boy told me, with a laugh on his young lips, that he had not eaten anything for 30 hours. There was not, thank God, a haversack in our regiment that was not emptied into the hands of these ill-treated heroes, nor a flask that was not at their disposal. Our march lay through an arid, sandy, tobacco-growing country. The sun poured on our heads like hot lava. The 6th and 2nd Companies were sent on for skirmishing duty under the command of Captains Clark and Nevers, the latter commanding as senior officer. A car, on which was placed a howitzer, loaded with grape and canister, headed the column, manned by engineer and artillery corps, commanded by Lieutenant Bunting. This was the rallying point of the skirmishing party, on which, in case of difficulty, they could fall back. In the center of the column came the cars, laden with medical stores, and bearing our sick and wounded, while the extreme rear was brought up with a second howitzer, loaded also with grape and canister. The engineer corps, of course, had to do the forwarding work. New York dandies, sir, but they built bridges, laid rails, and headed the regiment through. After marching about 8 miles, during which time several men caved in from exhaustion, and one young gentleman was sunstruck and sent back to New York, we halted, and instantly, with the divine instinct which characterizes the hungry soldier, proceeded to forage. The worst of it was, there was no foraging to be done. The only house within reach was inhabited by a lethargic person, who, like most Southern men, had no idea of gaining money by labor. We offered him extravagant prices to get us fresh water, and it was with the utmost reluctance that we could get him to obtain us a few pailfuls. Over the mantelpiece of his miserable shanty I saw, a curious coincidence, the portrait of Colonel Duryea of our regiment. After a brief rest of about an hour, we again commenced our march, a march of which lasted till the next morning. a march than which, in history, nothing but those marches in which defeated troops have fled from the enemy can equal. Our colonel, it seems, determined to march by railroad, in preference to the common road, inasmuch as he had obtained such secret information as led him to suppose that we were waited for on the latter route. Events justified his judgment. There were cavalry troops posted in defiles to cut us off. They could not have done it, of course, but they could have harassed us severely. As we went along the railroad, we threw out skirmishing parties from the 2nd and 6th companies to keep the road clear. I know not if I can describe that night's march. I have dim recollections of deep cuts through which we passed, gloomy and treacherous looking, with the moon shining full on our muskets, while the banks were wrapped in shade, and each moment expecting to see the flash and hear the crack of the rifle of the southern guerrilla. The tree frogs and lizards made mournful music as we passed. The soil on which we traveled was soft and heavy. The sleepers, lying at intervals across the track, made the march terribly fatiguing. On all sides, dark, lonely pine woods stretched away, and high over the hooting of owls or the plaintive petition of the whippoorwill rose the bass commands of "Halt! Forward march!" And when we came to any ticklish spot, the word would run from the head of the column along the lines, "Holes! Bridge, pass it along," etc. As night wore on, the monotony of the march became oppressive. Owing to our having to explore every inch of the way, we did not make more than a mile or a mile and a half an hour. We ran out of stimulants and almost out of water. Most of us had not slept for 4 nights, and as the night advanced, our march was almost a stagger. This was not so much fatigue as want of excitement. Our fellows were spoiling for a light, and when a dropping shot was heard in the distance, it was wonderful to see how the languid legs straightened and the column braced itself for action. If we had had even the smallest kind of a skirmish, the men would have been able to walk to Washington. As it was, we went sleepily on. I myself fell asleep walking in the ranks. Numbers, I find, followed my example, but never before was there shown such indomitable pluck and perseverance as the 7th showed in that march of 20 miles. The country that we passed through seemed to have been entirely deserted. The inhabitants, who were going to kill us when they thought we daren't come through, now vamosed their respective ranches, and we saw them not. Houses were empty. The population retired into the interior, burying their money and carrying their families along with them. They, it seems, were under the impression that we came to ravage and pillage, and they fled as the Gauls must have fled when Attila and his Huns came down on them from the north. As we did at Annapolis, we did in Maryland state. We left an impression that cannot be forgotten. Everything was paid for. No discourtesy was offered to any inhabitant, and the sobriety of the regiment should be an example to others. Nothing could have been more effective or energetic than the movements of the Engineer Corps, to whom we were indebted for the rebuilding of a bridge in an incredibly short span of time. The secret of this forced march, as well as our unexpected descent on Annapolis, was the result of Colonel Lefferts's judgment, which has since been sustained by events. Finding that the line along the Potomac was closed, and the route to Washington by Baltimore equally impracticable, he came to the conclusion that Annapolis, commanding, as it did, the route to the capital, must of necessity be made the basis of military operations. It was important to the government to have a free channel through which to transport troops, and this post presented the readiest means. The fact that since then all the northern troops have passed through the line that we thus opened is a sufficient comment on the admirable judgment that decided on the movement. It secured the integrity of the regiment and saved lives, the loss of which would have plunged New York into mourning. Too much importance cannot be attached to this strategy. To it, the 7th Regiment is indebted for being here at present, intact and sound. On Thursday, April 24th, this regiment reached Washington, having taken the cars at the junction. They were followed directly by their noble comrades of the march, the Massachusetts 8th, and immediately moved into quarters. While the troops under Butler and Lefferts were lying at Annapolis, great anxiety was felt regarding them at Washington. The lamented Lander was then at the capital, pleading for the privilege of raising a regiment for the defense of the government. But, for some inexplicable cause, General Scott had not yet accepted his services. With Baltimore in open revolt and Annapolis doubtful in its loyalty, this anxiety about the troops became so urgent that Lander was sent forward to Annapolis, with general directions to aid the troops with all his ability, and to direct Colonel Butler not to land his men until the kindly feeling of the citizens of Annapolis was ascertained. Lander started on the mission, as he undertook everything, with heart and soul. He rode from Washington to Annapolis on horseback, without stopping for darkness, or any other cause save the necessary care of his horse, and reached Annapolis an hour after the troops had landed. Bringing in his experience as a frontiersman who had seen hard service against hostile Indians on the plains to bear on the position, Lander gave Colonel Butler such aid and advice as assisted greatly in bringing the soldiers forward, with less danger and suffering than might otherwise have arisen during their march to the junction. End of section 6. Section 7 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Maryland. The attack by an armed mob upon the Massachusetts regiment had called the attention of the entire country to the state of Maryland, and her future course was the subject of deep feeling. Indirectly, Washington was, of course, menaced by her movements, and it became a matter of vital importance that she should be retained in the Union and restored to her fidelity. Not here alone were keen eyes watching her future. England and France, in their eager thirst for dominion and their jealousy of America and her liberal institutions, scrutinized every action, with reference to their own future course. Second only to Washington, therefore, for the time, became the monumental city. From the 19th of April, the day when the banner of the Massachusetts 6th was baptized in blood, until the 14th of June, all was suspense, and those who still retained their fealty were reluctant to express their loyalty from fear of personal violence. Then an election was held for members of Congress, and every district save one returned decisive majorities for unconditional Union men. The majority of the legislature were unreserved in their expressions of disunion, and were secretly, if not openly, urging on the state to revolt. As early as December 1860, Governor Hicks had been solicited to call a convention for that purpose, and emissaries of the rebel government had labored with untiring zeal to spread secession sentiments among the people. The governor, knowing the heart of the masses to be true, refused, and his decision came like a thunderclap upon the Southern partisans who hoped to find him a pliant tool in their hands. The proclamation of the President of the 15th April was tortured into a means of exciting popular clamor, and every effort was made to fan the fires of secession until they should burst forth in fierce flame. Meetings were held for that purpose, and every possible means resorted to for its accomplishment. While very many of the wealthy and commercial classes of Maryland, and particularly of Baltimore, were in favor of disunion, eminent and influential citizens, some of whom were among the most distinguished public men of the state, and whose names are inseparably connected with its civil and political history, were committed irrevocably to the support of the government. In this cause, the industrial classes, the working men and the farmers, were true to the principles they had always professed. Whatever political parties they had sympathized with, it had been ever on the broad basis of the Union and the Constitution. An illustration of this was given on the 18th of April, the day previous to the attack on the Massachusetts regiment. A party of secessionists had raised a rebel flag in the suburbs of Baltimore, and had a cannon with which they saluted it, but a vast crowd of working men from the neighboring foundries assembled, tore down the flag, and threw the cannon into the river. His Excellency Thomas H. Hicks, Governor, John P. Kennedy, Secretary of State under President Fillmore, River D. Johnson, John R. Kenly, ex-Governor Francis Thomas, Honorable Henry Winter Davis, Edwin H. Webster, Alexander Evans, and many others boldly stepped forward and planted themselves in the foreground to resist the tide of dishonesty, passion, and frenzy into which the state was plunged by the conspirators. 5,000 citizens of Baltimore addressed a letter to Governor Hicks on January 2nd, approving his course and refusing to call the legislature together to authorize a convention, and public meetings were held throughout the state for the same purpose. Notwithstanding this great demonstration of popular opinion, the secessionists were resolved upon making the attempt, and, though foiled in their measures, seized the opportunity afforded by the passage of Northern troops through Baltimore to enkindle the flames of civil war, hoping in the confusion to urge their schemes to a fulfillment. The pressure upon the governor after this event became almost insupportable. All the combined influences of political, social, and commercial classes were brought to bear upon him, and the wild denunciations and contemptuous and bitter invective and threats hurled incessantly upon Baltimore and Maryland by a large portion of the Northern press were persistently used to press the executive to the commission of the fatal act. Thus urged on all sides, he was compelled, in deference to the sudden and violent appeals of the people, to request the government to send no more troops through Maryland. The proclamation of the President on the 15th of April, and the call for troops, was represented by the secessionists of Maryland, as in other states, as an attempt to coerce, invade, and subjugate the southern states. They used this appeal with great effect on the popular mind, and the passions of the people were so inflammable that many whose convictions were utterly opposed to the disunion measures were determined to resent this attempt to subdue them. On the 17th of April, an excited disunion meeting had been held in Baltimore, and great efforts were made to commit the citizens to the secession movement. On the following day, Governor Hicks and his Honor George William Brown, Mayor of Baltimore, issued proclamations calling upon all citizens to keep the peace. The governor assured the people that no troops should be sent from Maryland except to defend the national capital. The arrival of Massachusetts troops and the fatal occurrences of the 19th caused an almost entire cessation of business, and all commerce was suddenly prostrated. The secessionists were determined to render it impracticable for any more troops to reach Washington, and for this purpose destroyed the bridges and a considerable portion of the tracks of several railroads, both north and south of Baltimore. The Pennsylvania Northern, Philadelphia, Annapolis Junction, and Baltimore and Ohio roads suffered extensively, and in consequence of these lawless proceedings, the greatest difficulty was apprehended in getting troops to Washington in time to protect the capital from the threatened attack. On the 21st, the government announced that it took possession of the Philadelphia and Baltimore Railway as a military road. During the temporary delay and obstruction to the travel, it was almost impossible for travelers to pass either way. Many were molested in Baltimore, some were placed in confinement under false charges by the secessionists, and all were compelled to pay exorbitant prices and resort to the rudest means of conveyance to pursue their journeys, when permitted to do so. On the 22nd, the mayor and police board of Baltimore laid an embargo on provisions and necessary supplies, as the interruption to transportation threatened a deficiency of food. The governor, under these extraordinary circumstances, called a special session of the legislature, which assembled at Frederick on the 26th of the month, the capital, Annapolis, being then in possession of General Butler, who threatened to arrest the whole body if an ordinance of secession were passed. The secession members of the legislature then attempted to procure the organization of a board of safety, which should have discretionary power during the crisis, but public meetings were immediately called, which were loud in their denunciation of this covert transfer of the state to its enemies, and it was abandoned. Resolutions protesting against the war and recommending the president to desist and resort to arbitration were adopted, and a committee appointed to visit the president and induce him to promise that no more troops should be passed through Maryland. The president replied that the public necessity must govern him, and that he would consult the wishes of the people to the utmost extent that the national welfare would permit. The legislature, after the report of the committee had been submitted on May 6th, discussed the questions at issue, and on the 10th adopted a preamble and resolution declaring Maryland sympathized with the South in the struggle for their rights, solemnly protests against this action, and will take no part in it, denouncing the military occupancy of the state and transportation of troops, and imploring the president, in the name of God, to cease this unholy war. The reorganization of the military departments for the war was progressing with all possible dispatch. The Department of Washington was assigned to Colonel Joseph K.F. Mansfield, the Department of Annapolis to Major General Butler, and that of Pennsylvania to Major General Robert Patterson. On the 5th of May, General Butler took possession of the junction of the Baltimore and Washington and Baltimore and Ohio railroads at the Relay House, 9 miles south of Baltimore. 4 days afterwards, a body of United States troops landed at Locust Point in that city and were conveyed by the cars through it without interruption. The marshal of the city, John K. Kane, was known to be deeply implicated in the work of rebellion, and he was arrested and search was made at the police headquarters for concealed arms and supplies. The people of Maryland held views which her disloyal legislators had misrepresented. On the 14th of May, a meeting was held at East Baltimore, at which strong Union resolutions were adopted, pledging lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to its defense, declaring the right of the government to convey troops through the state, and their own right and duty to aid them in the work. General Butler the same day occupied Federal Hill at Baltimore, and issued a proclamation which was scattered in immense numbers among the people, and contributed in a high degree to the restoration of confidence and harmony among all classes. An important step was also taken by Governor Hicks, who, on the same day, issued a proclamation calling for the state quota of 4 regiments of volunteers for 3 months, to sustain the government and to protect the capital. General Butler had seized various military stores intended for the rebels, and also took possession of arms and powder belonging to loyal parties, to prevent their being removed by enemies to the government. Brigadier General Butler, having been appointed Major General and placed in command of the military department of Virginia, North Carolina, and Tennessee, a most important position, was transferred to Fortress Monroe, and was succeeded by General Cadwalader on the 20th. Fort McHenry was reinforced and put into the most effective condition for immediate service, and the conspirators of Baltimore were restrained from further disorders by the apprehension that any attempt at insurrection would be the signal for a bombardment of the city. After Cadwalader came into command, several arrests of prominent persons had been made. Among these was Mr. John Merryman, who applied to Chief Justice Taney for a writ of habeas corpus. This was granted, and General Cadwalader, in answer, said that the prisoner had been arrested on charge of various acts of treason, of holding a command in a company having in possession arms belonging to the United States, and of avowing his purpose of armed hostility to the government of the United States. In such cases, General Cadwalader said he was authorized by the President to suspend the Habeas Corpus Act. He therefore requested Judge Taney to suspend further action until instructions could be had from the President. Judge Taney thereupon issued a writ of attachment against General Cadwalader for contempt of court. The marshal proceeded to Fort McHenry to execute the writ, but was refused admission. Judge Taney urged that the President had no authority to suspend the act of habeas corpus or to authorize others to do so. An elaborate opinion to that effect was prepared by the judge and has since been published. A sufficient number of troops were also at this time stationed in Baltimore, and the loyal citizens were assured that they would be protected in all their rights and privileges, at every hazard. Thus fortified, protected, and encouraged, the loyalty of the people was fully displayed, while the disloyal were held in check. Maryland, glorious in her past history, and her devotion to the Constitution, was saved from destruction, and her loyal citizens will, in generations to come, receive the plaudits of millions, whose gratitude will be deep enough to overwhelm her few days of revolt. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Destruction of the Gosport Navy Yard, and the State of the Union before its troops entered Virginia. Destruction of the Gosport Navy Yard, April 21st, 1861. The splendid naval and military establishment at Gosport, Virginia, belonging to the federal government, was, at the time Virginia seceded, in the possession of the United States. It was supplied with immense quantities of military and naval stores, and several old vessels which had been withdrawn from service, and others of great value, were either waiting orders to sail or undergoing repairs. The entire establishment, whether on land or water, was indispensable to the conspirators, for the possession of the Navy Yard would give them immediate control of ordnance stores and property worth $30 million. The seizure of this vast establishment having been determined upon, 5 or 6 vessels had been sunk by the rebels in the channel of the Elizabeth River, below the Navy Yard, thus effectually preventing the passage of larger vessels. General Taliaferro was placed in command of the insurgent forces then rapidly concentrating at Norfolk. Commodore Macaulay, who commanded at the Navy Yard, had been reluctant to adopt any measures which would bring him into hostility with the state troops, and thus inaugurate the war. The rebels took advantage of this leniency, but for once they were disappointed in their expectations of success. The Commodore determined to destroy the immediate agencies of the war, leaving the armories, shipwood, docks, and dwellings unharmed, hoping that, although they might for a time be occupied by the insurgents, the stars and stripes would eventually float over them in triumph. At 8:30 on Saturday evening, the 20th April, the Pawnee, containing 600 Massachusetts troops from Fortress Monroe, arrived at Gosport Harbor, the Commodore's flag at its masthead, the white sails, relieved by the dark blue sky, appearing more like the floating wings of the dove of peace than heralds of destruction. The scene that followed is thus graphically described by an eyewitness. Her coming was not unexpected, and as she glided to her place at the dock, the men on the Pennsylvania and the Cumberland, several hundred in number, greeted her with a volley of cheers that echoed and re-echoed, till all Norfolk and Portsmouth must have heard the hail. The men of the Pennsylvania fairly outdid themselves in their enthusiasm on this occasion. They clambered into the shrouds, and not only answered to the 3 cheers, but volunteered 3 times 3, and gave them with a hurricane of heartiness. This intense feeling on their part is easily explained. They had been a long time almost imprisoned on shipboard, on a ship embedded in the river, motionless and helpless, and subject to promises from the secessionists of speedy demolition. In the advent of the Pawnee, they saw deliverance from such durance, and they exulted with tremendous emphasis. All Portsmouth and Norfolk were thoroughly aroused by the arrival of the Pawnee. They did not expect her, and were not prepared for her. They were seized with trepidation, thinking, perhaps, she had come, and along with the Cumberland and Pennsylvania, meant to bombard the towns for having obstructed the channel, and for having, the night before, rifled the United States magazine just below Norfolk of about 4,000 kegs of powder. Being utterly defenseless and quite terrified, the secessionists made no protest against the Pawnee's presence, nor did they venture too near the Navy Yard. The Pawnee made fast to the dock, and Colonel Wardrop marched out his regiment and stationed them at the several gates of the Navy Yard to oppose the entrance of any forces from without, in case an attempt to enter should be made. Having adopted this precaution, the Commodore set the Marines on the Pennsylvania, the Cumberland, the Pawnee, and in the yard to work. All the books and papers and archives of the establishment were transferred to the Pawnee. Everything of interest to the government on the Pennsylvania was promptly transferred to the Cumberland. On this latter vessel, it was also said, a large amount of gold from the custom house at Norfolk had been in good time placed. Having made safe everything that was to be brought away, the Marines were next set to work to destroy everything on the Pennsylvania and the other ships, and in the yard, that might be of immediate use in waging war upon the government. Many thousand stands of arms were destroyed. Carbines had their stocks broken from the barrels by a blow and were thrown overboard. A large lot of revolvers shared the like fate. Shot and shell by thousands went with hurried plunge to the bottom. Most of the cannon had been spiked the day and night before. There were at least 1,500 pieces in the yard, some elegant Dahlgren guns and Columbiads of all sizes. It is impossible to describe the scene of destruction that was exhibited. Unweariedly, it was continued from 9 o'clock on until about 12, during which time the moon gave light to direct the operations. But when the moon sank behind the western horizon, the barracks near the center of the yard were set on fire, that by its illumination the work might be continued. The crackling flames and the glare of light inspired with new energies the destroying Marines, and havoc was carried everywhere within the limits of orders. But time was not left to complete the work. 4 o'clock of Sunday morning came, and the Pawnee was passing down from Gosport harbor with the Cumberland, the coveted prize of the secessionists, in tow. Every soul from the other ships and the yard being aboard of them, save 2. Just as they left their moorings, a rocket was sent up from the deck of the Pawnee. It sped high in air, paused a second, and burst in shivers of many-colored light. As it did so, the well-set trains at the ship-houses, and on the decks of the fated vessels left behind, went off as if lit simultaneously by the rocket. One of the ship-houses contained the old New York, a ship 30 years on the stocks, and yet unfinished. The other was vacant, but both houses and the old New York burnt like tinder. The older and unserviceable vessels, the Pennsylvania, the Raritan, the Columbia, the Dolphin, were fired without compunction, while the Merrimac, Plymouth, and Germantown were sunk, and the immense lifting shears used for raising vessels was broken down and rendered useless. The old Delaware and Columbus, worn out and dismantled 74s, were scuttled and sunk at the upper docks on Friday. The grand conflagration now burst in judgment on the startled citizens of Norfolk, Portsmouth, and all the surrounding country. The flames leaped from pitchy deck to smoking shrouds, and writhed to their very tops around the masts that stood like martyrs doomed. It was not 30 minutes from the time the trains were fired till the conflagration roared like a hurricane, and the flames from land and water swayed, and met, and mingled together, and darted high, and fell, and leaped up again, and by their very motion showed their sympathy with the crackling, crashing roar of destruction beneath. But in all this magnificent scene, the old ship Pennsylvania was the centerpiece. She was a very giant in death as she had been in life. She was a sea of flame, and when her bowels were consuming, then she did spout from every porthole of every deck torrents and cataracts of fire. that, to the mind of Milton, would have represented her a frigate of hell, pouring out unremitting broadsides of infernal fire. Several of her guns were left loaded but not shotted, and as the fire reached them, they sent out on the startled morning air minute guns of fearful peal, that added greatly to the alarm that the light of the conflagration had spread through the surrounding country. The Pennsylvania burst like a volcano for 5 hours and a half before her mainmast fell. At precisely 9:30 o'clock, the tall tree that stood in her center tottered and fell, and crushed deep into her burning sides, whilst a storm of sparks filled the sky. As soon as the Pawnee and Cumberland had fairly left the waters, and were known to be gone, the gathering crowds of Portsmouth and Norfolk burst open the gates of the Navy Yard, and rushed in. They could do nothing, however, but gaze upon the ruin wrought. The Commodore's residence, left locked but unharmed, was burst open, and a pillage commenced, which was summarily stopped. As early as 6 o'clock, a volunteer company had taken possession in the name of Virginia, and run up her flag from the flagstaff. In another hour, several companies were on hand, and men were at work unspiking cannon, and by 9 o'clock they were moving them to the dock, whence they were begun to be transferred on keels to points below, where sand batteries were to be built. Notwithstanding the splendor of the scene and the great destruction of property, the result was incomplete, and a large amount of artillery and munitions of war fell into the hands of the Virginians. The state of the nation before its troops entered Virginia. President Lincoln, on the 15th of April, issued a proclamation stating that the laws of the United States had been and are opposed in several states, by combinations too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings. He therefore called for 75,000 troops from several states. The first service assigned to this force would probably be to repossess the forts and other places and property which had been seized from the Union. An extra session of Congress was also able to meet on the 4th of July. When President Lincoln issued his proclamation on the 15th of April, dispatches were sent from the Secretary of War, addressed to the governors of the several states, designating the quotas assigned to each state under this proclamation. The executives of the slaveholding states, with the exception of Maryland and Delaware, peremptorily refused to comply with this requisition. Governor Ellis of North Carolina replied, "I regard the levy of troops made by the administration for the purpose of subjugating the states of the South as in violation of the Constitution and an usurpation of power. I can be no party to this wicked violation of the laws of the country, and to this war upon the rights of a free people. You can get no troops from North Carolina." Governor Jackson of Missouri answered, "There can be, I apprehend, no doubt but these men are intended to form part of the President's army to make war upon the people of the seceding states. Your requisition, in my judgment, is illegal, unconstitutional, and revolutionary in its objects, altogether inhuman and diabolical, and cannot be complied with. Not one man will Missouri furnish to carry on such an unholy crusade." Governor Magoffin of Kentucky replied, "In answer, I say emphatically that Kentucky will furnish no troops for the wicked purpose of subduing her sister southern states." Governor Letcher of Virginia answered, "I have only to say that the militia of Virginia will not be furnished to the powers at Washington for any such use or purpose as they have in view. Your object is to subjugate the southern states, and a requisition made upon me for such an object, in my judgment, not within the purview of the Constitution, or the Act of 1795, will not be complied with. You have chosen to inaugurate a civil war, and having done so, we will meet it in a spirit as determined as the administration has exhibited towards the South." Governor Harris of Tennessee refused, in terms equally explicit, to comply with the requisition of the government. In his message to the legislature, dated April 25th, he takes strong ground against the action of the administration, which he says is designed for the subjugation of the southern states. He recommended the immediate passage of an act of secession, and an act for the union of Tennessee with the Southern Confederacy, both to be submitted separately to the people at an early day. He also recommended an appropriation for arming the state, and the creation of a large military fund to be placed under the discretion of a special board. The position of Virginia is of the greatest importance to a thorough understanding of the difficulties in which the country was placed. At the breaking out of hostilities, the state convention was in session. A resolution was passed, expressing an earnest desire for the re-establishment of the Union in its former integrity. An amendment, declaring that Virginia ought not to accept a form of adjustment which would not be acceptable to the seceding states, was rejected. Commissioners were appointed to wait on the president and ascertain the policy which he intended to pursue. An amendment denying the right of the federal government to deal with the question of secession was rejected. A resolution was adopted expressing a willingness that the independence of the seceding states should be acknowledged. An amendment declaring that Virginia would secede in case the proposed amendments to the Constitution were rejected by the non-slave-holding states was lost. And resolutions were adopted opposing any action on the part of the federal government for retaining or retaking forts in the seceding states, and affirming that any measures of the government tending to produce hostilities with the Confederate States would leave Virginia free to determine her own future policy. When the proclamation of the president calling for troops was issued, the convention went into secret session on the 17th of April and passed an ordinance to repeal the ratification of the Constitution of the United States by the state of Virginia, and to resume all the rights and powers granted under such constitution. When the proclamation was received at Montgomery, President Davis issued a proclamation, dated on the 17th of April, inviting all persons to apply for letters of marque and reprisal to be issued under the seal of the Confederate States. President Lincoln, thereupon, on the 19th, issued a proclamation announcing the blockade of all the ports of the seceding states, and that a competent force would be stationed to prevent the entrance and exit of vessels at these ports. On the 27th, the President issued a proclamation extending the blockade to the ports of North Carolina and Virginia. It was announced that the blockade would be maintained by at least 50 vessels of war, accompanied by a fleet of steam transports capable of conveying an army of 20,000 men. On the 3rd of May, the President issued another proclamation, calling into service 42,000 volunteers to serve for a period of 3 years, unless sooner discharged, ordering that the regular army should be increased by 22,714 men, and directing the enlistment for the naval force of the United States of 18,000 seamen for a period of not less than 1 or more than 3 years. The Congress of the Confederate States met at Montgomery on the 29th of April. The message of President Davis announced that the permanent Constitution had been ratified by a sufficient number of states to render it valid, and that it only remained to elect officers under its provisions. The message of President Lincoln, calling for volunteers, was characterized as a declaration of war, which will render it necessary to adopt measures to replenish the treasury of the Confederation and provide for the defense of the country. Proposals had been issued inviting subscriptions for a loan of 5 millions. More than 8 millions was subscribed for, none under par. The whole amount had been ordered to be accepted, and it was now necessary to raise a much larger sum. The Confederate States had in the field, at Charleston, Pensacola, and different forts, 19,000 men, and 16,000 were en route for Virginia. It was proposed to organize and hold in readiness an army of 100,000 men. "We seek no conquest," says Mr. Davis, "no aggrandizement, no concession from the free states. All that we ask is to be let alone, that none shall attempt our subjugation by arms. This we will, and must, resist to the direst extremity. The moment this pretension is abandoned, the sword will drop from our grasp, and we shall be ready to enter into treaties of amity and commerce, mutually beneficial." In the meanwhile, warlike and aggressive measures had been pushed forward with all possible activity. The forces besieging Fort Pickens had been augmented, and new batteries had been constructed against it. Vessels belonging to the government and to individuals had been seized. Among these was the steamer Star of the West, which had been dispatched to Indianola, Texas, to bring away the United States troops collected at that port. The vessel was lying at anchor, awaiting the arrival of the troops. At midnight of the 19th of April, the steamer Rusk approached, and the captain of the Star of the West was informed that she had on board 320 United States troops, which were to be embarked. Every assistance was given for the reception of the supposed soldiers, who, however, proved to be Texan troops. As soon as they were on board, they took possession of the steamer, which was taken to New Orleans, the crew being detained as prisoners of war. Shortly after, 450 of the United States troops attempted to make their escape from Indianola on board of 2 sailing vessels. They were pursued by 2 armed steamers manned by the Texans, overtaken, and made prisoners. The loyal states had not only been patriotic in sending troops to the capital, but in supplying money also. The legislature of New York appropriated $3 millions for arming and equipping troops. Connecticut appropriated $2 millions, Vermont $1 million, New Jersey $2 millions, and other states in proportion. The Common Council of the City of New York appropriated $1 million. Besides the public appropriations, in every considerable town and city, private subscriptions were made for the same purposes, and to support the families of volunteers. The aggregate of the sums thus furnished was estimated at 25 millions, all raised in a few days. Meantime, the Confederate government had adjourned on the 20th of May to meet in Richmond, Virginia on the 20th of July, or some other convenient place to be selected by the President. On the 6th of May, an act was passed recognizing the existence of war between the United States and the Confederate States, and concerning letters of marque, prizes, and prize goods. This act gave the President of the Confederate States authority to use the whole land and naval forces of the Confederacy to meet the war thus commenced, and to issue letters of marque and reprisal against the vessels and property of the United States and their citizens, with the exception of the states belonging to the Confederation or expected to join it. An act was passed prohibiting the export of cotton or cotton yarn from any of the Confederate states except through the seaports. It was proposed in Congress that the cotton planters should be invited to put their crops in the hands of the government, receiving bonds for its value, the government to dispose of it in Europe for cash. The Postmaster General, on the 1st of June, took charge of the transmission of the mails in the Confederate States, and the Postmaster General of the United States announced that on that day, postal communication would close with the seceding states, with the exception of some counties in western Virginia. All letters for these states were sent to the dead letter office at Washington. Two more states, Arkansas and North Carolina, had formally seceded from the Union and joined the Confederate States. In Arkansas, the state convention on the 18th of April had passed an ordinance submitting the question of secession to the people at an election to be held on the 3rd of August. When the requisition of President Lincoln was received, Governor Rector, on the 22nd of April, replied to the Secretary of War, "In answer to your requisition for troops from Arkansas to subjugate the southern states, I have to say that none will be furnished. The demand is only adding insult to injury. The people of this Commonwealth are free men and not slaves, and will defend to the last extremity their honor, lives, and property against northern mendacity and usurpation." On the same day, the governor gave orders for the seizure at Napoleon of a large quantity of military supplies belonging to the United States. On the 6th of May, the convention, which had reassembled, unanimously passed an ordinance of secession. Tennessee also virtually, though not in form, joined the Southern Confederacy. The legislature passed a Declaration of Independence, which was to be submitted to the people on the 8th of June. Meanwhile, a military league had been formed with the Confederate government, in virtue of which the forces of Tennessee were to be employed to aid the Confederate States. In Kentucky, a determined effort was made to preserve a strict neutrality. Governor Magoffin, as before noted, refused peremptorily to comply with the president's requisition for troops. On the 20th of May, he issued a proclamation declaring that every indication of public sentiment in Kentucky showed a fixed determination of the people to take neither side, but to maintain a posture of self-defense, forbidding the quartering upon her soil of troops from either section, in the hope that the state might yet become a mediator between the parties. He therefore warned all states, whether separate or united, and especially the Confederate and the United States, against any armed occupation within the state of Kentucky without the permission of the legislature and executive authorities. All citizens of Kentucky were forbidden to make any demonstration against either of the sovereignties, but were directed to make prompt and efficient preparations for the defense of the state. Of similar purport were the proceedings of the Border States Convention, held at Frankfort. Virginia, North Carolina, and Arkansas, having joined the Southern Confederacy, of course sent no delegates. None appeared from Maryland, and only one from Tennessee, and 4 from Missouri. The remainder were from Kentucky. Senator Crittenden was chosen president. 2 addresses, one to the people of the United States and one to the people of Kentucky, were adopted. The essential point in the first address is the recommendation that Congress would propose such constitutional amendments as should secure the legal rights of slaveholders, and if this should fail to bring about a pacification, that a convention be called, composed of delegates from all the states, to devise measures of peaceable adjustment. The address to the people of Kentucky defended the action of the executive in refusing troops to the federal government, as called for by the peculiar circumstances in which the state was placed. "In all things," says the address, "she is as loyal as ever to the constitutional administration of the government. She will follow the stars and stripes to the utmost regions of the earth and defend it from all foreign insult. She refuses alliance with any who would destroy the Union. All she asks is permission to keep out of this unnatural strife. She has announced her intention to refrain from aggression upon others, and she must protest against her soil being made the theater of military operations by any belligerent. The address goes on to censure the conduct of the states who have withdrawn from the Union, affirming that there was in the Constitution a remedy for every wrong, and provisions to check every encroachment by the majority on the minority. In withdrawing, the states committed a great wrong, for which they must answer to posterity, but Kentucky remained true to herself, contending with all her might for what were considered to be the rights of the people, and although one after another of the states that should have been by her side ungenerously deserted her, leaving her almost alone in the field, yet she did not surrender her rights under the Constitution, and never would surrender them. She would appear again in the Congress of the United States, not having conceded the least atom of power to the government that had not heretofore been granted, and retaining every power she had reserved. She would insist upon her constitutional rights in the Union and not out of it. The address went on to say that if the war should be transferred to Kentucky, her destruction would be the inevitable result. And even the institution to preserve or control which the wretched war was undertaken would be exterminated in the general ruin. In Virginia, the vote upon secession resulted in a large majority in its favor. In the northwestern part of the state, the vote was largely in favor of the Union. A convention of the western counties convened at Wheeling on the 13th of May, at which resolutions were passed pronouncing the ordinance of secession null and void. The convention adjourned to meet on the 11th of June. The position of Missouri was similar to that of Kentucky. The state endeavored to avoid taking part in the war. Troops had been organized with hostile designs against the government. These were forced to surrender by Captain Leon, afterward appointed general. At St. Louis, an attack was made by the populace on the 10th of May upon the United States volunteers. They returned the fire, killing some 20. An émeute on the next day resulted in the loss of several lives. General Harney, who had been put in command of this district, entered into an agreement with the state authorities that was disapproved by the government, and he relieved from the command, which was then given to General Leon. The attitude assumed by the great powers of Europe in relation to the American war was important. That of England, indicated by the royal proclamation issued on the 14th of May, a determination to maintain a strict neutrality in the contest between the contending parties. The proclamation went on to forbid all British subjects from taking part in any way in the contest, by enlisting in the army or navy of either party, by fitting out or arming any vessel, by breaking any lawfully established blockade, or carrying to either troops or any articles contraband of war. This proclamation, taken in connection with the explanations of the ministers and the speeches in Parliament, had an unfriendly aspect toward the United States, recognizing, as it did, the Confederate States as belligerents, and by implication, entitled equally to the right of carrying prizes into the ports of Great Britain. In the House of Commons, Lord John Russell said that the character of belligerency was not so much a principle as a fact, that a certain amount of force and consistency acquired by any mass of population engaged in war entitled them to be treated as a belligerent. A power or a community which was at war with another, and which covered the sea with its cruisers, must either be acknowledged as a belligerent or dealt with as a pirate. The government had come to the opinion that the Southern Confederacy, according to those principles which were considered just, must be treated as belligerent. In this critical condition was the country when the government prepared to advance its armies into Virginia. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Occupation of Alexandria, Virginia, and Battle of Great Bethel. Assassination of Colonel Ellsworth, May 24th, 1861. The defenders of the Union had been gathering at Washington and in its vicinity for more than a month, in answer to the call for troops that rang through the land clear as clarion notes. The arduous labor of providing for and disciplining the large number of untrained recruits collected in such haste had been met with energy and perseverance by the officers of the government. Very much had been accomplished, notwithstanding all the embarrassments incident to an extensive and untried field of labor. The heart of the country was beating restively at delay, and popular feeling, as it found its voice through the press, thundered anathemas and clamored for a forward movement. Nothing but prompt and decisive action would satisfy the people that the government was sturdily bending its whole energies to strangle the monster treason in its youth. The people had not yet learned the first great secret of success: how to wait. They saw the ship of state struggling fiercely amid the rocks of an untried ocean, and worshipping the flag at her masthead, grew clamorous for its protection. Every newspaper and almost every household had its own ideas of how this was to be accomplished. The government, unused to war, and anxious to gratify the spirit of patriotism that had supported it so nobly, was ready to answer the rash clamor, and so this long, loud cry of ignorant impatience became words of fate, and ended in giving us the defeat of Bull Run. The people, the generous, loyal people, ever dissatisfied with anything but lightning speed, in peace or war, clamored for action, and must be appeased. Under this pressure, events forced each other on, culminating in action. Though an act of secession had been passed by a state convention held at Richmond on the 17th of April, it was professedly to be submitted to the people of the state of Virginia for their approval on the 23rd of May, and though it had been determined by the United States government to take possession of and fortify the Virginia hills in front of the capital, it was deemed advisable to await that event before making any military movement into that state, which could be interpreted into an attempt to influence or control the popular vote. The conspirators, however, without waiting for any ratification of their secession act by the people, immediately made a conveyance of the state to the Confederate government and claimed its protection, thus effectually leaving the mother of states to associate with the disobedient daughters. In consequence of the action of Governor Letcher, Confederate troops from Georgia, Mississippi, and other southern states were sent rapidly into Virginia and located at various points, where it was deemed that they could be of the most use and best serve the interests of the Confederacy. The result of this movement could easily have been foretold. The election was held under military regime and terrorism, and loyal men, having been warned of the penalty of voting against secession, either feared to do so or neglected to vote altogether. A majority was secured for the ordinance, and Virginia, mother of presidents, had taken her second grand step in the downward path of disunion. The people of the city of Alexandria were generally infected with disloyalty, and rebel flags floated boldly from many of the principal buildings. A detachment of Confederate troops was at all times quartered within its limits, and with the hope of capturing them and their supplies, it was determined to occupy the city by a surprise movement. The result of the election clearly foreshadowed, arrangements were made for action, prompt and decisive action, to follow immediately upon the closing of the polls, where disunionists had played a mere farce, and disloyal bayonets had fettered the freedom of the ballot box. On the night of May 23rd, orders were given for an advance to the troops designed for this expedition, numbering in all about 13,000, and at 10 o'clock an advance guard of picked men moved cautiously over the bridge. Sent to reconnoiter, their commands were imperative that if assaulted they were to signalize for reinforcements, which would be speedily furnished by a corps of infantry and a battery. At 12 o'clock, the regiment of infantry, the artillery, and the cavalry corps began to muster, and as fast as they were prepared, proceeded to the Long Bridge, the portion of the force then in Washington being directed to take that route. The troops quartered at Georgetown, comprising the 5th, 8th, 28th, and 69th New York, also proceeded across the Chain Bridge under the command of General McDowell. At 1:30 o'clock, 6 companies of district volunteers, including the National Rifles and Turners, stepped from the Long Bridge upon Virginia soil. To capture the enemy's patrols by the means of boats had been the original plan, but the bright moonlight prevented it. This vanguard was commanded by Inspector General Stone, under whom Captain Smead led the center, Adjutant Abbott the left, and Captain Stewart the right wing. When within half a mile of Alexandria, they halted and awaited the arrival of the main body. The remainder of the army crossed in the following order: the 12th and 25th New York, 1st Michigan, and 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th New Jersey, 2 regular cavalry corps of 80 men each, and Sherman's 2 batteries. Next and last came the New York 7th. General Mansfield directed the movements of the troops. At 3:45, the last of the forces left, and 15 minutes later, Major General Sanford, accompanied by his staff, proceeded to Virginia to assume the command. The famous 69th New York, after crossing the river below Georgetown, took position on the Orange and Manassas Gap Railroad, and surrounded and captured the train from Alexandria with a large number of passengers, of which a few, known to be violent secession partisans, were retained as prisoners. As the Michigan Regiment, accompanied by 2 guns of Sherman's renowned battery and a company of regular cavalry, marched into the town, a detachment of 35 rebel horsemen were found preparing to mount. The battery came up the street towards them like a whirlwind, and they soon surrendered. The New York Fire's waifs, under the command of Colonel E. Ellsworth, were conveyed in steamers, and as the day was dawning, their dashing uniform and fearless faces flashed upon the citizens of Alexandria. Not until they landed did the rebel sentinels discover them, and then, after firing their muskets as a signal of warning, they hastened to alarm the sleeping city. Little need had those brave and untamable firefighters of directions. The master spirit of all their movements had imbued them with the feelings akin to his own. They knew their duty, and men trained as they had been in a severe school of danger could never be backward in performing it. Ellsworth, who, as it might seem, with the shadows of death already gathering around him, could sit calmly down in the dim midnight, after addressing his men in a brief and stirring speech, announcing the orders to march on Alexandria, closing with the well-remembered words, "Now, boys, go to bed and wake up at 2 o'clock for a sail and a skirmish," and after arranging the business of his regiment, pen letters that seemed as if the mystical gales from near eternity must have breathed for a moment over his soul, freighted with the odor of amaranths and asphodels. Needed none to tell him of his duty or to urge him to its even rash fulfillment. In the early light of morning he entered the rebel town. A secession flag waved defiantly from the Marshall House, and with the fiery enthusiasm of his nature, Ellsworth rushed to tear down the hated emblem of enmity to the Union he loved so well. With his own hand, he tore the flag from its fastening, and descending the stairs, flushed with the pride of success, came upon his fate. A musket in the hands of the proprietor, J.W. Jackson, pealed his death knell, and he sealed the glories of that too well-remembered morning with his heart's blood. Brownell, a name now linked with Ellsworth's in all history, was his prompt avenger, and the blood of patriot and assassin ran commingled, a ghastly stream. Both will be long remembered, will stand shadowed forth to the future from the past, one a brave, tender, chivalric heart, and the other reckless in his courage, vindictive in his passions, and terrible in his cruelty. And the morning of that day, now lined upon the page of history with letters of blood, that never-to-be-forgotten 24th of May, reawoke the enthusiasm and stern resolve of Sumter, caused the finest strings of a nation's heart to vibrate with sorrow, and hosts that never before unsheathed a saber, shouldered a gun, or helmeted their brows, had never marched beneath a banner, or given a thought to the glories of war, leaped forth, Minerva-like, fully armed for the strife. Swift vengeance, indeed, followed the death of Ellsworth, but what was that compared to the iron hate of such hearts? Not here, truly, is the proper place to write the life history of Ephraim Elmer Ellsworth, but this much it is fitting, necessary almost to recapitulate. Born in the little village of Mechanicsville, on the banks of the Hudson, on the 23rd of April, A.D. 1837, he, after passing through trials that would have utterly discouraged a less ambitious and sanguine man, rendered himself famous by the inauguration, drill, and march de triomphe of the Chicago's waves. All the country remembers the bloodless march of those young men, the crimson phantoms that blazed comet-like before their eyes and secured the championship without a struggle. When the war broke out, when the knell of Sumter's fall shook the very cornerstone of the nation, Ellsworth sought a place in the army. Jealousy and fear of the youthful aspirant impeded him, and turning his back upon Washington, he hastened to New York, organized the Fire's waves, and rushed to his fate. One who knew him well, and has written a glorious prose poem to his memory, thus briefly described him. His person was strikingly prepossessing. His form, though slight, exactly the Napoleonic size, was very compact and commanding, the head statuesquely poised and crowned with a luxuriance of curling black hair, a hazel eye, bright though serene, the eye of a gentleman as well as a soldier, a nose such as you see on Roman medals, a light mustache, just shading the lips, that were continually curving into the sunniest smiles. His voice, deep and musical, instantly attracted attention, and his address, though not without soldierly brusqueness, was sincere and courteous. And thus, in the very prime of manhood and vigor, with one of military insignia that he sometimes wore, a golden circle inscribed with the legend, Non nobis sed pro patria, driven into his heart by the bullet of his assassin, perished a brave spirit, an ambitious follower after the pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war, a soul devoted to his country and his country's honor. An eagle struck in its high soaring down. A spirit of fire, fretting at causeless delay, burning against useless restraints, and rushing on to snatch success even from the cannon's mouth. A nation mourned him long, has not forgotten him, and green will ever be the laurels she entwines around the name of the boy martyr of Alexandria. Remember Ellsworth became a watchword with the volunteers, who pledged themselves to avenge his death, and well they redeemed it. His life was stainless and loyal. His death sealed with his blood the holy bond of his noble faith. When Lincoln saw this young man lying in his coffin, it is said that he wept over him. It was the first shock and horror of war brought home to the chief magistrate. Alas, if he has wept for all the brave that have since fallen, his days and nights must have been given up to tears. Alexandria and its neighborhood were occupied by the Federal troops, and a company of Virginia cavalry were captured. After a detention of some days, they were released upon taking the oath of allegiance to the United States. Entrenchments were thrown up around Alexandria, and upon Arlington Heights, which commanded a portion of the capital. Bodies of troops were pushed forward toward Manassas Junction, with the object of interrupting the communication between Richmond and Harper's Ferry. A detachment took possession of Arlington, the old Curtis mansion, which had been deserted by its owner, General Lee, when he gave up his flag and took sides with its enemies. It is said that General Scott held this officer in such high appreciation that he offered him the chance of any position under himself in the Union Army. When the letter reached Lee, containing this noble proposition, he was sitting with his family at Arlington. He read the letter in silence, and laying it on the table, covered his face with one hand. When he looked up, traces of tears were in his eyes, and he said in a broken voice, "What am I to do? If I take up arms for the Union, it must be to turn them on my native state, my own neighbors, dear relations. If I do not, they will brand me as a traitor." Again he fell into thought. The result was that he abandoned the home consecrated by Washington and turned upon the flag that great man had planted. On the 1st of June, a company of cavalry set out on a scouting expedition to Fairfax Courthouse, about 20 miles beyond the outposts. Some hundreds of Virginia troops were stationed here, and a sharp skirmish ensued. Several of the Virginians were reported to have been killed. One of the United States troops was killed, and 4 or 5 wounded, among whom was the commander, Lieutenant Tompkins. The cavalry withdrew, having made 5 prisoners, and leaving 2 of their own number as captives. On the following day, the same cavalry company made another dash to Fairfax, and rescued their comrades who had been left behind. Battle of Great Bethel, June 10th, 1861. The first engagement on the field occurred at Great Bethel, about 10 miles north of Newport News, on the road from Hampton to Yorktown, Virginia, the place having derived its name from a large church, near which the rebels had an entrenched camp. Under cover of night, the forces, who were under the command of General B.F. Butler, had been repeatedly annoyed by the secession forces, whose rendezvous was Little Bethel, distant about 8 miles from Newport News, and the same distance from Hampton, where also a church was used as the headquarters of their cavalry, thus literally putting holy things to an unholy use. The Union-loving, or at least Union-respecting citizens were continually robbed, slaves were impressed to work upon their fortifications, and all that forethought could suggest was recklessly accomplished. Determined to put a stop to these forays, General Butler organized an expedition for the purpose of surprising the rebels at Little Bethel, giving to the officers commanding discretionary powers, as no positive information could be obtained with regard to their defenses or forces. General Pierce of Massachusetts, who had the command at Hampton, was instructed to detach Colonels Durye and Townsend's New York regiments, and Colonel Phelps, commanding at Newport News, was also commanded to start in equal force about an hour later to make a demonstration in front. 1 regiment from each command was directed to repair to a point about 1 mile from Little Bethel and there await further orders. Should the design prove successful, they were, when directed, to follow close upon the enemy, drive them into their entrenchments at Big Bethel, and attack them. A naval brigade, a new volunteer organization stationed at Hampton Roads, had been exercised in the management of scows, with capacity for carrying about 130 men, besides those at the oars, and when the night came settling down in darkness, they set out, with muffled oars, past the mouth of Hampton River, and silently proceeded up the stream. Moored at the hither shore of Hampton, At midnight, they awaited the time when the blow was to be struck. 3 companies of Duryea's New York 5th, under the command of Captain Kilpatrick, crossed and went forward on the Bethel road, followed soon after by the remainder of the regiment, and Colonel Townsend's New York 3rd. 1 hour later, 5 companies, each of the Vermont 1st and Massachusetts 4th, under Lieutenant Colonel Washburn, 6 companies of the New York 7th, Colonel Bendix, and a squad of regulars, with 3 small field pieces under Lieutenant Grable, moved forward from Newport News. At about 1 o'clock a.m., the 3 companies under Captain Kilpatrick reached Newmarket Bridge. At about 3 o'clock, they were joined by the main body and started for Little Bethel. The pickets of the enemy were surprised, the officer in command captured, and the Union forces, flushed with success, were pushing forward, when the sound of heavy firing in their rear checked them. Meantime, the force from Newport News came up the road from that place and took the road from Hampton to Bethel, not far behind the 5th. That they left at the junction of the roads, under Colonel Bendix, a rear guard of 170 men and 1 field piece, with the order to hold this position at all hazards, where they were to be joined by Colonel Townsend's regiment from Hampton. Almost immediately after, the 3rd New York Regiment came up the Hampton Road. It was still dark, and their colors could not be seen. Their approach also was over a ridge, and as General Pierce and staff, and Colonel Townsend and staff, in a body, rode in front of their troops, and without any advance guard thrown out, as customary, to reconnoiter, they appeared from Colonel Bendix's position to be a troop of cavalry. It was known that the Federal force had no cavalry, and the fire of this rear guard was poured into the advancing body at the distance of 1/4 of a mile. But the road in which the 3rd was marching was a little below the level of the land along the edge, and was bordered on either side by fences, forming a partial cover, and rendering the fire comparatively harmless. 15 men, however, were wounded, and 2 were killed. The 3rd then fell back and formed upon a hill, and the force again moved in the following order: Colonel Duryea with the New York 5th, Lieutenant Colonel Washburn with the companies from Newport News and Grable's battery, Colonel Townsend with the New York 3rd, Colonel Allen with the New York 1st, and Colonel Carr with the New York 2nd. The advance was made with great rapidity and fearlessness, and soon the lurid flames of Little Bethel shot upwards in the murky air, and lighted up the country far and wide. Great Bethel was reached next, and our troops received their first intimation of the location of the enemy that was pouring hissing shot upon them from a masked battery. But they were not to be stayed by the iron rain. Steadily, unflinchingly, though death was threatening them every instant, they marched on and gained a position within 200 yards of the enemy's works. For 2 hours, the whirl and clash and roar of the battle was terrific. Every soldier fought as if upon his individual efforts rested the chances of the day. Charge after charge of the greatest gallantry was made by the infantry against their invisible foemen, and though suffering terribly from the deadly fire, still pouring fiercely upon them, no one thought of retreat. At length, however, General Pierce deemed the exposure too great, and the chances of success too small to warrant a more persistent struggle, and the troops were withdrawn in good order. Where all fought so nobly, it would be simply invidious to particularize, but one brave heart there was called home from amid the smoke and tumult of battle that cannot be forgotten. Theodore Winthrop, Major, and formerly of the New York 7th, there gave his life for his country. His blood is an offering of sacrifice. A gentleman and scholar as well as a soldier, rich in the rare gifts of genius, he had earned fame in literature before he found that glorious death upon the battlefield. He had been one of the foremost to press forward in the hour of his country's need, and breathed his last, nobly struggling for her honor, with wild battle notes ringing in his ear, and the starry flag waving unconquered above him. Lieutenant Grable, also, an officer of great promise, of coolness, energy, and discretion, won for himself a deathless name and a soldier's grave in this battle. Many others, too, of whom fame will not always be silent, men of noble hearts and fearless courage, hallowed the cause with their blood, and when the records of a nation's jewels shall have been perfected, will be found side by side with the hero author of Great Bethel. End of section 9. Section 10 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Ambuscade at Vienna, Virginia. Review at Washington. and advance of the Grand Army. The Ambuscade at Vienna, Virginia, June 17, 1861. Information that an attempt would be made to destroy the bridges on the Loudon and Hampshire Railway between Alexandria and Vienna having been conveyed to General McDowell, he dispatched the 1st Ohio Regiment, Colonel McCook under the direction of Brigadier General Schenck, to guard the road. The train of 7 cars, backed out by a locomotive, left Alexandria about noon and proceeded on its way, dropping detachments all along the road and meeting with no interruptions until entering a straight line near Vienna. Then a man stepped out upon the road and waved his hand, beckoning the train to stop, and warned them, for God's sake, not to go on, as they were dead men if they proceeded, that there was a battery and strong force of the enemy ahead. The officer in front of the Federal troops paused a moment with his hand on his forehead, as if turning the matter over in his mind, and then beckoned to the engineer to go on. They proceeded a short distance when a battery on the high ground, to the right of the road leading to Vienna, opened fire upon the train, and poured well-aimed and rapid discharges into the compact body of Federal soldiery. Some 400 passengers, troops and laborers, were on the train, and many of them were necessarily on the platforms and the tender. The fire of the enemy, which seemed to be more especially directed in the start to disabling the engine, was particularly destructive amongst the men huddled upon the tender. A number were killed and wounded upon the first discharge. A destructive fire was also poured upon the troops as they leaped from the cars. The engine was struck by a 6-pound shot upon a wheel box, and next upon the cylinder of the engine, which it fractured. The engineer, finding that his engine was in danger, detached it with 1 car from the train and started back to Alexandria. Fearful indeed was the effect of this deadly storm of fire and iron hail upon the soldiers, helplessly confined, closely packed in the cars. The slaughter intended for them was a species of murder, for, like sheep in shambles, they were completely in the power of their enemies. Vain was the strong arm, vain was courage and heroism then. Vain the good cause and the longing for victory, or at least a soldier's death. Confined within narrow limits and crowded upon each other, the deadly shot was poured in upon them. It was an hour in which the stoutest heart might have trembled, and yet the men of the North met the iron death manfully. Taken completely by surprise, suffering under every disadvantage, they yet made a good stand. With desperate courage they leaped from the riddled cars and coolly formed into line. Finding the enemy's batteries strongly posted and supported by cavalry and infantry, they could not hope to carry them until reinforced, and withdrew to the cover of a neighboring wood, carrying with them, however, their dead and wounded. The enemy's force, estimated at 1,000 to 1,200 strong, had evidently moved down from Fairfax Courthouse the preceding night. Ayer Hill, where the batteries were stationed, is a very commanding point, and is perhaps the highest ground in Fairfax County. The purpose of the enemy was evidently to get the cars with the Federal troops on the straight line of the road before opening their murderous fire. There were 3 6-pound guns in the battery. The Ohio companies behaved with much credit in their unpleasant position, and General Schenck, particularly, displayed perfect coolness and self-possession. There had been undoubtedly a lack of forethought in neglecting to send scouts in advance, as the country is favorable to such reconnoitering, but when once in the difficulty, both men and officers acted bravely. They kept undisputed possession of the point where they had posted themselves, the enemy not deeming it prudent to follow up the attack, but contented themselves with burning the cars, although, with greatly superior numbers, they might easily have captured the entire Federal force. A loss of 8 killed and 12 wounded on the part of the Federalists was the sequel to the sad and disastrous transaction, and when the 69th New York advanced to Vienna the next day, no trace could be found of the enemy. The place was deserted, and silence reigned where the little band of men had been so nearly sacrificed. Review at Washington. A few days before the Army of the Potomac was to make its advance, 30,000 new troops passed through Washington and were reviewed by the President and his cabinet. A stand had been erected in front of the White House, in full view of Jackson's monument, on which Lincoln, Seward, Chase, and other members of the cabinet sat while these troops passed them in review. Eloquent speeches were made, and the most unbounded confidence expressed in the soldiers' ability to win a glorious victory over the enemy whenever they should meet him in the open field. The troops listened with interest, and answered these glowing predictions with enthusiastic shouts as they passed away from the parade ground and marched in solid columns across the long bridge that spans the Potomac, there to share a destiny far different to the promised glory, on the battlefield of Manassas. Another imposing ceremony was witnessed in Washington on the afternoon of the review. A flag was to be raised on a staff near the Treasury Department, and this was a kind of work that Lincoln loved to accomplish with his own hands, so he moved with his cabinet down to the point of operation. A platform had been erected at the foot of the flagstaff, and when the president took his place upon it, thousands and thousands of loyal citizens gathered around to see the glorious bunting hoisted in midair. It was an imposing sight when the president's tall figure appeared standing in the midst of his counselors, with the halyards in his hands, ready to send the stars and stripes aloft. With his hand uplifted and his face raised toward the sky, he ran the flag up and saw it catch the wind and float slowly out between him and the blue sky. He stood looking at it a moment, then turned his bright, earnest eyes upon the uplifted faces of the crowd. "My friends," he said in a clear, full voice, "it is an easy thing for me to run this flag up to the top of the staff, but it will take the whole nation to keep it there." A shout rang up from the multitude, one of those wild, impulsive echoes of 1,000 hearts, which bespeak the enthusiasm of untried strength. It seemed an easy thing to the people, with the tramp of those 20,000 new troops in their ears, to keep thousands of star-spangled banners skyward. But before many days had passed, the rush of fugitive feet, as they fled along those very pavements, proved how prophetic that simple speech of President Lincoln's was. But even then, the armies on the opposite banks of the Potomac were mustering in force, for it had been decided that an advance should be made and a battle fought, which it was hoped would decide a war which no one expected to be of long duration. Many of these new troops passed from that Washington review and were swallowed up by the Grand Army without having been inspected by the commanding general, who afterward considered this fact one cause of his defeat. But the nation was eager for action, a portion of the press fiercely urgent for a forward movement, the two houses of Congress impatient of delay. So, all unprepared, General Scott ordered the advance, against his own judgment, to appease the general clamor. Advance of the Grand Army. From the time of the President's proclamation calling for troops until the 12th of July, immediately preceding the advance of the Grand Army under General McDowell to attack the rebel forces at Bull Run, the time had been industriously employed in preparation. Fortifications had been erected on the north side of the Potomac at 8 or 10 points within a radius of 3 miles from Washington and Georgetown. No military force of the rebels was then known to exist on the Maryland shore, but from Mount Vernon to the mouth of the Chesapeake on the south, and from the Chain Bridge to the junction of the Shenandoah at Harper's Ferry on the north, they held undisputed possession. General Patterson had crossed the Potomac early in July with a force of 30,000 men, and was encamped at Martinsburg on the 12th, having instructions from the commander-in-chief to hold the rebel army under General Johnston in check, should he attempt to move forward to Manassas, for the purpose of reinforcing Beauregard's command at that point. Johnston was at Winchester, on the direct route to Manassas Gap, 25 miles from Martinsburg, and it was a matter of vital importance that he should be prevented from making a further advance. The entire marching force of General McDowell was about 55,000, while 20,000 were left as a reserve at Washington and vicinity, under the command of General Mansfield. And thus the combatants stood, when a day of fearful, bloody ending dawned upon them, a day almost without a parallel in the world's history for deeds of daring and stubborn endurance, unflinching bravery, and wild panic. Manassas was selected by the Confederates on account of its controlling position. Nature had done very much towards rendering it a second Gibraltar, and art had completed the work. The country around was wild and broken, with but few roads fit for the movements of an army, and those easily guarded. Centreville was 22 miles distant from Washington, and Manassas Junction 6 or 7 more. About midway between the two flowed the little rivulet of Bull Run, in a general direction from northwest to southeast. A road led from Centreville to the junction, crossing the run 3 times from that place, at Blackburn's Ford, while a turnpike running towards Warrenton also crossed Bull Run at Stone Bridge, 4 miles distant. Somewhat east of south, a country road from Centreville crossed Bull Run and the railroad at Union Mills. The Confederate force was distributed along the run from Union Mills to the Stone Bridge, with reserves and a strongly fortified position near the junction. The array of General McDowell, when it marched to attack that position, numbered about 30,000 men, consisting, with the exception of 700 or 800 regular troops, of raw volunteers, none of whom had been under military discipline more than 2 or 3 months. Added to this must be remembered the fact that, within 3 days, 10,000 of the number would have a right to claim their dismissal, as their term of enlistment, 3 months, would then expire. An army, consequently, less prepared to march to the attack of a strongly fortified position, it would have been difficult to assemble, and this was rendered more fatal in its effects from the fact that the officers, with the exception of a few who had fought in the Mexican War, were unused to actual fighting, and almost totally unacquainted with their different commands. Under these unpromising auspices, the army marched from the banks of the Potomac on the afternoon of July 16th. It advanced in 4 columns, toiling along under the burning sun and over the hot ground. One by the turnpike, one on the right, and one on the left of the railroad, and another between the turnpike and railroad. Expecting to encounter the enemy at Fairfax Courthouse, 7 miles this side of Centerville, where they had thrown up entrenchments, the 3 columns were directed to cooperate at that point. But the place was entered about noon on the 17th, only to find the entrenchments abandoned, and signs of a hasty retreat visible. On the morning of the 18th, the different columns commenced their march from Fairfax to Centerville. While General McDowell made a personal reconnaissance to the left, making the forward movement a mere demonstration, Major J.G. Barnard, chief engineer of the staff, proceeded to examine the enemy's position in front. In this, however, he had been anticipated by General Tyler, who had pushed a brigade on toward Blackbird's Ford. Troops were in motion on the plateau of Manassas, moving up to reinforce the enemy's lines, and though no attack had been intended by the commanding general at that particular point, they opened upon them with 2 20-pounder guns in hope of ascertaining the position of these batteries. A reply was soon obtained. A battery, invisible except by the smoke, poured forth rapid discharges, and it required the assistance of a battery of rifled 6-pounders to enable the Union troops to silence it. The brigade was then filed down to the stream, and skirmishing maintained for some time. This battle, though apparently of small importance, was disastrous, inasmuch as it disorganized the arrangements of the commander-in-chief, and was accompanied by great loss of life, when compared with the magnitude of the undertaking and any beneficial result that could have sprung from it. The possibility of charging into Manassas, even under the most fortunate circumstances, was so remote that the wisdom of an action at that point and at that time has been gravely questioned by the best military authorities. That night the columns of the army united, and encamped about a mile in the rear of Fairfax Courthouse, upon a broad hillside, and on the extended plain at its base. A stream of water which crossed the grounds rendered the spot peculiarly important to the soldiers. The next day was spent in reconnoitering, and in determining how and where an attack should be made. The stone bridge was guarded by batteries, and the ground beyond obstructed by formidable abatis. The road leading to fords between Blackburn's and the stone bridge were mere bypaths, and the opposite bank of the stream steep, tangled, and obstructed. 2 miles above, however, there was a good ford, but slightly guarded, at Sudley Spring. On these data the plan of attack was based, as follows. 1 division under Colonel Miles, to make, with one of its brigades, a false attack on Blackburn's Ford. Another division, Tyler's, to move up the turnpike to the stone bridge and threaten that point, and at the proper time carry it and unite with the principal column, which consisted of Hunter's and Heintzelman's divisions. Then, by a flank movement, reach the Sudley Ford, and descending the right bank of the stream, take the defenses in the rear of Stone Bridge, and give battle with the united force, strike at the enemy's railroad communication, or otherwise, as circumstances should dictate. End of section 10. Section 11 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Bull Run. Bull Run, that once unknown name, is marked with great crimson letters upon the scroll of time. Tears wrung from the anguished soul, tears hot and blinding, still fall at the mere mention of its ill-omened name. A nation's miserere has been told from uncounted steeples over its dead, and a whole nation put on weeds of mourning when its battle cloud spreads slowly over the land, filling it with gloom. With bayonets for pens and precious human blood for ink, the record of this first great battle of the Union War should be written in the history of the world, the ensanguined page illuminated with iron hail and leaden sleet, with hissing shot, whirlwinds of death missiles, and fire-belching portals of masked batteries. O day of doom, day of sad errors and illustrious deeds, when blood was poured forth like water until the reeking earth shuddered as it drank in the crimson deluge. Generations shall hereafter look back on thee with painful wonder, for they will remember that the first pitched battle in which Americans met Americans in mortal strife was fought on thy soil, beneath the bloody sun at noon. On the morning of the 21st, McDowell's forces were encamped in and around Centerville. The divisions were under orders to march at 2:30, that they might reach the ground early and avoid the heat. Before this time, the encampments were in motion, but the troops were not yet sufficiently disciplined for the exigencies of a prompt march, and some delay arose with the 1st Division in getting out of camp. Thus the road was obstructed, and other divisions thrown 2 hours out of time. But there was no lack of energy or zeal. The very want of discipline which caused delay rendered the scenes in the various encampments more grand and imposing. It was indeed a beautiful spectacle. A lovely moonlight flooded the whole country. Soft mists lay in the valleys. The hilltops were studded for miles around by the campfires which 30 regiments had left, kindling the landscape with their starlight gleams. In the hollows, along the level grounds, and among the trees, thousands on thousands of armed men moved athwart the fires, harnessing horses to artillery, getting out army wagons, preparing ambulances, and filling haversacks with 3 days' rations ordered for their subsistence. No man of all that vast host was idle. Want of order there might have been, but no lack of energy. Now 30,000 men, horses, ordnance, and wagons were all in place, ready for a march through the beautiful night, and under that serene moon, which many of them would never look upon again. McDowell and his staff moved with the 1st, Tyler's, central column, and the advance commenced. The picturesque encampments were soon left behind. The fires grew paler and twinkled out in a glow of mist. The tents dwindled into littleness, till they seemed more like great flocks of white-plumaged birds nestled in the foliage, than the paraphernalia of war. Nothing could be more quiet and peaceful than the country the troops had left. Nothing more solemnly grand than the advance. It was an army of Americans marching through the still night to meet Americans, for the first time, in a great pitched battle. Nothing but holy patriotism and a stern sense of duty could have led these men into the field. They marched on with thousands of bayonets gleaming in the moonlight, and casting long-pointed shadows over the path. Staff officers formed imposing groups as they moved forward in the moonlight, casting pictures upon the earth that were like broken battle scenes. In the ranks there was something more than stern courage. Generous enthusiasm and honest emulation were eloquent there. Comrade greeted comrade, for the coming danger made friends brothers, and common acquaintances fell into affectionate intimacy. Many a touching message was exchanged between men who had never met out of the ranks, for while they panted for victory, each man prepared to earn it with his life. These men knew that a terrible day's fighting lay before them, but the previous defeat of Thursday rankled in their proud hearts, and each man felt it as an individual reproach which must be swept away. From the central column to the rear, this feeling prevailed among the men. The troops of the old Bay State, of Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York entered into a spirit of generous rivalry. Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota entered the list with true Western fervor, while the rich Celtic humor arose in fun and pathos from the Irish troops. The officers shared this enthusiasm with their men. Tyler moved on, burning to atone for his noble rashness at Blackburn's Ford. Burnside, Corcoran, Keyes, Speidel, Meagher, and others, and many another noble fellow, thought exultingly of the laurels to be gathered on the morrow. General McDowell's carriage halted at the 2 roads, a spot that he deemed most convenient for receiving dispatches from the various points of the battlefield. Here the column of General Hunter diverged from the main body and went away through the moonlit country on its assigned duty, which led him around the enemy's flank by a long and harassing route. With him went Heintzelman, Porter, Burnside, and Sprague, with their valiant Rhode Islanders, and Wilcox, that bravest of young men and most brilliant author, who met a fate almost worse than death in the hottest of the coming battle. There, too, was Slocum, Haggerty, and many another valiant fellow, marching forward toward a glorious death. Each and all of these, with their regiments or brigades, swept to the right, to meet their comrades again in the hottest of the battle. A mile from the crossroads, and the dawn of a bright July day broke pleasantly on the moving troops, a morning cool with dew, fresh with verdure, and tranquil and peaceful, save for the armed men that made the earth tremble under their solid tread as they plowed over it. The mists of a dewy night were slowly uplifted, and beautiful reaches of the country were revealed. On the left was the station assigned to Richardson and Davies. Beyond it, the valley which one unfortunate conflict had so lately stained with blood. When Tyler's division came to the edge of a wooded hill overlooking these scenes, the sun arose, flooding them with rosy splendor. The soldiers knew, but could not realize that this scene, so beautiful and tranquil, had been a field of carnage, and would, before that sun went down, be red with the blood of many a brave heart beating among them then. They knew well that in a brief time the pure atmosphere, which it was now a joy to breathe, would be heavy with stifling smoke, that the noble forests whose leaves trembled so pleasantly in the newborn sunshine were but a concealment for masked batteries, fearful engines of destruction, and men more ravenous for their lives than the wild animals that civilization had driven away from them. From the point of view just described, where the road falls gently down to a ravine, the enemy first appeared. A line of infantry was drawn up in a distant meadow, close upon a background of woods. The 2nd and 3rd regiments of Tyler's brigade, under Schenck, was at once formed into line in the woods on either side, the 1st Ohio, 2nd Wisconsin, 79th, 13th, and 69th New York regiments succeeding each other on the right, and the 2nd Ohio and 2nd New York being similarly placed on the left, while the artillery came down the road between. A great 32-pound rifled Parrott gun, the only one of its caliber in the field service, was brought forward, and made to bear on the point where the bayonets of the enemy had suddenly disappeared in the woods, and a shell was fired at 16 minutes past 6 a.m., which burst in the air. But the report of the piece awoke the country for leagues around to a sense of what that awful day would prove. The reverberation was tremendous, and the roar of the revolving shell indescribable. Throughout the battle, that gun, whenever it was fired, seemed to hush and overpower everything else. No answering salute came back, so the 32-pounder sent a second shell at a hilltop 2 miles off, where it was suspected that a battery had been planted by the rebels. The bomb burst close, at the intended point, but no answer came. General Tyler ordered Carlisle to cease firing, and bring the rest of his battery to the front of the woods, and get the column ready for instant action. Tyler's position was before the valley of Bull Run, but the descent was gradual, surrounded by thick woods down almost to the ravine through which the stream flows. The enemy, on the contrary, had cleared away all the obstructing foliage, and bared the earth in every direction over which they could bring their artillery upon the Union forces. Clumps of trees and bushes remained wherever their earthworks and other concealed defenses could be advantageously planted among them. The ground on their side was vastly superior to that of the assailants. It rose in gradual slopes to great heights, but was broken into hills and terraces in many places, upon which strong earthworks were planted, some openly, but the greater portion concealed. Nature had supplied positions of defense which needed but little labor to render them desperately formidable. How thoroughly these advantages had been improved was established by the almost superhuman efforts which were required to dislodge their troops, and by the obstinate opposition which they displayed before retiring from one strong point to another. It was now about 7 o'clock. For an hour everything was silent. At 8 the deep sullen boom of Richardson's and Davies' batteries at Blackburn's Ford broke the stillness, and from that quarter constant cannonading was kept up for some time. By this time scouts reported the enemy in some force on the left. 2 or 3 Ohio skirmishers had been killed. Carlisle's battery was sent to the front of the woods on the right, where it could be brought to play when needed. A few shells were thrown into the opposite thicket, and then the 2nd Ohio and 2nd New York marched down to rout the enemy from their hiding places. As they rushed toward a thickly covered abattis on the banks of the run, the rebels came swarming out like bees, and fled to the next fortification beyond. General Schenck's brigade was moved forward to the left, but halfway to the run met the full fire of a masked battery, effectually concealed by the bushes. A few dead and wounded began to be brought in, and the Battle of Manassas had commenced. Carlisle's howitzers and great rifled gun were opened in the direction of the battery, which answered promptly, and a brief but terrific cannonading ensued. In less than half an hour the enemy's guns were silenced, 2 of Carlisle's howitzers advancing through the woods to gain a closer position, and Schenck's brigade retired to its first lines. At 11 o'clock, the artillery, which resounded from every portion of the field, extending from Davies and Richardson's position on the extreme left to the right near Sudley, gave startling evidence that Hunter was making his way around the enemy. The roll and thunder was incessant. Great volumes of smoke surged over the vast field, impaling it in the distance, and making the air around the near batteries thick with smoke. It was true, Hunter's and Heintzelman's columns had taken the field on the extreme right. McDowell, in his plan of battle, had calculated that the marching columns should diverge from the turnpike by early daylight, a night march being deemed imprudent, and reached Sudley Ford by 6 or 7 a.m. The Stonebridge Division did not clear the road over which both, for a certain distance, had to pass, so that the column could take up its march until after the time. The route to Sudley proved far longer and more difficult than was anticipated. The column did not reach the Sudley Ford till near 9:30, 3 or 4 hours behind time. When it reached the ford, the heads of the enemy's columns were visible on the march to meet it. The ground between the stream and the road, leading from Sudley south, was for about a mile thickly wooded, on the right, for the same distance, divided between fields and timber. A mile from the ford, the country on both sides of the road is open, and for a mile further, large irregular fields extend to the turnpike, which, after crossing Bull Run at the Stone Bridge, passes what became the field of battle, through the valley of a small tributary of the Run. But, notwithstanding a fearful march over broken grounds in the hot sun, with his men suffering from heat and thirst, Hunter had reached his point of operation. Late, it is true, but from no fault of his. The weary soldiers uttered exclamations of joy when they saw the limpid waters of the Run, and plunging into its current bathed their hot hands and burning faces as they waded through, and came out on the other side greatly invigorated. While his 30 men were refreshing themselves with cool draughts of water, Hunter sent a courier to General McDowell, reporting that he had safely crossed the Run. The general was lying on the ground, having been ill during the night, but at once mounted his horse and rode on to join the column on which so much depended. The halt had not lasted 2 minutes when Colonel Burnside led his different regiments into their position onto the field. The 2nd Rhode Island entered first to the extreme right, then the Rhode Island battery of 6 pieces, and 2 howitzers of the 71st, and after it on the left, the 1st Rhode Island and the 2nd New Hampshire, all formed in line of battle on the top of the hill. Shortly after the leading regiment of the 1st Brigade reached the open space, and whilst others of the 2nd Brigade were crossing the front and right, the enemy opened his fire, beginning with artillery and following it up with infantry. The leading brigade, Burnside's, had to sustain this shock for a short time without support, and met it bravely. Governor Sprague himself directed the movements of the Rhode Island Brigade, and was conspicuous through the day for gallantry. The enemy were found in heavy numbers opposite this noble brigade of our army, and greeted it with shell and long volleys of battalion firing as it advanced. But on it went, and a fierce conflict now commenced. The enemy clung to the protecting wood with tenacity, and the Rhode Island battery became so much endangered as to impel the commander of the 2nd Brigade to call for the assistance of the battalion of regulars. At this time, news ran through the lines that Colonel Hunter was seriously wounded. Porter took command of his division, and, in reply to the urgent request of Colonel Burnside, detached the battalion of regulars to his assistance, followed shortly afterwards by the New Hampshire regiments. Shortly afterward, the other corps of Porter's brigade, and a regiment detached from Heintzelman's division to the left, emerged from the timber, where some hasty disposition of skirmishers had been made at the head of the column, in which Colonel Slocum, of the 2nd Rhode Island Regiment, distinguished himself for great activity. The rattle of musketry and crash of round shot through the leaves and branches had warned them when the action commenced, and the column moved forward before these preliminaries were completed, eager for a share in the fight. The head of Porter's brigade was immediately turned a little to the right, in order to gain time and room for deployment on the right of the 2nd Brigade. Griffin's battery found its way through the timber to the fields beyond, followed promptly by the Marines, while the 27th took direction more to the left, and the 14th followed upon the trail of the battery, all moving up at a double-quick step. At this time, General McDowell with his staff rode through the lines, and was loudly cheered as they passed within 600 feet of the enemy's line. The enemy appeared drawn up in a long line, extending along the Warrenton Turnpike, from a house and haystack upon their extreme right, to a house beyond the left of the division. Behind that house there was a heavy masked battery, which, with 3 others along his line, on the heights beyond, covered the ground through which the troops were advancing with all sorts of projectiles. A grove in front of Porter's right wing afforded it shelter and protection, while the underbrush along the road and the fences screened to some extent his left wing. Griffin advanced to within 1,000 yards, and opened a deadly fire upon these batteries, which were soon silenced or driven away. The right was rapidly developed by the Marines, 27th, 14th, and 8th, with cavalry in the rear of the right, the enemy retreating in more precipitation than order as the line advanced. The 2nd Brigade, Burnside's, was at this time attacking the enemy's right with great vigor. The rebels soon came flying from the woods toward the right, and the 27th completed their rout by charging directly upon their center in a face of scorching fire, while the 14th and 8th moved down the turnpike to cut off the retiring foe, and to support the 27th, which had lost its gallant colonel, but was standing the brunt of the action, though its ranks were terribly thinned in the dreadful fire. Now the resistance of the enemy's left was so obstinate that the beaten right retired in safety. The head of Heintzelman's column at this moment appeared upon the field, and the 11th and 5th Massachusetts regiments moved forward to support the center, while staff officers could be seen galloping rapidly in every direction, endeavoring to rally the broken 8th, but with little success. The 14th, though it had broken, was soon rallied in rear of Griffin's battery, which took up a position further to the front and right, from which his fire was delivered with such precision and rapidity as to compel the batteries of the enemy to retire in consternation, far behind the brow of the hill in front. At this time, Porter's brigade occupied a line considerably in advance of that first occupied by the left wing of the rebels. The battery was pouring its withering fire into the batteries and columns of the enemy wherever they exposed themselves. The cavalry were engaged in feeling the left flank of the enemy's position, in doing which some important captures were made, one by Sergeant Sachs of the 2nd Dragoons, of a General George Stewart of Baltimore. The cavalry also did brave service. General Tyler's division was engaged with the enemy's right. The 27th was resting on the edge of the woods in the center, covered by a hill upon which lay the 11th and 5th Massachusetts, occasionally delivering a scattering fire. The 14th was moving to the right flank. The 8th had lost its organization. The Marines were moving up in fine style in the rear of the 14th, and Captain Arnold was occupying a height in the middle ground with his battery. At this juncture there was a temporary lull in the firing from the rebels, who appeared only now and then on the heights in irregular masses, but to serve as marks for Griffin's guns. The prestige of success had thus far attended the efforts of the inexperienced but gallant Union troops. The lines of the enemy had been forcibly shifted nearly a mile to their left and rear. The flags of 8 regiments, though borne somewhat wearily, now pointed toward the hill from which disordered masses of the rebels had been seen hastily retiring. Ricketts' battery, together with Griffith's battery, on the side of the hill, had been objects of the special attention of the enemy, who had succeeded in disabling Ricketts' battery and then attempted to take it. 3 times he was repulsed by different corps in succession and driven back, and the guns taken by hand, the horses being killed and pulled away. The 3rd time the repulse seemed to be final, for he was driven entirely from the hill, and so far beyond it as not to be in sight. He had before this been driven nearly a mile and a half, and was beyond the Warrenton road, which was entirely in federal possession, from the stone bridge westward. The engineers were just completing their removal of the abatis across the road to allow reinforcements, Schenck's brigade and Ayer's battery, to join in. The enemy was evidently disheveled and broken. But at this moment, when everything pointed to a speedy victory, orders came through Major Barry of the 5th Artillery for Griffin's battery to move from the hill upon which the house stood to the top of a hill on the right, with the Fire's Waves and Marines, while the 14th entered the skirt of wood on their right to protect that flank, and a column composed of the 27th New York, 11th and 5th Massachusetts, 2nd Minnesota, and 69th New York moved up toward the left batteries. It had taken position, but before the flanking supports had reached theirs, a murderous fire of musketry and rifles opened at pistol range, cutting down every cannoneer and a large number of horses. The fire came from some infantry of the enemy, which had been mistaken for Union forces, an officer in the field having stated that it was a regiment sent by Colonel Heintzelman to support the batteries. As soon as those waves came up, they were led forward against an Alabama regiment, partly concealed in a clump of small pines in an old field. After a severe fire they broke, and the greatest portion of them fell to the rear, keeping up a desultory firing over the heads of their comrades in front. At the same moment they were charged by a company of rebel cavalry on their rear, who came by a road through 2 strips of woods on the extreme right. The fire of those waves dispersed them. The discomfiture of this cavalry was completed by a fire from Captain Colburn's company of United States Cavalry, which killed and wounded several men. Colonel Farnham, with some of his officers and men, behaved gallantly, and many of his men did good service as skirmishers later in the day. General Heintzelman then led up the Minnesota regiment, which was also repulsed, but retired in tolerably good order. It did good service in the woods on the right flank, and was among the last to retire, moving off the field with the 3rd United States Infantry. Next was led forward the 1st Michigan, which was also repulsed, and retired in considerable confusion. They were rallied and helped to hold the woods on the right. The Brooklyn 14th then appeared on the ground, coming forward in gallant style. They were led forward to the left, where the Alabama regiment had been posted in the early part of the action, but had now disappeared, and soon came in sight of the line of the enemy drawn up beyond the clump of trees. Soon after the firing commenced, the regiment broke and retired. It was useless to attempt a rally. The want of discipline in these regiments was so great that most of the men would run from 50 to several hundred yards in the rear, and continue to fire, compelling those in front to retreat. During this time, Ricketts' battery had been captured and retaken 3 times by Heintzelman's forces, but was finally lost, most of the horses having been killed, Captain Ricketts being wounded, and First Lieutenant D. Ramsey killed. Lieutenant Kirby behaved gallantly, and succeeded in carrying off one caisson. Before this time, heavy reinforcements of the enemy were distinctly seen approaching by 2 roads, extending and outflanking Heintzelman on the right. General Howard's brigade came on the field at this time, having been detained by the general as a reserve. It took post on a hill on Heintzelman's right and rear, and for some time gallantly held the enemy in check. One company of cavalry attached to Heintzelman's division was joined, during the engagement, by the cavalry of Colonel Hunter's division, under the command of Major Palmer. Colonel W. B. Franklin commanded the 1st Brigade of Heintzelman's division. A portion of that brigade rendered distinguished service, and received official commendation from the commanding general. General Tyler, who kept his position at the stone bridge to menace that point, and at the proper moment to carry it and unite with the turning column, had sent forward the right wing of his command to cooperate with Hunter as soon as he was discovered making his way on the flank. 2 brigades, Sherman's and Keyes, of that division had passed the run. Colonel Sherman joined himself to the divisions of Hunter and Heintzelman, and was soon engaged in the hottest part of the action. The famous Irish regiment, 1,600 strong, who have had so much of the hard digging to perform, claimed the honor of a share in the hard fighting, and led the van of Tyler's attack, followed by the 79th Highlanders, and 13th New York, and the 2nd Wisconsin. It was a brave sight, that rush of the 69th into the death struggle, with such cheers as proved a hearty love of the work before them. With a quick step at first, and then a double quick, and at last a run, they dashed forward and along the edge of the extended forest. Coats and knapsacks were thrown to either side, that nothing might impede their work. It was certain that no guns would slip from the hands of those determined fellows, even if dying agonies were needed to close them with a firmer grasp. As the line swept along, Meagher galloped toward the head, crying, "Come on, boys, you've got your chance at last." Sherman's brigade thus moved forward for half a mile, describing quite 1/4 of a circle on the right, Colonel Quimby's regiment in front, the other regiments following in line of battle, the 2nd Wisconsin, New York 79th, and New York 69th in succession. Quimby's regiment advanced steadily up the hill and opened fire on the enemy, who had made a stand. The regiment continued advancing as the enemy gave way, till the head of his column reached the point where Ricketts' battery had been cut up. The other regiments followed under a fearful cannonading. At the point where the road crossed the ridge to the left, the ground was swept by a fire of artillery, rifles, and musketry. Regiment after regiment were driven from it, following the Zouaves and a battalion of Marines. When the Wisconsin 2nd was abreast of the enemy, it was ordered to leave the roadway and attack him. This regiment ascended the hill, was met with a sharp fire, returned it gallantly, and advanced, delivering its fire. But the response was terrific, and the regiment fled in confusion toward the road. It rallied again, passed the brow of the hill a second time, and was again repulsed in disorder. By this time the New York 79th had closed up. It was impossible to get a good view of the ground. In it there was one battery of artillery which poured an incessant fire upon the advancing column, and the ground was irregular, with small clusters of pines, which afforded shelter to the enemy. The fire of rifles and musketry grew hotter and hotter. The 79th, headed by Colonel Cameron, charged across the hill, and for a short time the contest was terrible. They rallied several times under fire, but finally broke and gained the cover of the hill. This left the field open to the New York 69th, Colonel Corcoran, who, in his turn, led the regiment over the crest, and had in full open view the ground so severely contested. The firing was terrific, the roar of cannon, musketry, and rifles incessant. The enemy was here in immense force. The 69th held the ground for some time with desperate courage, but finally fell back in disorder. At this time, Quimby's regiment occupied another ridge to the left, overlooking the same field, fiercely engaged. Colonel Keyes, from Tyler's division, had formed in line with Sherman's brigade, and came into conflict on its right with the enemy's cavalry and infantry, which he drove back. The further march of the brigade was arrested by a severe fire of artillery and infantry, sheltered by Robinson's house, standing on the heights above the road leading to Bull Run. The charge was here ordered, and the 2nd Maine and 3rd Connecticut regiments pressed forward to the top of the hill, reached the buildings which were held by the enemy, drove them out, and for a moment had them in possession. At this point, finding the brigade under the fire of a strong force behind breastworks, the order was given to march by the left flank, with a view to turn the battery which the enemy had placed on the hill below the point at which the Warrenton Turnpike crosses Bull Run. The march had conducted for a considerable distance below the stone bridge, causing the enemy to retire, and giving Captain Alexander an opportunity to pass the bridge, cut out the abatis which had been placed there, and prepare the way for Schenck's brigade and the 2 batteries to pass over. Before this movement could be made on the enemy's battery, it was placed in a new position, but Colonel Keyes carried his brigade, by a flank movement, around the base of the hill, and was on the point of ascending it in time to get at the battery, when he discovered that the troops were on the retreat, and that, unless a rapid movement to the rear was made, he would be cut off. At this moment the abatis near the stone bridge had been cleared away by Captain Alexander, of the engineers, and Schenck's brigade, the 3rd of Tyler's division, was about to pass over and join Keyes. But one rash movement had decided the day. That movement the last change of position given to Griffin's battery, throwing it helpless into a murderous fire, which no protecting force could encounter. When those waves broke on that fatal hill, the Union cause for that day wavered. When hordes of fresh troops poured in upon the Union battalions, beating back as brave regiments as ever trod the battlefield, one after another, overwhelming them with numbers, and driving them headlong into utter confusion, the battle was lost. And after this, any description of it must be wild and turbulent as the scene itself. In no other way can a true picture of the tumultuous fighting and the tumultuous retreat be truly given. End of section 11. Section 12 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Bull Run, Climax and Retreat, and the Battle on the Left Wing. The Climax and the Retreat. We have described the Battle of Manassas, Stonebridge, or Bull Run, as it is variously called, in its plain details, giving each regiment, so far as possible, its share in the glorious fight. For up to midday and after, no braver fighting was ever done than the Union troops performed on that 21st of July. Now a wilder, more difficult, and very painful effort taxes the pen. The heat, turmoil, and terrible storm of death rolls up in a tumultuous picture, troops in masses, stormy action, the confused rush of men. All these things have no detail, but hurl the writer forward, excited and unrestrained as the scene to be described. At high noon the battle raged in its widest circumference. The batteries on the distant hills began to pour their volleys on the Union troops with terrible effect. Carlisle's and Sherman's batteries answered with tremendous emphasis, while the great 32-pounder hurled its iron thunderbolts, first into one of the enemy's defenses, then into another, tearing up everything as they went. The noise of the cannonading grew deafening, and kept up one incessant roll. Compared to it, the sharp volleys of riflemen were like the rattle of hail amid the loud bursts of a thunder tempest. The people of Centerville, Fairfax, Alexandria, and even Washington heard the fearful reverberations and trembled at the sound. 5 powerful batteries were in operation at once, joined to the hiss and hurtle of 20,000 small arms. No wonder the sky turned black, impaled with death smoke. No wonder the sun shone fierce and red upon the pools of warm human blood that began to gather around those batteries, where the slain were lying in heaps and windrows. Still, amid this roar and carnage, the Federal forces were making sure headway, and driving the enemy before them. Except one brigade of Tyler's division, the entire force of 18,000 men was in fierce action. As the Union forces pressed upon the enemy, approaching each moment to the completion of their plan of battle, the rebels grew desperate. The battles on the western hills poured forth their iron tempest with accumulated fury. The Union guns answered them with fiercer thunder. The roar of the cannonading was deafening, drowning the volleys of riflemen, and sweeping off in one overpowering sound the rattle and crash of musketry. The clamor of the guns was appalling, the rush and tumult of action more appalling still. The whole valley was like a vast volcano boiling over with dust and smoke. Through this turbid atmosphere, battalions charged each other, and batteries poured their hot breath on the air, making it denser than before. Now and then the dust would roll away from the plain, and the smoke float off from the hills, revealing a dash of cavalry across some open space, or a charge of infantry up to a fortified point, where the struggle, success, or repulse was lost or vaguely seen through volumes of rolling smoke. Columns of ruddy dust trailed after the infantry, broken now and then by the fiery track of a battery masked in foliage. A sullen report and horrid gaps appeared in what a moment before was a living wall of men. A curl of blue vapor rose gracefully from the trees, and it was only the dead bodies blackening the ground that made the sight so awful. But the fight gathered fiercest on the westward hill, from which the booming thunder rolled in long, incessant peals. Its sides swarmed with armed men, changing positions, charging and retreating. Curtains of smoke, swayed by the wind, revealed the horses around a battery, rearing, plunging, and falling headlong, dozens together, in one hideous death. Then, in mercy, the smoke drifted over the hill again. The enemy were giving ground at every point. The Mississippians had fled in dismay from the batteries, and desperately taken to the field in wavering columns. Other regiments were actually fleeing before the Union troops, but they were generally moving with sullen steadiness to the rear. The entire line which arrayed itself against Tyler in the morning had been relinquished, except one fortified elevation. Still, their peculiar mode of warfare was kept up. Masked batteries were constantly opening in unexpected places, leaving heaps of slain in the track of their fiery hail. On the uplands, whole regiments, seen from the distance, seemed to drive against or drift by each other, leaving beautiful curls and clouds of smoke behind. But under this smoke lay so many dead bodies that the soul grew faint in counting them. Through all this, the Federal troops progressed toward a union of their attacking columns. Tyler had already spoken to McDowell, and the two forces were drawing nearer and nearer together. Victory appeared so certain that nothing but a junction of the two columns was wanting to a glorious result, and this now seemed inevitable. The clamor of the artillery was checked for a little time on both sides. Red-handed death cannot rush panting on the track forever. Black-mouthed guns will get too foul for belching fire, and the swarthy men who feed them must have breathing time. As the fight flagged, and the men paused to draw breath, their terrible suffering was apparent in the parched lips that had tasted water but once through all that hot day, and the bloodshot eyes with which each man seemed to beseech his comrade for drink which no one had to give. Still, with dry lips and throats full of dust, they talked over 1,000 details of valor performed on the field. They spoke sadly of the loss of brave Cameron, the wounding of Hunter, the fall of Haggerty and Slocum, the doubtful fate of noble young Wilcox. They discussed the impetuous dash and resolute stand of the Irishmen, the murderous shocks sustained by the Rhode Island regiments, how the Highlanders had done justice to their own warlike traditions, and the Connecticut Third had crowned its state with honors. They told how Heintzelman had stooped down from his war horse to have his wounded wrist bound up, refusing to dismount. Of the intrepid Burnside, and of Sprague, the patriotic young governor, who led on the forces his generosity had raised, to one victorious charge after another, till with his own hands he spiked the Rhode Island guns when compelled to leave them to the enemy. So tranquil was the field during this short period of rest that the soldiers who had forborne to throw their rations away in the march unslung their haversacks and sat down upon the grass to share the contents with their less prudent companions. Those who had been fortunate enough to pick up the enemy's haversacks, cast off in retreat, added their contents to the scanty store. While a few thus snatched a mouthful of food, others climbed up the tall trees and took a triumphant view of the vast battlefield their valor had conquered. The scene of carnage which it presented was awful. Dead and dying men heaped together on the red earth, crippled horses struggling desperately in their death throes, wounded men lying helplessly on the grass to which they had been dragged from under the hoofs of the war chargers. All this grouped where the angry waves of battle had rolled down the beautiful valley, with its background of mountains, looking immovable and grandly tranquil against the sky, was a picture which no man who saw it will ever forget. The army, far advanced within the enemy's defensive lines, believing itself victorious, was thus falling into quiet. The great struggle of the contending forces, each to outflank the other, had ceased. The prestige of success belonged to the Union, whose stars and stripes shone out triumphantly as the smoke which had engulfed the combatants rolled away. All at once, those in the treetops saw a commotion in the far distance. Columns of troops were moving toward them with flashing bayonets and Southern banners, unfurling the stars and bars to the sun. On they came, rank after rank, column after column, one continuous stream of armed men, pouring down upon the battlefield with bursts of music and wild shouts of enthusiasm. It was Johnston's reinforcements, marching up from the railroad. On they rushed, fresh, vigorous, and burning with ardor, through masses of wounded soldiers that lay by the road. The infantry broke from the double quick to a swift run. The cavalry rode in on a sharp gallop. The artillery wagons were encircled with men eager to get their ordnance in place against the thrice exhausted Union troops. In a continuous stream, these columns swarmed into the woods, the greater force centering around the hill about which the storm of battle had raged fiercest. In an instant, the whole battle commenced again. The officers sprang to their guns, anxious but not appalled. The men fell into rank, ready for a new onset, tired as they were. Then it was that Griffin's battery changed position, and the fire's waves, coming up under a terrible fire, broke and scattered down the hillside, but rallied again in broken masses to rescue Ricketts' battery, dragging the guns off with their own hands from amid the pile of dying horses that lay around them. Then it was that the 69th and 79th New York swept through the meadows from the north across the road, and charged up the hill with such daring courage, resisting the shock of battle 15 minutes, and breaking only when mortal valor could withstand the storm of bullets no longer. Then the bold Connecticut regiments charged up the hill. Thousands of the impetuous enemy fell upon them, but in spite of all they planted the Star-Spangled Banner and sent its folds sweeping out from the crest of the hill. Not till this was done, and a long last shout sent ringing after the banner, were these heroic regiments driven from their position. But beaten back at last, they retired step by step, fighting as they went. Then the Zouaves broke into the fight once more, scattered on the ground, some prostrate on their faces, others with limbs huddled together as if dead, while many stood with their eyes to the sun, waiting the onset of the Black Horse cavalry that came galloping upon them from the woods. A few of these eccentric warriors were making a feint of defending themselves, while the cavalry stood hesitating on the margin of the wood, but the rest seemed to have been cut down by the sweep of some deadly cannonade, and lay in the grass like a flock of partridge shot down in full flight. Out from the woody cover the Black Hawks thundered on, their arms flashing and the jetty necks of their horses flinging off the sunshine. The handful of Zouaves now flocked together in front of their prostrate comrades, seeming doubtful whether to fight or flee. On the black chargers came, champing the bit and tossing their heads angrily, the riders ready to trample the scattered Zouaves under hoof, as too easy a conquest for their flashing swords. A sudden, sharp, ringing yell, and the dead Zouaves sprang to life, confronting the horsemen in a wall of bristling steel. A sharp volley. The horses reared, plunged, and ran back upon each other, some falling dead with quivering limbs as the fatal bullets rent their vitals, and gushes of blood crimsoned their coal-black chests. Others, staggering from a dozen wounds, rushed madly through the broken ranks of the terrified cavalry. Before the chargers could again be brought into line, the Zouaves flung away their rifles and sprang like tigers upon them. Seizing them by the bit, they wound themselves up over their arched necks. A flash of bowie knives gleamed like chain lightning across the ranks, and many a wild black horse plunged on riderless with burning eyes, streaming mane, and ringing empty stirrups, headlong through the already half-disorganized ranks, and scouring over the battlefield, scattering dismay as they went. A last struggle now ensued, with desperate men and broken forces. Then a retreat, so wild, so impetuous and reckless, that all organization was given up. Regiments lost their officers, broke, mingled into others, and rushed across the field a headlong torrent, which no human power could arrest. On they went, plunging through the sea of carnage that surrounded the hill, the surging, angry, broken waves of a brave army hurrying tumultuously from what had been a victorious field but an hour before. Down from the hills, broken into frightened masses, pallid, reeling with exhaustion, they swept onward like a whirlwind, bearing the protesting officers with them, or trampling them underfoot, for human life was nothing to them in that hot, mad race. The contagion of retreat spread like a prairie fire, from one point of the battlefield to another, scattering the army in wild confusion. Still, it was not quite a panic. 2 regiments, the 71st New York and 2nd Rhode Island, kept their ranks in all this confusion, and were led in order from the field, over the road they had passed in the morning. Other regiments were led off in a wild, scattered way. but most of the great army was broken up, battalions and regiments surging together and dashing through each other till they became one mighty scene of confusion. The enemy pursued them in a broken, hesitating way, like men astonished at their own success. Wanting confidence, they did not venture in force to follow the retreating army, but captured many of the scattered bands dispersed over the wide field of conflict. One detachment of cavalry charged on a helpless crowd of wounded who were gathered near a hospital building, when a handful of unorganized men, mostly civilians, seized upon the first weapons at hand and repelled it bravely. Up to this time, Schenck's brigade had kept its position at Stone Bridge. Captain Alexander, with his sappers and miners, had just cut through the abatis by the side of the mined bridge, that Schenck might lead his forces after those of Sherman and Keyes, when the torrent of retreat rolled toward him. His protecting battery was taken, and a force of cavalry and infantry came pouring into the road at the very spot where the battle of the morning commenced. The first battery attacked that day had been silenced, but not taken, and there, in the woods which protected it, 400 South Carolinians had been concealed during the entire battle to swarm out now and fall upon the Union infantry in this most critical moment. A sudden swoop of cavalry completed that unhappy day's work. The Union infantry broke ranks, and plunging into the woods fled up the hill. A crowd of ambulances and army wagons had concentrated close to this spot, and civilians, led to the field by curiosity, blocked up the ground. The panic which had swept the battlefield seized on them. Kellogg of Michigan, Washburn of Illinois, and, it is said, Lovejoy of Illinois, flung themselves in the midst of the fugitives and entreated them to make a stand. Ely of New York was taken prisoner in a rash effort to restore confidence to the panic-stricken masses of men. But the maddened crowd plunged on. The teamsters urged their frightened horses into a headlong rush for the road. Everything and everybody, brave or craven, were swept forward by the irresistible human torrent. It was a stampede which no power could check or resist. From the branch road, the trains attached to Hunter's division had caught the contagion and rushed into the staggering masses, creating fresh dismay and wilder confusion. It was a frightful scene, more terrible by far than the horrors of the battlefield. Broken regiments without leaders filled the road, the open fields, and skirted the fences in one wild panic. Army wagons, sutlers' teams, and artillery caissons rushed together, running each other down and leaving the wrecks upon the road. Hacks were crushed between heavy wagon wheels, and their occupants flung to the ground. Horses, wild with fright and maddened with wounds, galloped fiercely through the crowd, rearing and plunging when the worn-out fugitives attempted to seize them and save themselves from the destruction that was threatened at every step. Wounded men who had found strength to stagger off the battlefield fell by the wayside, begging piteously to be taken up. Now and then a kind fellow would mount a wounded soldier behind him and give the horse he had caught a double load. Most of the poor fellows were brought forward in this way. Sometimes a wounded man would be picked up by two passing companions and carried tenderly forward, for the sweet impulses of humanity were not all lost in that wild retreat. Then came the artillery, for much was saved, thundering through the panic-stricken crowd, crushing everything as it went, dragged recklessly along by horses wild as the men that urged them on. Rifles, bayonets, pistols, blankets, haversacks, and knapsacks were flung singly or in heaps along the way. Devoured by intense thirst, black with powder, famished and halting, these stricken men plunged into the fields, searching for water. If a muddy pool presented itself, they staggered to its brink with a pitiful laugh, and lying down on their faces, drank greedily, then arose with tears in their eyes, thanking God for the great luxury. As they passed by the few houses on the road, women, God bless them, would come out, some with curt but genuine hospitality, others with tears streaming down their cheeks, and gave drink and food to the wounded men as they halted by. Those who fell upon the wayside were taken in and tended kindly till the next day. Boys came from the wells, bearing pails full of water, which their little sisters distributed to the jaded men in their own tin cups. But this panic, like all the others, was of brief duration. When the fugitives reached Centerville, they found Blenker's brigade stretched across the road, ready to guard the retreat. Some of the fugitives rallied and formed into line, but they had flung away their arms, and the highway from Stone Bridge to Centerville was literally covered with these cast-off weapons and munitions of war, hurled from the army wagons by reckless teamsters. In places the road was blocked up by the wagons themselves, from which the drivers had cut their teams loose and fled on the relieved horses. Blenker, of Miles' division, whose duty up to this time had been one of inaction at Centerville, now did good service at his important post. With 3 regiments he kept the road, expecting every moment to be assailed by an overpowering and victorious enemy, eager to complete his fatal work. As the darkness increased, the peril of his position became imminent. At 11 o'clock, the attack came upon the advance company of Colonel Styles' rifles, from a body of the enemy's cavalry, which was, however, driven back and did not return. At this time, Richardson and Davies were both in Centerville with their brigades, which composed the entire left wing, all well organized and under perfect command. These troops were put under the command of Colonel Davies, who led them off the field, Blanker's brigade being the last to leave the town it had done so much to protect. The cause of this stupendous stampede no one ever has or can explain. Cowardice it certainly was not. Those men had fought too bravely and suffered too patiently for that charge to be brought against them. They were, in fact, victorious soldiers, for the rout of a single half hour, disastrous as it proved, should have no power to blot out the deeds of heroism that had marked the entire day. Was it excitement, acting on an exhausted frame? Let those answer who bore the flag of our Union through the long hours of that July day, carried it under the hot sun through the fierce fight, the dust and smoke and carnage, when the sky was one mosaic of flame, and the earth groaned under the vibrations of artillery. They had marched 12 miles fasting, and with but 1 draught of water, marched without pause straight on to the battlefield, and for nearly 5 hours fought bravely as men ever fought on earth. Many who had food found no time to eat it till the battle was at its close, but in the rash eagerness for the field, these men, new to the necessities of war, had flung their rations away, restive under the weight. They had started not far from midnight, from camps in a tumult of preparation, and therefore lacked sleep as well as food. To all this was added thirst, that hot, withering thirst which burns like lava in the throat and drives a man mad with craving. Panting for drink, their parched lips were blackened with gunpowder, and exhausted nature, when she clamored for food, was answered by the bitter saltness of cartridges ground between the soldiers' teeth. Think of these men, famished, sleepless, drinkless, after fighting through the fiery noon of a hot day, suddenly overwhelmed in the midst of a positive victory, called upon to fight another battle, while every breath came pantingly from thirst, and every nerve quivered with the overtax of its natural strength. Think of them under the hoofs of the Black Horse cavalry, and swept down by the very batteries that had been their protection. Think of all this, and if men of military standing can condemn them, war is a cruel master, and warriors harsh critics. It is very easy for civilians, who sit in luxurious parlors and sip cool ices under the protection of the old flag, to sneer at this panic of Bull Run, but many a brave man, braver than their critics, or they would not have been in the ranks, was found even in the midst of that stampede. What if all along the road were the marks of hurried flight, abandoned teams, dead horses, wasted ammunition, coats, blankets? Were there not dead and dying men there also? Brave and hardy spirits, noble, generous souls, crushed beneath the iron hoof of war, sacrificed and dying bravely in retreat as they had fought in the advance. Never on this earth did the proud old American valor burn fiercer or swell higher than on that day and field, and a reproach to the heroes who left the impressive bravery and gave up their lives on that red valley should never come from any true American heart. The battle on the left wing. On the morning of the 21st, according to McDowell's plan of battle, the left wing, composed of Colonel Miles' division, was stationed at Centerville and at Blackburn's Ford, the scene of Tyler's disaster on the 18th. Thus, during the heat and struggle of that awful day, the greater portion of the left wing was 6 miles from the center of action. But notwithstanding, no better service was rendered to the country on that day than that of this comparatively small handful of men. The 1st Brigade of this command, under Colonel Blanker, occupied the heights of Centerville. The 2nd Brigade, under Colonel Thomas A. Davies of New York, and Richardson's brigade were ordered by Colonel Miles to take position before the batteries at Blackburn's Ford, near the battleground of the 18th, to make demonstrations of attack. In pursuance of General McDowell's order, Colonel Davies, being ranking officer, took command of Richardson's brigade. On his route from Centerville in the morning, when about halfway to Blackburn's Ford, Colonel Davies, while conversing with the guide who rode by him, saw a country road, apparently little used, leading through the woods to the left. "That road," said the guide, a fine, intelligent fellow, will give position farther left and nearer the enemy, for it runs directly to Beauregard's headquarters. Colonel Davies, who had graduated at West Point and served in the Mexican War, was prompt to recognize the importance of a point which might enable the enemy to move upon his rear. He ordered a halt and detailed the 31st New York Regiment, Colonel Pratt, and the 32nd, Colonel Mathewson, with a detachment of artillery to guard the road at its junction, and deployed another regiment with a section of artillery on the road, which was shaded and hedged in on both sides by a heavy growth of timber. This duty performed, the troops continued their march. Davies took his position in a wheat field with what was left of his brigade, leaving Richardson to make his own arrangements to defend the position in front of the enemy's batteries at Blackburn's Ford, the battleground of the 18th. Richardson posted his command in this place, on the road from Centerville Heights to Blackburn's Ford. The wheat field which Davies occupied contained a hill which overlooked a ravine, thickly wooded on the opposite slope. On this hill, Hunt's battery, commanded by Lieutenant Edwards, was placed, having been exchanged from force of circumstances for Greene's battery, which belonged to Davies' command, but was now with Richardson. The battery was supported by Davies' own regiment, the 16th New York, and the 18th, Colonel Jackson. This hill commanded a broad view of the country on every side. The battleground of the left wing, 6 miles off, was in full sight. Opposite his position, across the stream, was the road which led from Bull Run to Manassas, and also to Beauregard's extreme right. Parallel with the river to his extreme left, it was plainly traced, except where groves and clumps of trees concealed it. This road, with all the high ground sloping from Manassas, covered with broken ridges, rich pasture lands, and splendid groves, lay before the men as they placed their battery. On their rear, the Centerville road stretched along a beautiful tract of country, hidden by a waving sea of luxuriant foliage. Indeed, all the converging roads that threatened the vast battlefield were plainly visible from that point. Posted in his commanding position, Davies opened his demonstration with 2 20-pound rifle guns from Hunt's battery. The first shot hurled the shell into Beauregard's headquarters, which sent the rebels scattering in every direction. Richardson also commenced firing across the run, producing the desired effect of keeping the enemy at their defenses in the neighborhood. At 10 o'clock, Colonel Miles visited the command. Finding the 2 regiments and artillery posted at the country road, he ordered the regiments to move forward 1/4 of a mile, and the artillery to join Davies' command, leaving the road exposed. He then sent 2 companies to reconnoiter the enemy's position. They had a skirmish on the stream at Blackburn's Ford and came back with little damage. The moment Miles rode back to Centerville, Davies ordered out his Brigade Pioneer Corps, all sturdy lumbermen of the North, with orders to fell trees and block up the country road thus left exposed. For 2 hours, these sturdy men swung their axes among the heavy timber, answering the distant roar of the battlefield with a wild, crashing music that broke, with a new and more startling expression of war, through the familiar roll of cannon. With sharp, crashing groans, the great trees were hurled to the earth, locked their splintered and broken boughs across the road, and covered it with mangled foliage, forming a barricade 1/4 of a mile long, impassable as 1,000 cactus hedges. The roar of cannon afar off, and the batteries belching iron close by, failed to drown the groaning rush of these forest monarchs, and when the near guns were silent for a little time, as often happened, the almost human shiver of a tree, in its last poise before it rushed downward the whale, in all its leaves and branches, conveyed an idea of death more thrilling than any noise that battlefield had to give. At 12 o'clock, just after the pioneers had returned to position, a body of the enemy came down this road from Bull Run, intending to march on Centerville and take Miles' division in the rear. Clouds of red dust rising from the trees betrayed them just as they had discovered the barricade, and a storm of shell and shrapnel hastened their backward march. About this time, the road on the other side of Bull Run was one cloud of flying dust. It was Johnston's forces, a close line, going up to snatch victory from the brave army at Stone Bridge. The advance of these forces became visible at first in tiny curls of dust rising from the woods. Then it swelled into clouds, through which jaded horses and tired men seemed struggling onward in a continued stream. At this time, the distant cannonading became louder and more continuous. The far-off woods rolled up vast volumes of smoke, and where the battle raged, a black canopy hung suspended in mid-air. How those brave men, chained to their post by inevitable military law, panted to plunge into that hot contest. The inaction forced upon them when a struggle of life and death was going on in the distance was worse than torture. They suspected the character of those troops moving forward in the red cloud, and followed them with eager, burning eyes. But they soon had work of their own to do. The firing on the right slackened between 3 and 4 o'clock, growing fainter and fainter. About 5, Colonel Davies received a line from Richardson, saying, "The army is in full retreat," but the line was written in the haste and agitation of bad news, and was indistinct. Davies read it, "The enemy is in full retreat." But for this providential mistake, the battle of that day would have had a darker record than we are making now, for the retreat, disastrous as it was, would have been cut off, and Washington probably taken. Believing the army victorious, these brave men bore the restraints of their position more patiently, but still panted for a share in the work. At this time, Beauregard's telegraph, opposite the left of Davies' position, had been working half an hour, and from lines of dust concentrating there and at Davies' front, he anticipated an attack, and made disposition accordingly. At 5 o'clock, the enemy appeared on the left, as Davies formed in line parallel to Bull Run, and about 800 yards distant. Between the hill which he occupied, and the slope down which they came from the road, was the valley or ravine, about 400 yards from Hunt's battery. They filed down the road and formed in the valley, marching 4 abreast, with their guns at right shoulder shift, shining like a ripple of diamonds in the sunshine, and moving forward in splendid style. At first, Davies viewed them in silence, and standing still, but as the column began to fill the valley, he changed front to the left, and ordered the artillery to withhold its fire till the rear of the enemy's column presented itself, and directed the infantry to lie down on their faces, and neither fire nor look up without orders. This was done that the enemy might not learn his strength, and charge on the battery. The rear of the column at last presented itself, an officer on horseback bringing it up. Then an order to fire was given, and Lieutenant Benjamin, a brave young fellow from West Point, fired the first shot from a 20-pound rifled gun. A cloud of dust, with a horse rearing, and its rider struggling in the midst, was all the result that could be observed. The rear of the enemy's column then took the double quick down the valley, and 6 pieces of artillery opened on them. The effect was terrible. At the distance of only 400 yards, the enemy took the raking downward fire in all its fury. An awful cry rang up from the valley. The men had been swept down like wheat before a scythe, and their moans filled the air. This murderous fire was repeated over and over again. There was no waiting to swab the guns, but fast as powder and ball could be served, the ordnance sent out its volleys. The enemy made a desperate stand, but every shot swept down the men in masses. A vacant space appeared for a moment, then fresh men filed in. Twice they attempted to reform and charge the battery, but the rapidity with which the pieces were served, and the peculiar nature of the ground, rendered every shot effective, and they were swept back, cut down, speedily disorganized, and fled for the woods. During all this action, Lieutenant Colonel Marsh of the 16th and Colonel Pratt of the 31st, the former since killed and the latter wounded before Richmond, controlled their men perfectly. Not an infantry shot was fired during the engagement. Balls from the enemy struck the ground in volleys before the men, filling their eyes with dust. No man gave way. They were compelled to change position 3 times during the fight. Although so many of the enemy were killed, this spot being named in the secession reports as giving the heaviest mortality of the day, only 2 men of Davies' command were hurt. 1 man was wounded, and Lieutenant Craig, a brave young officer from West Point, was killed. This brilliant engagement, so important in its results, sprang out of a singular series of accidents. First, in the mistake made in reading Richardson's dispatch, and again in a failure of orders. When the main army began its retreat past Centerville at 4 o'clock, Colonel Miles sent his aide, Captain Vincent, to order Davies and his command back to Centerville. But Vincent, instead of coming first to Davies, stopped to give orders to Richardson, and 2 regiments of Davies' brigade stationed to guard his rear. After ordering Richardson back, Vincent came over the ravine to deliver his orders to Davies, when he heard his firing on the extreme left, went back to Centerville to report, and returned just as the firing ceased, to direct Colonel Davies to retire on Centerville. Davies, ignorant that Richardson had already fallen back, rode over to order his retreat, but to his astonishment, almost horror, found that the whole brigade, with 2 regiments of his own forces left to guard his rear, had been gone a full hour. Thus it happened that this important engagement had been fought and won with a single battery and 2 regiments of infantry. utterly alone and unsupported on the deserted battlefield, against a large body of men, endeavoring to sweep to the rear and cut off the army in its retreat. It was near 6 o'clock when this contest terminated, 2 hours after the main army were in full retreat. If ever delay and accident were providential on this earth, it was here. For brave as these men were, no sane leader would have felt justified in exposing them to such peril upon a deserted battlefield, and in the face of a whole victorious army, after all chance of protection had been withdrawn. When this band of victorious men reached Centerville, a stream of jaded, wounded, and heavy-hearted men were pouring through the village, while General McDowell was making a desperate effort to collect all the troops that still kept a show of organization under his own command. These troops were principally composed of the left wing, which came off the ground in good order. McDowell, about 8 o'clock, left Centerville for Fairfax Courthouse. Before going, Colonel Miles was relieved from his command of the left wing, and the following order, written on the back of a visiting card, was handed to Colonel Davies. Colonel Davies is consigned to the command of the left wing, as the troops are now formed. By command, J.B. Fry, AAG, July 21st. Under this running order, Colonel Davies assumed command of all that was left of the army in Centerville, and marched them in good order to Alexandria and Washington, Blenker's division being the last to leave the field. This gallant officer had been among the bravest and most resolute in protecting the retreat, and had, by his firmness, held the enemy in check during the afternoon and evening. At night, the calm air, the gently falling dew, visited that blasted earth sweetly as they had done the night before, when the valley was fresh with verdure and beautiful with thrifty crops. But the scene it presented was, oh, how different! In Mercy, the deep shadows cast by the woods concealed its worst features, and the smoke had risen so densely between earth and sky that the moon looked down upon it mournfully through a veil. The battlefield was still, save when the solemn shiver of the leaves came like a painful and mighty sigh, or the troubled waves of the run continued it in hoarser murmurs. If human moans broke the stillness, they were lost on that vast field, and only heard by the pitying angels. But solitary lights wandered over the field, like stars dropped by a merciful heaven to light the departing souls through the valley and shadow of death. They were indeed heavenly rays, for all that is divine in human mercy sent them forth. Kind men, and more than one heroic woman carried them from point to point over that dreary battlefield, searching among the dead for those who, breathing yet, might suffer for water or Christian comfort. There was a house on the hilltop where Griffin's battery had stood, and where the Connecticut troops had planted the Stars and Stripes in their last desperate charge. Through all the fight, a helpless and frightened family had found precarious shelter in their own dwelling. The household was composed of a son, a daughter, and the mother, a gentle Christian woman who had been confined to her bed for years. There was no hopes of flight for her, poor soul, and neither son nor daughter would abandon her when the storm of battle was at their threshold. Hoping to find a place of safety, the devoted children carried her to a neighboring ravine, sheltering her with their own persons. But this spot became at last more dangerous than the house. So the harassed children took their parent back to her home, and placing her in bed again, stood to screen her from the bullets that broke like hail through the walls and windows. While her house was riddled with cannonballs and musket shot, and the missiles of death plunged through her chamber and into her bed, 3 bullets pierced her frail person. Still, she outlived the battle tempest that raged around her, a tempest that she had not even dreamed of approaching her dwelling when that fatal day dawned upon it. When the night came on, she died peacefully, and the troubled moon looked down upon a mournful scene here also. Within the riddled walls and under the torn roof, this gentle woman lay, in a quieter sleep than she had known for many a long night, and by her bed knelt the bereaved children who had dared so much, weeping that a life so peaceful should have met that violent ending. Painful as this was, there lay many poor soldiers on the field that hour, whose children would never have the privilege of weeping over them. In an orchard of young trees, just forming their fruit, lay many a prostrate Southron, sent to his long account, for the enemy had suffered terribly there. The northern verge of the field was blackened by a fine grove in which a Georgia regiment had fought, and under its black shadows the dead lay thick and numerous. Here Lamar had fallen, and many a brave Northman slept side by side with the foe he had sent into eternity but a moment in advance of himself. The fatal hill, scorched and blackened in every tree and blade of grass, was strewn with the dead of both sections, among them some of the bravest leaders that the enemy boasted. There have been rumors of great cruelty on the battlefield after the fight was over, of men prowling like fiends among the dead and murdering the wounded, but these things should be thrice proven before we believe them of American citizens. Rumor is always triple-tongued, and human nature does not become demoniac in a single hour. One thing is certain, many an act of merciful kindness was performed that night, which an honest pen should prefer to record. Certain it is that Southern soldiers in many instances shared their water, the most precious thing they had, with the wounded Union men. A soldier passing over the field found two wounded combatants lying together. One was a New Yorker, the other a Georgian. The poor wounded fellow from New York cried out piteously for water, and the Georgian, gathering up his strength, called out, "For God's sake, give him drink, for I called on a New York man for water when his column was in retreat, and he ran to the trench at the risk of his life and brought it to me." One brave young enemy lost his life after passing through all the perils of the battle in attempting to procure drink for his wounded foes. If there were individual instances of cruelty on either side, and this is possible, let us remember that there was kindness too. And when the day shall come, God grant it may be quickly, when we are one people again, let the cruelty be forgiven, and the kindness only remembered. And now our record of the Battle of Bull Run is at an end. It was valiantly contended on both sides, and won only from superior numbers and reinforcements of fresh troops, poured upon the exhausted soldiery of the Union. To gain this contest, the South sent her best and very bravest generals. Her forces were led by Beauregard and Johnston, both experienced officers. They were also cheered by the near presence of Jefferson Davis, who had come upon the field when the victory was assured, amid the shouts of a soldiery, the more enthusiastic because they had just been rescued from almost certain defeat. They had the choice of position and had fortified it with wonderful skill, a thorough knowledge of the country, and troops unwearied by long marches. Indeed, the advantages were altogether on their side. The North, never dreaming that an open rebellion would break out, was utterly dependent on undisciplined troops, while the South, having premeditated resistance to the government, had been drilling men for months, if not years. There was no one point except in the actual bravery of their leaders and soldiers in which the enemy was not superior to the Union forces. In personal valor, the Southerners themselves have never claimed to surpass that exhibited in this battle by their foes. The smallest estimate of the forces actually engaged on the Southern side is 18,000, while the Union forces which crossed Bull Run did not at any time count more than 13,000. One brigade of McDowell's 18,000 was not in the action, except in a vain effort to check the retreat. This brigade, of General Tyler's division, was stationed at Stone Bridge, and never advanced upon the actual battlefield. The attack repulsed by Davies on the left wing, at Blackburn's Ford, took place nearly 2 hours after the army was in retreat. In the loss of officers, the enemy was even more unfortunate than the Union army. The fall of General B, one of the bravest of their leaders, Bartow, Colonel Thomas, Colonel Hampton, Colonel Johnson, Lamar, and others shed a gloom upon their victory, and greatly weakened their cause in the future. The Union loss was heavy, for the men who fell or were taken prisoners were among the bravest that marched with the army, but the loss of officers by death was inferior to that of the enemy, and although Corcoran and Wilcox were wounded and taken prisoners, they were not lost to their country. In ordnance and munitions of war, the conquest was less important than might have been supposed. Many of the Union guns were rescued from the field during the next day. Of the fine horses attached to the ordnance, a large proportion were killed, and others were saved by their drivers, who cut the traces and rode them from the scene of battle. The loss in killed and wounded on the Union side was 481 killed, 1,011 wounded, and 1,216 missing. Total 2,708. That of the enemy numbered, by Beauregard's report, 393 killed, 1,200 wounded. The victory was an important one to the South, as it gave prestige and force to a rebellion which, had the position of things been reversed, would, it is probable, have expired before the year went out. But in the North it only served to arouse the people to a pitch of excitement hitherto unparalleled. If troops had been sent forth in regiments before, they came in brigades after that defeat. End of section 12. Section 13 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Western Virginia. Battle of Phillipi. and great destruction of railroad property. Western Virginia. Virginia has 3 grand divisions: the eastern section extending from Tidewater up to the Blue Ridge Mountains, the Great Valley between the Blue Ridge and the Alleghenies, Western Virginia stretching from the Great Valley to the Ohio River. The contest between the people of the eastern and western portions of the state for supremacy had been one of long duration, dating back for many years. Internal improvements appear to have been the cause of this dissension, Western Virginia claiming that the East had enjoyed and been benefited by them hitherto exclusively. In this jealousy, the inhabitants of the valley sympathized, and the completion of the James River and Kanawha Canal to the Ohio aroused a feeling of such bitter rivalry that even the governor favored the project of a division of the state. Added to this was the complaint of unequal taxation, the eastern portion being the large slaveholding district paid per capita without regard to value, while the wealth of the western, consisting of land and stock, was taxed ad valorem. This strife, of necessity, was carried from the people into the legislature, and stormy debates followed. The feeling of the West on the slavery question also added fuel to the flame, and loyalty of that section was attacked. In the state convention which passed the Ordinance of Secession, the Western delegates took a firm and bold stand against it. When the act was about to be consummated, great excitement prevailed in regard to the action of the Western members, both inside and out of the convention, and some of them were obliged to leave Richmond. In May, when the ordinance was submitted to the people, the northwestern counties voted largely against it. A convention assembled at Wheeling, and a committee was appointed, which called a general convention to convene at the same place on the 11th of June. 40 counties were represented there, and an ordinance was passed for the reorganization of the state government, every officer to be obliged to swear allegiance anew to the United States and to repudiate the Richmond Convention. A governor, lieutenant governor, and other state officers were elected, and the legislature was summoned to assemble at the United States District Courtroom in the city of Wheeling at noon on the 1st day of July, 1861. Both houses met and organized. The governor's message was sent in together with a document from Washington, officially recognizing the new government. The message recommended an energetic cooperation with the federal government. United States senators were then elected. On the 20th of August, the convention passed an ordinance creating a new state to be called Kanawha. It included 39 counties, and provision was made for the admission of other adjoining counties if a majority of the people of each desired it. The question of forming a separate state was submitted to the popular vote on the 24th of October, and resulted in favor of the proposition by a large majority. Since that time, other countries have signified a desire to be admitted. Western Virginia became the scene of military operations directly after the war broke out, following in close order upon the occupation of Alexandria. On the 30th of May, Colonel Kelly took possession of Grafton, and the occupation of Phillipi followed but a few days subsequently. Federal troops also crossed the Ohio and entered Parkersburg. General McClellan had command of this portion of the state, it being included in the Ohio District, and issued his proclamation to the Union men of Virginia. A series of offensive and defensive events now followed each other in rapid succession, exhibiting bravery and determination unparalleled in history, individual heroism and uncomplaining endurance of suffering, rapid marches and brilliant charges that shine in letters of fire upon the pages of our war history, and threw the prestige of early victory about the Northern arms. It was here that McClellan won his first laurels, here that chivalric lander met a soldier's death, here that Kelly was wounded, till for weeks and weeks his life was despaired of. In fact, Western Virginia is covered with victorious Union battlefields. She has indeed given their greenest laurels to many of our generals. The military department of Ohio, in which Western Virginia was included, was organized on the 10th of May, and Major General George B. McClellan appointed to the command. His headquarters were at Cincinnati. On the 26th of the same month, he issued his first proclamation, declaring that his mission was one of fraternity, union, and protection, and called upon all patriotic men to aid him in his endeavors to accomplish this holy purpose. The proclamation produced a marked effect. Colonel Kelly, of Wheeling, Virginia, had prior to that date organized a regiment for the defense of the Union, known as the 1st Virginia Volunteers. On Friday, the 24th of May, about 1,200 rebels had assembled and marched from Harper's Ferry to Grafton, a town on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and forced many citizens to abandon their homes and fly for safety, leaving their property to be pillaged by the enemy. About 100 of the fugitives reached Morgantown. The inhabitants of that place, warned of their danger, immediately flew to arms and prepared for a vigorous defense. Finding that they were not to be molested, and burning for revenge, they marched 1,000 strong, their ranks having been swelled by friends from Pennsylvania, towards Grafton. The rebels became alarmed and fled to Phillipi, in Bourbon County, about 17 miles southward. On Monday, the 27th, detachments of Ohio and Indiana troops crossed the Ohio River at Wheeling and at Marietta, on their way also to Grafton. Simultaneously, Colonel Kelly's regiment of Virginians moved forward in the same direction, but the bridges having been destroyed, their march was delayed. At every point, and especially at Mannington and Fairmount, they were received with great enthusiasm, and hailed as deliverers. Battle of Phillipi. Brigadier General Thomas A. Morris arrived at Grafton on the evening of June 1st, and took command of the Union forces. An expedition was immediately organized to surprise and attack the rebels at Phillipi, under the command of Colonel Porterfield. The troops left in 2 divisions. The 1st Virginia Regiment, part of the Ohio 16th, and the 7th Indiana, under Colonel Kelly, moved eastward by rail to Thornton, a distance of 5 miles, and from there marched on 22 miles to Phillipi, reaching the town on the lower side. The 2nd Division, consisting of the 6th and 7th Indiana, the 14th Ohio, and a section of artillery under Lieutenant Colonel Sturgis, met by detachments at Webster, on the Northwestern Virginia Railroad, and marched 12 miles to Phillipi. The combined forces were commanded by Colonels Dumont and Lander, and at 8 o'clock on the night of the 2nd of June marched forward through one of the most overwhelming storms known to our country that year. Lander had been detailed to a special command by General Morris, and in the terrible march that followed, through darkness, mud, and rain, he led the way, sometimes exploring the route 3 miles ahead of his forces, in the midst of profound darkness, and through mud so deep and tenacious that every forward step was a struggle. The men followed, bravely toiling through the miry soil, staggering forward in thick darkness, and pelted by the rain so violently that they could not have seen the road had it been daylight. Still, not a murmur was heard. Against the whole force of the elements, the brave fellows struggled on, eager for the storm of fire which was soon to follow the deluge that pounded upon them. Now and then, Lander's majestic form, seated upon his charger, would loom upon them through the darkness, returning from his scouting duty to cheer them with his deep, sympathetic voice, which aroused them like a trumpet. Thus they moved on, supported by one stern purpose, through woods, across valleys, and over hills, the storm drowning their approach till they drew up on the edge of the town overlooking the enemy. But it was not altogether a surprise. Just before they reached the town, the troops had passed a farmhouse. A woman within that house sprang from her bed as she saw the lines of troops filing slowly by in the misty gray of the dawn, and guessed their object. She instantly aroused her little son and sent him by a short crossroad to give the alarm. The boy was quick of foot, but the hopes of conflict had so aroused the energies of these jaded men that he was but a few minutes in advance of them. Lander's troops took position on a hill across the river and below the town, commanding it and the encampments around. He at once planted 2 pieces of artillery and prepared to open fire at exactly 4 o'clock, the hour agreed upon for the attack, which was to be made at once by both divisions. Lander was to assault them in front, while Kelly was to attack the rear and cut off all retreat. But Lander found his division alone before the enemy. The terrible night, the almost impassable roads, and a march of 22 miles had delayed Kelly's forces, and when he did arrive, it was to come in by mistake below the town. The presence of Lander's troops aroused the town and threw it into terrible commotion. In vain Lander searched the distant hills, impatient for Kelly's appearance. The hour of attack had arrived and passed. The men became impatient, as their leader, who, in his indomitable courage, commenced the battle with a portion of his forces. When Lander gave the order, his eager men sprang to their posts, and the artillery opened fire. As the first gun awoke its thunder on the encampments, Kelly advanced, but in the wrong direction. He instantly comprehended Lander's action, and with prompt courage charged upon the encampments. The batteries had, by this time, obtained the range, and were pouring in their messengers of terror and death, tearing through tents and cabins, and scattering the rebels like chaff in every direction. After firing a volley of musketry, Lander advanced. Colonel Kelly's command was close upon the enemy, the Virginia troops in advance, the Henry Clay Guards in front, and Colonel Kelly and Captain Fordyce leading, while Colonel Lander's force came rushing down the hill to the bridge and joined in impetuous pursuit of the fugitives. Colonel Kelly, who, with a bravery amounting almost to rashness, had been foremost from the very first, was shot by a concealed foe, the ball entering his left breast and lodging beneath the shoulder blade. As his men conveyed him to a place of safety, this brave man, while in the agony of his pain, exclaimed, "I expect I shall have to die. I would be glad to live if it might be that I might do something for my country, but if it cannot be, I shall have at least the consolation of knowing that I fell in a just cause." But he was not destined to be cut off in the zenith of his fame and usefulness. After a few weeks of danger and anguish, he was again performing noble duty for the country he loved so well. In this dashing victory, 15 of the rebels were killed, a large number wounded, and 10 taken prisoners, together with a quantity of camp equipage, arms, etc. The organization of the rebels at that point was completely broken up, and the men driven up to the mountains. Great destruction of railroad property. The bitter animosity of the rebel army was strikingly illustrated on the 23rd of July by the destruction of a large number of locomotives and cars of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad by secession troops under the command of Colonel Thomas J. Jackson. 48 locomotives and 300 cars were blown up or burned, one of the engines having been previously wrapped in our national ensign. The road had been rendered impassable by the destruction of bridges, and therefore the rolling stock could not have been rendered available. The estimated loss was about $750,000. End of section 13. Section 14 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. General McClellan in Western Virginia, Battle of Scareytown, and Battle at Rich Mountain. General McClellan in Western Virginia. General McClellan, during the time that elapsed since his appointment, had been actively engaged in organizing his forces and getting them ready for efficient service. Scouting parties, an important feature of his department, were detailed for service, and raw troops replaced by experienced men. Colonel Kelly, who was now recovering from the wounds received at Phillipi, had been appointed by Governor Pierpont to the command of the Virginia Brigade of Volunteers. Generals Morris, Hill, Schenck, and Schleich were assigned their respective positions. The telegraph lines were put in order, and new ones for military purposes were constructed where necessary. The arrival of fresh regiments, among which Colonel Rosecrans made his appearance, added great activity to the department. On the side of the enemy were Generals Robert S. Garnett, Henry A. Wise, ex-governor, John B. Floyd, ex-Secretary of War, and Colonel Pegram. Columns of Federal troops were dispatched to attack the enemy simultaneously at 3 different points, and the first collision between them occurred on the 10th of July. Battle of Scareytown. A brigade of rebels under Governor Wise crossed the Alleghanies to the headwaters of the Kanawha with the intention of attacking the rear of McClellan's forces, while General Garnett was prepared to meet him in front. General Cox had been dispatched to this section with a considerable force of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky troops, and was encamped on the Kanawha about 10 miles below its junction with Scary Creek. Hearing that a portion of the rebel force had taken position at Scareytown, but 4 miles above his camp, on the other side of the river, and were entrenching themselves there, General Cox dispatched a force of about 1,000 men, consisting of the 12th Ohio, a portion of the 21st Ohio, the Cleveland Artillery, and a detachment of cavalry, all under the command of Colonel Lowe, to dislodge the rebels, if practicable. The column was ferried across the stream and moved cautiously onward, the scouts scouring the country as they advanced. The enemy was found to be entrenched on the opposite side of the Pocatalico Creek, here intersecting the Kanawha, protected by breastworks, and also sheltered by woods, about halfway up a slope of high hills, having 2 pieces of artillery in position, while a portion of their infantry had possessed themselves of 10 or 12 log huts, constituting the village of Scareytown, in which they had improvised loopholes. The Federal troops were met by a discharge from the rebel battery as soon as they made their appearance, but the artillery of Captain Cotton soon got in position and returned the fire of the enemy with good effect. The infantry were now ordered to advance, and rushed fearlessly across the stream, which was fordable, in face of a heavy fire. The left wing, composed of portions of the 12th and 21st Ohio, had reached the enemy's entrenchments, but being unsupported by the right, and a fresh regiment of the rebels appearing on the ground, they were compelled to retreat, leaving many of their dead and wounded on the field. The loss of the Federal forces by this engagement was 9 killed, 38 wounded, and 3 missing. Of the rebel loss, we have no record. A great misfortune of the day, however, was the capture of 5 of the principal officers of General Cox's command, who were not attached to the expedition. Colonels Woodruff and de Villiers, Lieutenant Colonel Neff, and Captains Austin and Hurd, prompted by an eager desire to witness the engagement in which they were not assigned a part, rode up the banks of the river to its junction with the creek, and hearing a loud shout, were led to believe that the Federal forces were victorious. They procured a skiff, crossed the creek, and inadvertently strayed within the enemy's lines, where they were all made prisoners. How the enemy was to be attacked. General Garnett had at this time nearly 10,000 men under his command, and occupied a position at Beverly, on Tygart's Valley River, Randolph County, in a valley of the Allegheny Mountains. The 2 good roads unite at an acute angle at this place, one leading westerly to Buchanan, and the other northwest to Phillipi. A mountainous ridge crosses both these roads in front of Beverly, and at each point of intersection General Garnett had an entrenched camp. The first was on the road to Buchanan, called the Rich Mountain Camp, under command of Colonel Pegram, and the second on the road to Phillipi, called Laurel Hill Camp, under General Garnett's personal command. Early on the morning of the 11th of July, General Rosecrans was dispatched to attack Colonel Pegram and dislodge him from his position. General Morris was to make a simultaneous movement on the position held by General Garnett. Battle at Rich Mountain, July 12, 1862. The rebel entrenchments at Rich Mountain were very strong in their position, and were evidently to be taken only by a great sacrifice of life. They had rolled great trees down the steep sides of the mountain, and banding their branches into a general entanglement, filled the open spaces with earth and stones. The dense forest on all sides made the approach almost impassable. General Rosecrans was accordingly directed to attack them in their rear. For this purpose he took with him the 8th and 10th Indiana, and the 19th Ohio, and under the leadership of an experienced guide, started about daylight to ascend the mountain. The path was exceedingly difficult and tedious, most of the distance being through thick laurel underbrush, almost impenetrable woods, and a broken, rocky region, which gave them a toilsome march of nearly 9 miles. Meantime, a courier from General McClellan with dispatches for General Rosecrans had been captured by the rebels, who instantly took the alarm, and a body of 2,500 men were sent to the top of the mountain by a short route which they commanded, and on the arrival of the Union forces they stood ready for defense. The rebels had 3 cannon in place, and awaited the troops, facing that part of the road where they would emerge from the timber. For some time there was skirmishing, the rebels firing their cannon into the woods at random. The Union troops had no cannon, and left the sheltering trees only long enough to deliver a volley at any one time, and then retired back to the bushes. They thus succeeded in drawing the enemy from his earthworks, and leading him into the open fields, where the encounter took place. Colonel Lander called for 20 sharpshooters, who speedily left the cannon without men to work them. Their places were filled by others, when the 19th Ohio, which had gained a position on high ground in the rear, poured in a tremendous volley, and giving loud cheers, rushed forward for a closer struggle. The 8th and 10th immediately charged upon the guns and carried them, and then the entire entrenchment. The enemy found it impossible to resist the impetuous and daring onset, and broke up instantly in a total rout. The action was short but fiercely contested. 140 rebels were found killed, while the Federal loss was only 25 or 30. The victors attempted to follow the flying enemy, but after proceeding a short distance were recalled, and formed in line in anticipation of an attack from the fort, at the foot of the mountain. It appeared, however, that when their cannon ceased firing, they gave up all as lost, and deserted their works. General Rosecrans remained on the field, burying the dead, and taking care of the wounded, till next morning, when he marched down to the fort with his forces and took possession. Several hundred prisoners were taken on the field, and Colonel Pegram, after wandering about nearly 2 days without finding a chance to escape, surrendered unconditionally to General McClellan, with the remnant of his command, numbering 600 men. End of section 14. Section 15 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Carrick's Ford. The West. And Missouri. Battle of Carrick's Ford, July 13, 1861. While these stirring events were transpiring, General Garnett, hearing of the combined movements, and conscious that he would be unable to maintain his position, or make a successful retreat if defeated, withdrew his forces from the Laurel Hill camp, and was proceeding towards Beverly, when he received intelligence of the surrender of Colonel Pegram and the rapid advance of General Rosecrans, accompanied by the intrepid Colonel Lander, towards the spot he was himself approaching. He then struck off on the Leading Creek Pike, half a mile from Leedsville, and commenced a rapid retreat towards St. George in Tucker County. General Morris's brigade entered the rebel camp at Beverly at 10 a.m. of Friday, the 12th of July. At 11 o'clock, the Federal troops detailed to follow General Garnett started in pursuit under Captain Benham. The advance comprised Colonel Steedman's Ohio 14th, Colonel Milroy's 9th, and Colonel Dumont's 7th Indiana, and 2 pieces of artillery with 40 men, total about 1,850. At 2 o'clock on the morning of the 13th, they set out in a pitiless storm, guided by the baggage, tents, trunks, blankets, knapsacks, and clothing thrown away by the enemy. The roads had been obstructed by the retreating foe. A guide, however, led them by a crossroad, which enabled them to gain rapidly on the enemy. On reaching the track again, it was found necessary to keep in advance of axemen to clear the obstructions. This was performed with the greatest zeal and alacrity, while the storm raged furiously around them. About noon, General Garnett had reached and passed Cowler's Ford, 12 miles from St. George. When the advance of the Federal troops emerged from the ford, they caught sight of the rear of the enemy, and they were instantly nerved with new life. The retreating Southerners were also excited and redoubled their speed, if possible, throwing away everything that encumbered their progress. General Garnett had become thoroughly convinced that there was no alternative but to make a stand, and thus test the question of superiority without delay. He continued his course, however, until he came to the 4th ford on the river, known as Carrick's Ford, and prepared to receive his pursuers. On the left bank of the river were level bottomlands, cornfields, and meadows. On the right, high bluffs commanded the fields below, and its bank was thickly hedged in with impenetrable thickets of laurel. Fording the river and placing his men on the high bluff on the right, they were completely concealed, while the situation gave his artillery every advantage. The wagon train was left standing in the river, evidently to mislead his pursuers with the idea that they were unable to cross the rocky bed of the stream. The Federal troops advanced to seize the train, and were consequently within range of his artillery on the bluff. The Federal columns pushed rapidly forward, Colonel Steedman's 14th Ohio in front, and as they approached the teams, their drivers called out that they would surrender. The position and the conduct of the teamsters, however, excited the suspicions of the regiment, and the men were disposed in order, with skirmishers thrown out towards the ford, the line moving down after them in the finest order. Just as the advance were approaching the stream, and only about 200 yards from the steep bluff on the other side, an officer rose from the bushes and gave the order to fire. Immediately, a volley of musketry was followed by a discharge of artillery. The 14th Ohio and the 7th Indiana were directly under the fire, and returned it, doing good execution, while that of the enemy flew harmlessly over their heads. The 14th Ohio, being nearest the ford, were almost exclusively aimed at, and for a time the storm of war was frightful. The roar of cannon, the crashing of trees, the bursting of shells, and quick volleys of musketry made the wild scene of terrible and appalling havoc. Amid it all, our men stood undaunted and returned the fire with great rapidity and in superior order. Burnett's artillery then came up and opened, and under cover of their fire the 7th Indiana was directed to cross the river and climb the bluff on the enemy's left. They made the attempt, and 2 companies had already reached the top, when they were directed to descend and make the ascent as to turn the enemy's right. Colonel Dumont led his men down the stream with such dispatch that the enemy could not turn his pieces upon them until they were concealed from view by the smoke, and beyond the guns on the bluff. During this movement, the 14th Ohio and Colonel Milroy's 9th Indiana, with our artillery, kept up a brisk fire in front, until suddenly Colonel Dumont's men, having scaled the bluff, appeared on the right, and poured in a volley. The appearance of our troops there was the signal for a retreat, and the enemy instantly broke up in rout and disorder, precipitately flying from the field. Our regiments and artillery then crossed the river in hot pursuit. At a distance of 1/4 of a mile, the road again crosses the stream, and General Garnett sought in vain to rally his troops at this point. Major Gordon of the 7th Indiana led the advance, and soon reached the spot where General Garnett, on the opposite side of the river, was endeavoring to rally his forces around him. Gordon called upon Captain Ferry's company, and ordered them to fire. The rebels greeted Major Gordon with 1 volley and fled. General Garnett turned to call his men and motioned them back, but all in vain. At this moment, Sergeant Burlingame, of Captain Ferry's company, raised his piece, took aim, and fired. General Garnett fell backward, his head lying towards our forces, and with open mouth, as though gasping for breath. He uttered not a groan, and when Major Gordon reached him a few moments afterwards, he was just expiring. The major stooped down, tenderly closed his eyes, disposed his limbs, and left a guard of loyal soldiers around him to protect all that remained of the chivalrous and honored, but mistaken, leader of Western Virginia. Every Virginian among the followers of this gallant man fled, and left him to fall and expire alone. But a young soldier wearing the Georgia uniform and buttons sprang to his side, only to share his fate, for a musket shot answered his devotion with death, and he fell side by side with his commander. The Federal troops, even in the glow of victory, stopped to pay a tribute of respect to this generous youth. They placed a board at his grave and cut rudely upon it. A brave fellow who shared his general's fate and fell fighting by his side. Name unknown. The loss of our troops was killed 2, wounded 12. The enemy lost 8 on the field, 3 died in hospital, and 10 others were wounded. A large number of prisoners were taken, including 6 Georgia captains and lieutenants, a surgeon, and a number of non-commissioned officers. Beside prisoners, there were also captured 2 stands of colors, 1 rifled cannon, 40 loaded wagons, hundreds of muskets and sidearms, and other effects of various kinds. This action is honorable in the highest degree to all engaged in it. They had pursued and overtaken an enemy who had 12 hours' advance. They had made a forced march of nearly 30 miles in less than 24 hours, over the worst of roads and with scarcely any food, and some of the men having been without nourishment for 36 hours. They then fought a battle, cut off the enemy's baggage train, captured their cannon, routed their army, and found themselves in full possession of the field. The day and the event will be ever memorable, and Ohio and Indiana may be well proud of their sons. The remainder of General Garnett's army effected their escape through the Cheat Mountain Gap, which was seized and fortified by General McClellan. In these 2 engagements, 150 of the enemy were killed, 300 wounded, upwards of 1,000 prisoners were taken, and nearly all their war material fell into the hands of the victors. The loyal troops were too much exhausted by the incessant labors and privations of their 3 days' struggle to pursue the scattered and dispirited enemy any further through the mountains, and went into camp at Huttonville and Laurel Hill to await the next call to duty. General McClellan closed his dispatch of July 14th with the words, "I firmly believe that secession is killed in this section of the country." During the battle, an incident illustrating the coolness, bravery, and generosity of Colonel Lander towards a brave foeman occurred that deserves honorable mention. The horse of the colonel had been shot from under him, and he, dismounted, had taken his stand upon a rock directly in front of a rebel gun. Discharging musket after musket, as fast as they could be loaded for him, he remained a noted mark for the enemy to shoot at. At a short distance, all the men belonging to a cannon of the Confederates had been shot down or fled, and their lieutenant was undauntedly serving and firing it, single-handed. 3 times it had belched forth flame and ball, when Colonel Lander, noticing the bravery of the man, called out to him, "If you fire that gun again, you are a dead man." "Sir, I shall fire it as long as I have life in my body," was the cool, fearless, and curt reply. This was an instance of noble courage well calculated to be appreciated by a true soldier, and the Union colonel, leaping from the rock, shouted to his men, "Boys, that is too brave a man for me to kill." On the 21st of July, the Federal army under General McDowell, having suffered severely and retreated from Manassas, General McClellan, who by his achievements had earned a brilliant prestige, was ordered on the 22nd to Washington to take command of the Department of the Potomac, and General Rosecrans was appointed to succeed him in the Department of the Ohio. The West. Comprehended within the boundaries of that noble portion of our country called the West is a people who can justly claim to be not only of the best muscle and nerve of the land, but second to none in intellectual vigor and sterling integrity of character. A single thought tells us how just this claim is. The West was settled by the picked men and women of the old states. When the sloping-roofed farmhouses of New England became too circumscribed for the sons and daughters that filled them, the most enterprising members of a household left the rest to till the homestead acres, while they went forth into the wilderness to cut the forest trees away, and let sunshine into the shadowy bosom of the woods, to build their log cabins in the first clearing, and so work out a sure independence for themselves, as they became benefactors to the world. In the end, both position and wealth followed these daring pioneers. As the roving Indians slowly retreated from the frontier, which was stretching westward every hour, sweeping the wilderness away with it, he found the rich earth lavish of her returns for his self-sacrifice and his labor. He drank in enlargement of thought and purpose from amid the luxuriant prairies and vast wilderness, which spread its untrodden bosom between his home and the Rocky Mountains. He watched for father of rivers, cleaving the best portions of a continent with his broad waters, and drank in lessons of true freedom which will never lose their value to his descendants. With a rifle for his companion and an axe for his best friend, the backwoodsman of America learned the art of border warfare, and trained himself in a school of hardship that made his sinews firm as iron and capable of resisting any fatigue. With hearts and minds expanding with the boundless scenes around them, these adventurous men grew so careless of danger that the word fear was blotted from their lexicon long before the present generation came into existence. It is strange that the descendants of such men should be open-handed, grand-hearted, and brave, as we have found them in this war for our common union. The enthusiasm of the old men who have dropped quietly away into their western graves has broken forth anew in this younger generation. Like a spark of fire dropped upon a prairie in the autumn, their enthusiasm is easily enkindled. A single word against the old flag, one sacrilegious touch upon its flag staff, was enough to rouse them into action. Nowhere on earth is the Stars and Stripes held more sacred than in the West. The first ball that cut through the flag at Fort Sumter aroused the old pioneer blood into determined and terrible resistance. The history of the Mexican War is a record of what Western men can do on the battlefield, charges at which even their countrymen who knew them wondered. Sufferings patiently endured, marches that taxed the strongest, all these things have proved of what true metal the West is made. With war wreaths dyed in blood at Cerro Gordo, baptized in fire at Chapultepec, and rendered immortal at Buena Vista, these men were not likely to see their own government turned upon without rising as one man to defend it. Through the golden grain and the rustling cornfields of the West, the news of the bombardment of Sumter, the attack at Baltimore, and the call of the president rushed like one of its own tornadoes from city to village, from farmhouse to cabin. The news ran, and the answer came thunder-toned. The old man took down his rifle from the antler bracket on the cabin wall. His son left the plow in its furrow, and all classes and conditions of men came forward with brave hearts and ready hands, and laid them on the altar of their country. The watchfires of freedom were kindled, and on every hill and through the valleys poured a tide of armed men, unconquerable and resistless. These Western men took the field, ready at once for the deadly strife. Their entire lives had been one incessant training for the hardships and dangers of war. They had but one regret, that their march was against brothers armed against the nation. All else was merged in the glorious thought that they, the very children of liberty, had the power to yield up everything, even life and home, that a great country should be maintained, in every inch of its soil and every right of its people. Long had the great West toiled to feed the starving nations of the earth. Long had she poured from her overflowing storehouses countless millions of food into the waiting lap of the needy manufacturing countries. From her great wealth of food she had always been ready to feed the world. When the war cry aroused her, she was just as strong and just as prompt to fight the world. The national honor was hers, to reverence and avenge. The old flag, its emblem and its glory, who should spring to its rescue if not the West? Did not a chain of crystal lakes crown her at the north, clasped together by the eternal emeralds of Niagara? Was not the Mississippi, her great highway to the Gulf, a mighty thoroughfare which no force should wrest from her while she had power to hold its banks with serried walls of steel? Was this river, the pathway of her greatness, one source of her renown, to be blocked up while she could cleave her own mountains asunder and force them to give forth iron for gunboats, or gather lead from her bosom to mold into bullets? Not while these people could turn their workshops into manufactories of war missiles, and their prairie steeds into chargers, should an enemy, brother or stranger, take one right from the West by force. This was the stern resolve of our pioneer men when the war trumpet rang over the prairies of the West, and quick to act as prompt to resolve, her people arose as one man. There was no cavil about trifles then. Her fertile fields were stripped of their wealth, and her prairies of their cattle to furnish food. Not alone to furnish food for themselves, but for the armies of the East. Soon her rivers swarmed with ironclad gunboats, and her railways became military roads, her cities tented fields, her palaces recruiting offices, her cabins free homes for soldiers when their faces turned toward the war. The West was impatient of nothing but delay, but she chafed wildly at any obstacle that impeded the progress of her armies. How well these men have fought, and with what heroism they have suffered, let the record we are about to make of Henry, Donelson, Pittsburgh Landing, and many another bravely contested point answer. Let the noble hearts stilled in death, and countless graves upon which the tender grass is now springing, answer. With battle songs on their lips, they marched away from their homes. With battle cries upon their lips, many of them fell gloriously, never to see those homes again. If the West has been brave in war, so will she prove generous when peace shall come. The nation they have helped to save, and those in revolt, when true brotherhood comes back, will yet give the West a monument worthy of its fame. Missouri. The geographical position of Missouri is such that, if thrown into the scale, she would weigh heavily either for or against the Union. When the war broke out, her people were divided, though the majority were believed to be loyal to the Constitution, and when the governor refused to meet the requisition of the president for troops to sustain the national flag, Honorable Frank P. Blair and other prominent citizens of the state replied, on their personal responsibility, that the quota of 4 regiments should be raised, without either the aid of the governor or his consent. In order to give character and legality to their proceedings, and to guard against the power of the state rulers, Captain Nathaniel Lyon, of the United States Army, then in command of the arsenal at St. Louis, was directed by the government on the 30th of April to enroll in the military service of the United States, from the loyal citizens of the city and vicinity, 10,000 men, for the purpose of maintaining the authority of the government, for the protection of the peaceable inhabitants of Missouri, and to guard against any attempt on the part of the secessionists to gain military possession of the city of St. Louis. Captain Lyon was also instructed that his force should be disbanded when the emergency ceased to exist. Recruiting offices were opened under his direction, the loyal citizens were prompt in their response, and on the 2nd of May, Colonel F.B. Blair announced that the 4 regiments called for from the state had been enrolled, equipped, and mustered into service. The police commissioners of St. Louis had called upon Captain Lyon on the opening of recruiting stations, and demanded the removal of the United States troops from all places and buildings occupied by them in the city outside of the arsenal grounds, but he declined compliance, and the commissioners referred the matter to the governor and the legislature, alleging that such occupancy was derogatory to the Constitution of the United States, that Missouri had sovereign and exclusive jurisdiction over her entire territory, and had delegated a portion of that territory only, the arsenals, etc., to the United States for military purposes. End of section 15. Section 16 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Capture of Camp Jackson, Cairo, and Battle of Booneville. Capture of Camp Jackson. In response to Governor Jackson's order directing the military in certain districts to go into encampments for the purpose of improvement in the tactics of war, a camp had been formed at Lindell's Grove, in the suburbs of St. Louis, called Camp Jackson. On the 4th of May, it was inaugurated under the charge of General D.M. Frost, and within a week numbered 800 men. Having received intelligence that it was the purpose of Captain Lyon to break up this encampment, General Frost addressed him a letter, dissuasive in its tone, disclaiming any intention on the part of himself and men of hostility to the government, and containing an offer to preserve the public peace and guard the property of the United States. The answer to this was the surrounding of the camp by 5,000 federal troops, and the following notice from Captain Lyon. Sir, your command is regarded as hostile towards the government of the United States. It is, for the most part, made up of those who have avowed their hostility to the general government, and have been plotting for the seizure of its property and the overthrow of its authority. You are openly in communication with the so-called Southern Confederacy, which is now at war with the United States, and you are receiving at your camp, from the said Confederacy and under its flag, large supplies of material of war, most of which is known to be the property of the United States. These extraordinary preparations plainly indicate none other than the well-known purpose of the governor of this state, under whose orders you are acting, and whose purpose, recently communicated to the legislature, has just been responded to by that body in the most unparalleled legislation, having in direct view hostilities to the general government and cooperation with its enemies. Actuated by these considerations, and also by the failure to break up the camp, in obedience to the presidential proclamation of April 15th, Captain Lyon demanded its immediate surrender. After a hasty consultation with his officers, General Frost complied, and the place was surrendered unconditionally. But when the result was announced to the troops, it was received with the wildest yells, curses, and groans. Some railed out against treachery, but the more loyal were rejoiced at the prospect of escaping from what they denominated a school of secession. Numbers of outsiders also, when the news became known, rushed into the camp and gave loud voice to their feelings of indignation. The camp had in reality become a vast mob. Hurrahs for Jeff Davis were given, many of the now disarmed soldiers joining in them. The United States troops were insulted in every possible manner, and rowdyism ruled the hour triumphantly. Officers had broken their swords and privates their guns before surrendering them. The task of marching the men out was a work of great difficulty, but at last it was accomplished, and the prisoners surrounded by 2 files of loyal troops. This act brought the fury of the mob to a climax, and when most of the troops had left, the few German soldiers that brought up the rear were attacked by the crowd, and showers of stones rattled upon them. The Federals presented their muskets for the purpose of intimidating the mob, but without avail. The order to fire at length became necessary. It was given and executed with terrible effect, and the swiftly retreating mob left behind them from 30 to 40 of their number, either dead or lying on the ground, weltering in blood. Many of the prisoners took the oath of fidelity to the Constitution and the laws, and were set free. A large amount of arms, ammunition, stores, camp equipage, and stock was seized. The event roused the secessionists in the city of St. Louis to the highest fury, and the night was made hideous by bloody encounters in which several lives were lost. The legislature, then in session at Jefferson City, alarmed by these vigorous measures on the part of the government, passed, the same afternoon, a military bill, authorizing the governor to call out and equip the state militia, and appropriating all the available funds of the state for that purpose, in addition to the issuing of bonds to the amount of $1 million, and authority to borrow $500,000 from the state banks. The bill also gave to the governor supreme authority in all military matters, and subjected every able-bodied man in the state to such authority, under penalty of $150 fine. The telegraph was seized by order of Governor Jackson, and the bridges on all roads leading from St. Louis destroyed, from fear that federal troops might reach Jefferson City by railroad and arrest the conspirators. The loyal citizens of St. Louis trembled for their safety, fearful alike of an uprising of the secessionists in their midst and invasion from without. The Home Guard was organized. A reserve of volunteers proceeded to the arsenal for arms and to take the oath of fealty, and other measures adopted for defense. On the afternoon of the 11th, a body composed mostly of Germans was assailed by a mob on their return from the arsenal. A fierce struggle ensued, and several were killed on either side. The following day, Brigadier General Harney of the regular army reached St. Louis and assumed command of the military department. Being himself a citizen of Missouri and enjoying the confidence of the people in a very large degree, his presence produced a marked and salutary effect. By proclamation, he demonstrated the madness and futility of any attempt to withdraw the state from her allegiances, and gave warning that any disturbance would be promptly suppressed. On the 14th, he issued a second proclamation declaring the military bill in conflict with the Constitution and laws of the United States, and therefore a nullity, equivalent to an ordinance of secession, and cautioned all good citizens against obeying it. The geographical position of the state, and her best interests, he asserted, rendered it absolutely necessary that she should remain in the Union, no matter what might be the position of the Cotton States, and he emphatically declared that the whole power of the United States would be exerted, if necessary, to keep her within the national domain. But secession influences were exceedingly active in almost all parts of the state, and the fact that the governor and members of the legislature were disorganizers occasioned great apprehension in regard to her future destiny. The neighboring states of Iowa, Illinois, and Kansas made tender of liberal aid to the loyal men of Missouri, whenever required, to maintain their rights and their freedom. The secessionists now threw off their disguise and resorted to violent aggressions and bitter persecutions of Union men. Many loyal citizens of Potosi, Washington County, 70 miles from St. Louis, were driven from the town, and their property injured or appropriated by the rebels. Previous to the arrival of General Harney at St. Louis, Captain Nathaniel Lyon was commissioned to a brigadier general, having command of all the troops at St. Louis. On Tuesday, the 14th of May, he sent Captain Cole of the 5th Missouri Volunteers with 150 men to Potosi, who surrounded the town before daylight and arrested about 150 persons. They were marched to the courthouse, and 50 of them required to give parole not to take up arms against the government. 9 of the leaders were taken to the St. Louis arsenal. On his return to St. Louis, Captain Cole led his troop through DeSoto, Jefferson County, where a body of secession cavalry was collected, who fled at his approach. 30 of their horses were captured by Captain Cole, and a large secession flag seized, which they had just raised on a pole in the town, and the Stars and Stripes elevated in its place. On the 21st of May, General Harney was induced by Price to enter into an arrangement which was professedly designed to allay excitement and restore peace, and for this common object, the general officers of the federal and state governments were to be respected. Price was recognized as having by commission full authority over the militia of the state to direct the whole power of the state officers and maintain order. General Harney admitted that this, faithfully performed, was all he required, and that he had no wish to make any military movements on his part. This was all that Price desired. Having by these plausible pretenses tied the hands of General Harney, knowing that he would regard his obligations, the secession leaders continued their plots and took measures for consummating the rebellion in the state. Loyal men in Missouri, as well as in other states, soon perceived the situation of affairs. The general government became cognizant of the embarrassment in which General Harney was placed, and to release him from his engagements with General Price, as well as to secure the most efficient action at this stage of the rebellion, relieved him and appointed General Lyon to the command. Under his administration, vigorous, all-observant, prompt, and decisive, General Price found himself under a pressure very different from what he had anticipated. Cairo. The most important strategic point in the West at this time was the city of Cairo, situated at the extreme southern point of the state of Illinois, at the junction of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, where the latter river separates it from Missouri, and the former from Kentucky. It completely commands both streams, and in a military point of view may be properly considered as the key to what is usually denominated the Great Northwest. The Illinois Central Railroad connects it with Chicago, the greatest grain city of the world, with Lake Michigan and the chain of lakes, and with the vast network of railroads that branch from thence eastward. On the Missouri bank of the Mississippi River, 2 miles distant, is Ohio City, the initial port of the Cairo and Fulton Railroad, designed to be extended to the Red River in Arkansas, and thence to Galveston in Texas. 20 miles below, on the Kentucky side of the same giant river, is Columbus, which was soon after occupied and fortified by the rebel troops. As soon as General Lyon was vested with supreme command in Missouri, one of his first steps was to order a body of federal troops to take possession of Cairo, under General Prentiss, who immediately proceeded thither with 6,000 men and commenced fortifying the place. On the 28th of May, Bird's Point, on the Missouri side of the river, a commanding position, was also occupied, by direction of General Lyon, by the 4th Missouri Volunteers under the command of Colonel Schuttner. On the 11th of June, Governor Jackson, at his own instance, accompanied by General Price, had an interview with General Lyon and Colonel Blair at St. Louis, when he requested that the United States troops should be withdrawn from the soil of Missouri. General Lyon, as well as Colonel Blair, were equally blind to the advantages of this movement, and could not be made to see how the government or the state of Missouri could be benefited by a surrender of the field to the secessionists. Jackson and Price, finding their negotiations altogether vain, and under a previous arrangement that they were not to be arrested or interfered with before the 12th, returned to Jefferson City on the same night, and prepared for an immediate hostile demonstration. General Lyon, convinced that the only effective treatment demanded by the occasion consisted in an instant arrest of the conspirators, if possible, started up the river, and occupied Jefferson City on the 15th, the place having been abandoned by the rebels. On the 16th he started in pursuit of Price and Jackson, and on the 17th landed about 4 miles below Booneville, where their forces were collected, and had resolved to make a stand. Battle of Booneville, June 17, 1861. The enemy were exceedingly well posted, having had every advantage in the selection of their position. They occupied the summit of the ground, which rises upward from the river in a long slope, and were prepared to give the loyal troops a warm reception. General Lyon opened a heavy cannonade against the rebels, who retreated and dispersed into the adjacent wood, where, hidden by bushes and trees, they opened a brisk fire on his troops. Arriving at the brow of the ascent, Captain Totten renewed the engagement by throwing a few 9-pounder explosives into their ranks, while the infantry filed oblique right and left and commenced a terrible volley of musketry, which was, for a short time, well replied to. The enemy were posted in a lane running towards the river from the road along which the Army of the United States were advancing, and in a brick house on the northeast corner of the junction of the two roads. A couple of bombs were thrown through the east wall of that house, scattering the rebels in all directions. The well-directed fire of the German infantry, Lieutenant Colonel Schaefer on the right, and General Lyon's company of regulars, and part of Colonel Blair's regiment on the left side of the road, soon compelled the enemy to seek a safer position. They clambered over the fence into a field of wheat, and again formed in line just on the brow of the hill. They then advanced some 20 steps to meet the Federal troops, and for a short time the artillery was worked with great rapidity and effect. Just at this time the enemy opened fire from a grove on the left of Lyon's center, and from a shed beyond and still further to the left. General Lyon halted, faced his troops about, and bringing his artillery to bear, opened fire on the rebels, and after a short engagement killed 35 and took 30 prisoners, while the remainder fled in all directions, leaving many of their guns on the field. This accomplished, the general moved forward and took possession of the town. Neither General Price nor Governor Jackson were on the field of battle, though the latter was a spectator and took an early opportunity to withdraw. On the 17th of June, Colonel Bornstein was appointed military governor at Jefferson City, including Cole and the adjoining counties, the governor and officers of the state having fled. Colonel Bornstein, on being questioned as to how long he should remain, replied, "I don't know, perhaps a year, so long as the governor chooses to stay away. I am governor now, you see, till he comes back." His idea of freedom of speech and the press he expressed freely, like this: "All people shall speak what they think, write what they please, and be free to do anything they please, only they shall speak and write no treason." The loyal people of the state now entered with zeal into the work of defense. Union home guards were organized at Hannibal, Herman, Rolla, Potosi, and many other places, and troops stationed at various points, of which 2,500 kept guard over the Hannibal and St. Joseph, and 1,000 over the North Missouri Railroad. 3,000 took their position also at Rolla, on the southwest branch of the Pacific Railroad. At Booneville on the 18th, General Lyon issued a proclamation in which he exposed the misrepresentations of the conspirators. The views they had endeavored to inculcate, that the United States would overrun the state with military despotism and destroy state rights, were pronounced false, the glaring inconsistencies of the secessionists exposed, and all malcontents solicited to return their allegiance to the old flag. On the same day, 800 Union Home Guards under Captain Cook at Camp Cole were surprised and routed by a body of rebels from Warsaw. 25 were killed, 52 wounded, and 23 taken prisoners. The rebel loss was 45 killed and wounded. At this time, Colonel Sigel, General Sweeney, and Colonel Brown, with their commands, were in the southwestern part of the state, keeping the insurgents at bay. General Price and Jackson were employed in raising all the turbulent elements of the state and rallying followers to their standard. They were also greatly inspirited in their labors by the rumor that Ben McCulloch was approaching with 8,000 or 10,000 men to aid them in the overthrow of the government. On the 3rd of July, General Lyon left Booneville with 2,000 men for the southwest. General Sweeney, who was in command of the Southwest Expedition at Springfield, published a proclamation to the people, inviting them to remain loyal, and warning all rebels to disperse, take the oath of allegiance, and escape the penalties of their lawless career. End of section 16. Section 17 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Carthage, Battle at Monroe, Missouri, and Guerrilla Bands in Missouri. Battle of Carthage, July 4th, 1861. Colonel Sigel arrived at Springfield on the 23rd of June, and there learned that the rebel troops under Jackson were making their way southwardly through Cedar County. He immediately proceeded with his command, numbering over 1,000 men, and a small field battery, towards Mount Vernon, for the purpose of intercepting him. On arriving at that point, he learned that General Price, in command of 1,200 of the state troops, was encamped at Neosho, the county seat of Newton County, situated in the southwest corner of the state. His object there was to prevent Jackson going south or Price going north. He appears to have decided to move southwardly and capture Price if possible, and afterwards attend to the governor. As he neared Neosho on the 30th, the reports began to come in of the strength of Price, until his force was swelled to 3,500 men, including Arkansas volunteers. The inhabitants expressed their welcome for Colonel Sigel, and detailed the most pitiable accounts of the oppression of the rebel soldiers. On the 1st of July, the entire force entered the town without opposition, and encamped there, the enemy having retreated. On the 2nd, Colonel Sigel, learning that the forces of Price, Rains, and Jackson had united at Dry Fork Creek, 8 miles from Carthage, and having communicated with and received orders from Brigadier General Sweeney, proceeded at once to attack them. He took up his line of march on the 3rd, and on the morning of the 4th came upon the enemy, who were in great force. The Federal command was about 1,200 strong, including part of Colonel Salomon's regiment. They met the enemy in camp on an open prairie 3 miles beyond Dry Fork, and after approaching within 800 yards, took position. The artillery was placed in the front, 2 6-pounders on the left, 2 6 and 2 12-pounders in the center, and 2 6-pounders on the right. The fight commenced about 9:30, the balls and shells of the enemy flying over the Union troops and exploding in the open prairie. At 11 o'clock, the rebel 12-pounders were silenced, and much disorder visible. About 2 o'clock, the enemy's cavalry, having attempted to outflank the Federal troops, they fell back upon their baggage trains to prevent their capture, Colonel Sigel changing his front. Proceeding in their retreat without serious casualty, they reached Dry Fork Creek, where 800 rebel cavalry had concentrated to cut them off, but a crossfire of canister and shrapnel soon broke their ranks, and they fell into wild confusion. Thence the Federal troops proceeded toward Carthage. Just before entering the town, Sigel posted 3 companies at Buck Creek, while the residue, in columns, made a circuit around the town, the artillery pouring in well-directed fire on the pursuing enemy. Night was approaching as the retreating army passed through Carthage, while the rebel horsemen withdrew to the woods on the Mount Vernon road. Colonel Sigel, notwithstanding the great fatigue of the day, his men having been in action nearly 12 hours, and suffering severely from the heat and from lack of water, ordered his men to press on and retreat from Carthage. A forced march was made to Sarcoxie, in the southeast corner of Jasper County, Carthage being the county seat, a distance of 12 or 14 miles. There they went into camp at 3 o'clock Saturday morning. In the afternoon of the next day, the retreat was continued to Mount Vernon, in Lawrence County, 16 or 18 miles east of Sarcoxie, where Sigel took a stand and where his headquarters were located. The Union loss was 13 killed and 31 wounded, while, according to the most reliable accounts, the loss of the enemy could not have been less than 300 in killed and wounded, and 45 prisoners. Battle at Monroe, Missouri. July 10th, 1861. Before daylight, on the morning of the 10th, Colonel Smith, with about 600 men of the 16th Illinois Volunteers, while encamped near Monroe Station, 30 miles west of Hannibal, was attacked by 1,600 rebels under the command of Governor Harris. After a successful skirmish with the enemy, Colonel Smith retired to the academy buildings for greater security. Here he was again attacked by an increased force of the rebels, and again succeeded in repulsing them. Determined on keeping them at bay, he sent messengers to Hannibal and other places for reinforcements, while the long-range rifles of his men told with fearful effect on his besiegers, and rendered 2 inferior pieces of artillery which they had brought to bear on him of but little use. 3 companies from Hannibal arrived first to the rescue, with 2 pieces of cannon of superior power to that of the enemy, and Colonel Smith immediately assumed the offensive. Toward evening, a body of cavalry under the command of Governor Wood of Illinois arrived and fell upon the rear of the enemy, when the struggle soon ended and the rebel besiegers fled, with a loss of 30 killed and wounded, 75 prisoners, 1 gun, and a large number of horses. Of the Union troops, but 4 or 5 were severely wounded, none killed. Guerrilla bands in Missouri. In consequence of the disorganized condition of society in this state, bands of armed rebels took occasion to commit depredations upon the loyal citizens. Skirmishes became frequent, terror took the place of security, and distrust that of confidence. Men once high in public opinion and the councils of the nation became leaders in revolt, and encouraged by their example, the rabble threw off all restraint, and boldly became banditti. Brigadier General Pope was assigned command in northern Missouri, and from his headquarters at St. Charles issued a proclamation, assuring loyal citizens of protection, and threatening disorganizers and secessionists with severe punishment. The state convention assembled on the 22nd of July at Jefferson City and passed an ordinance on the 23rd by a vote of 65 to 21, declaring the office of president of their body, held by General Sterling Price, to be vacant, and elected General Robert Wilson, a firm Union man, in his place. A committee of 7, one from each congressional district, was appointed to report what action was necessary for the state to take in the crisis, and prepare an address to the people. The report was made, Union in all its bearings, and the convention adjourned. Major General Fremont arrived at St. Louis on Sunday the 25th and assumed military command. The month of July was prolific in proclamations from the commanders of the rebel forces, as well as of the federal troops. On the 30th of July, rebel regiments from Tennessee, Mississippi, and Kentucky occupied New Madrid on the Mississippi River, in the southern extremity of the state, and fortified it, and General Gideon J. Pillow issued a manifesto, in which he called upon the men of Missouri to enter his ranks. On the 1st of August, Jefferson Thompson, not to be outdone in the declamatory department, also issued a fiery proclamation. Depredations had become so numerous and troublesome on the line of the Hannibal and St. Joseph's Railroad that General Pope appointed General S.A. Hurlbut to guard it, and divided it into sections, notifying the people that all who had property and interests at stake would be expected to take an active part in their own protection and security. Citizens were appointed district superintendents. The address of the state convention was published on the 31st of the month, and presented the question before the people in a masterly and able manner. The rebel lieutenant governor, Thomas C. Reynolds, found refuge under the protection of General Pillow at New Madrid, and on the same day, in the absence of Governor Jackson, issued a treasonable proclamation to the people of the state. While these events were transpiring in other parts of the state, General Lyon had concentrated his forces at Springfield. Although he had perfect confidence in the bravery and discipline of his troops, he yet felt his inability to cope successfully with the superior numbers that he was warned were marching against him, and appealed to General Fremont to reinforce him. This General Fremont declined to do, alleging as a reason that his best regiments had been withdrawn to Washington and Cairo, 2 important points in the vicinity of St. Louis and the district under General Pope that required to be guarded, and General Lyon and his little handful of brave men were left to meet, as best they might, the fast accumulating forces of the enemy who were bent on their destruction. End of section 17. Section 18 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Doug Springs, Skirmish at Athens, Missouri, and Battle of Wilson's Creek. Battle of Doug Springs, August 2, 1861. General Lyon, being thus compelled to act, and relying upon the steadiness and efficiency of his army and superior artillery, decided to meet the advancing foe with his small force, rather than retreat and leave a large district of country exposed to secession ravages. In order to meet the enemy on an open field, he led his army as far south as Crane Creek, 10 miles below Springfield. The march commenced at 5 o'clock on the afternoon of August 1st. The weather was intensely hot. The baggage wagons were scattered over a distance of 3 miles. The march slow and one of great fatigue, and it was not until 10 o'clock that the camping ground was reached and the march ended, only to be resumed on the following morning, under a burning sun and with but a very scanty supply of water. Slight skirmishes occurred during the day, but the shells of Captain Totten's battery caused a hasty retreat on the part of the rebels. On the arrival at Doug Springs, the advance continued on, while the skirmishers maintained a brisk fire with the retreating pickets of the enemy. Captain Steele's regular infantry taking the lead to the left, supported by a company of cavalry, the rest of the column being some distance in the rear. A body of rebel infantry were now seen approaching from the woods, with the design of cutting off the Union forces. Captain Stanley drew up his cavalry and opened upon them with Sharp's carbines. It was a desperate undertaking to keep the rebels in check, scarce 100 Union cavalry against more than 5 times that number of the enemy. The rebel infantry kept up the firing for some minutes, when an enthusiastic lieutenant, giving the order to charge, some 25 of the gallant regulars rushed forward upon the enemy's lines, and, dashing aside the threatening bayonets of the sturdy rebels, hewed down the ranks with fearful slaughter. Captain Stanley, who was amazed at the temerity of the little band, was obliged to sustain the order, but before he could reach his company they had broken the ranks of the enemy, who outnumbered them as 20-1. Some of the rebels who were wounded asked, in utter astonishment, whether these were men or devils, they fight so. The ground was left in possession of the Unionists, strewed with arms, and the men were seizing the horses and mules that had been left, when a large force of the enemy's cavalry were seen approaching, some 300 or more. At the instant when they had formed, in an angle, Captain Totten, who had mounted a 6 and 12-pounder upon the overlooking hill, sent a shell directly over them. In another minute, the second, a 12-pound shell, landed at their feet, exploding, and scattering the whole body in disorder. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth were sent into their midst. The horsemen could not control their horses, and in a minute not an enemy was to be seen anywhere. The Union loss was 4 killed and 5 wounded, one of whom subsequently died, while that of the enemy was very heavy, fully 40 killed and 100 wounded. Having routed the enemy, General Lyon continued his march until he arrived at Curran, in Stone County, 26 miles from Springfield, where he encamped in order to avail himself of a choice of position. Here, from information that had been obtained of the opposing force and movements, a consultation was held with Generals Sweeney and Sigel, and Majors Schofield, Shepard, Conant, and Sturgis, and Captains Totten and Schaefer, when it was determined to retire towards Springfield. The enemy was threatening a flank movement, and the necessity of keeping a communication open with Springfield was apparent to all the officers, and induced General Lyon to return to that point. An important consideration was, their provisions had to be transported 100 miles, the depot being at Rolla, and the men were exhausted with the excessive heat, labors, and privations of the campaign. On the 5th of August they encamped at and near Springfield, and awaited the expected encounter with firm hearts, resolute bearing, and a determination to do or die. Skirmish at Athens, Missouri, August 5, 1861. While General Lyon and his noble associates were preparing to repel the anticipated attack of the forces of McClellan and Price, another event occurred that demands attention, and we turn to the town of Athens, situated on the Des Moines River, 25 or 30 miles from Keokuk, Iowa. For 3 or 4 weeks, that portion of Missouri had been in a state of anarchy. There had been no security for life or property, nor any effectual efforts made to enforce the laws and restore order. Actual force had not as yet been resorted to, but the secessionists, determining to drive the Unionists out of the country, had visited their houses in squads, insulted the women, and threatened death, both by rifle and rope, unless their orders to leave the country were complied with. Union men and their families, thus kept in a state of perpetual alarm, in many instances abandoned their homes and possessions, and obeying the cruel command, left the state. Some determined men, however, resolved not to be trampled to the earth without resistance, and formed companies of home guards, but they were powerless to protect themselves or friends from assassination, and being scattered far apart, were almost useless in a sudden emergency. Day by day the rebels became more bold, until finally the Unionists went into camp at the town of Cahokia, 18 miles from the Mississippi, in Clark County, about 600 strong, with a brave commander who had seen service in Mexico. They soon received 240 stand-of-arms from St. Louis, and thus became, in a measure, prepared to protect themselves and sustain their country's honor. In the meantime, the rebels had formed a camp at Monticello, the county seat of Lewis County, about 30 miles south of Cahokia, under Martin Greene, a brother of the ex-senator. A few days subsequently, the Unionists received word that Greene was about to attack them with 800 men, and sent to Keokuk and Warsaw for assistance. Keokuk did not respond, but the Warsaw Greys, Captain Coster, 50 in number, went over to the Union camp, though with the intention of acting only on the defensive. But no enemy appearing, Colonel Moore determined to rout the prowling bands of secessionists who were hovering around him, and for 3 days his men searched in vain to find an enemy to give them battle. Numerous secessionists were arrested, but liberated on taking the required oath, and Moore finally marched his command to Athens. A peace in the vicinity was proposed by the enemy, with the object of lulling the suspicions of the Union men, and inducing them to disperse, and through these influences the colonel soon found his forces dwindled down to 1/2 their original number. But Greene had not been idle. Constant recruiting had increased his force to nearly 1,500 men, and he visited Scotland and Knox counties, driving out the loyal citizens, insulting and abusing their families, and committing fearful depredations upon them. At length it was evident that he was about to attack the Unionists at Athens, and again they sent to Keokuk for assistance. 70 of the militia from that place went up to Croton, a small town on the Iowa side of the Des Moines River, opposite Athens, but refused to cross. Moore, however, received reinforcements until his command reached 400 and encamped in the town, awaiting the moment of action, with his main force stationed on a street parallel to, and his right and left wings extending to, the river. There and in this order the Federalists were attacked by a force of from 12 to 1,500 men, with no chance of retreat, except by fording a stream fully 300 yards in width and exposed to murderous fire. They were without artillery, while the enemy had an 8-pounder, which was placed on the brow of the hill in a position to rake the principal street, while 2 imitation guns were placed in sight, intended to inspire a fear, which few men of that little band were capable of experiencing. The attack opened between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. At its very commencement, Lieutenant Colonel Callahan, who commanded a company of cavalry in the rebel ranks, retired across the river and continued his flight until he reached the Mississippi River at Montrose. A portion of Moore's infantry were also seized with a momentary panic and fled across the river, but on seeing their companions stand firm, many returned and took part in the action. About 300 only of the Unionists bore the brunt, and firm as regulars delivered their fire with coolness and precision. The fight, regular and irregular, lasted about an hour and a half, and then Colonel Moore led his center to a charge, which routed the enemy and left him and his brave associates undisputed masters of the field. The loss of the Unionists was 10 killed and the same number wounded, and that of the rebels 14 killed and 40 wounded. Battle of Wilson's Creek, August 10, 1861. General Lyon, having returned to Springfield after his expedition to Curran, found himself greatly embarrassed by his position, and was forced by circumstances to determine the question whether he should, with his inferior force, give battle to the enemy now pressing upon him, or attempt a retreat to Rolla, encumbered with an immense train, and exposed to the probability of being compelled to defend himself at any point on the route where they might see fit to attack him. Their cavalry force was large, and with this they could, by the celerity of movement, cut off his communication and flank him whenever disposed. His appeals for reinforcements had not been granted, yet he was daily indulging the hope that he would soon be furnished a sufficient force to enable him to meet the enemy with a reasonable prospect of success. The days were passing on, the enemy was drawing nearer, and General Lyon was compelled to make his decision. The alternative was before him, either to retreat and leave the finest section of the state open to the ravages of the enemy, or make the attempt to expel the foe, even though he might sacrifice his own army in the effort. On the afternoon of the 9th of August, he held a consultation with his officers, when after a full discussion of the question, it was deemed advisable to attack the enemy in his camp at Wilson's Creek, 9 miles south of Springfield. The attack was to be made simultaneously by 2 columns, at daylight on the following morning, Saturday the 10th, the first under command of General Lyon and the second under General Sigel. The rebel leaders were Generals Sterling Price, Ben McCulloch, and Brigadier General John B. Clark. Somewhat singularly, both parties had planned an attack at the same hour, but the darkness of the night induced the rebels to postpone their movement. Their tents were pitched on either side of Wilson's Creek, extending a mile east and south of the road, crossing to 2 miles west and north of the same, the creek running nearly in the shape of a horizontal S. At the crossing of the Fayette Road, the hills on each side of the stream are from 200 to 300 feet high, sloping gently on the north, and abrupt to the south side. The valley is about half a mile wide. While on the verge of this, his last engagement, General Lyon was impressed with a sad presentiment, not regarding his own fate, but a fear for his brave command. A terrible responsibility rested upon him. With no adequate strength with which to cope with the enemy, hemmed in and growing weaker every day, his position was both perilous and painful. Unsupported, with his cry for help passed over, he saw nothing before him but the barren satisfaction of dying, bravely performing his duty, and protecting to the last the little army that he felt to be doomed. With these feelings, sadly bitter they must have been, this glorious man entered upon his last battlefield. The following day was one of remarkable quiet, and enlistments in the Springfield Regiment went on rapidly. During the afternoon, Captain Wood's Kansas cavalry, with 1 or 2 companies of regulars, drove 500 rebel rangers from the prairie west of the town, capturing 8 and killing 2 men, without loss on their part. At 8 o'clock in the evening, General Sigel, with 6 pieces of artillery and part of Colonel Salomon's command, moved southward, marching until near 2 o'clock, and passing around the extreme camp of the enemy, where he halted, ready to press forward as soon as he should be apprised by the roar of General Lyon's artillery that the attack had begun. The main body, under General Lyon, had moved at the same time and halted about 5 miles west of the city, from whence, after resting, they proceeded again about 4 miles in a southwesterly direction, and slept until 4 a.m. on Saturday, the day of battle. At 5 o'clock, the pickets of the enemy were driven in, and the northern end of the valley, with its thousands of tents and campfires, became visible. And this most destructive battle, when the numbers engaged are considered, commenced. The roar of the artillery was terrible. The rattling of the musket balls was like a storm of great hailstones, and the clash of steel like hammers ringing on countless anvils. Riding forward in the thick of the fight, his war horse bearing him more proudly than usual that fateful day, General Lyon performed the work of a dozen heroes. A stern sadness was on his face. A resolute fire burned in the grey depths of his eyes. Twice he was wounded, leading on his men, and his war steed fell under him, pierced to the heart with a bullet. Those who loved him grew anxious for his safety, for there was something wonderful in the steady courage that made him forget the wounds that would have driven another man from the field. A member of his staff approached him as he stood by his dead horse, and seeing blood upon his forehead, asked if he was hurt. "I think not seriously," he answered, and mounting another horse, he plunged again into the terrible melee. At one time, when the whirlwind of battle was at its height, General Lyon desired his men to prepare for a charge, and the Iowans at once volunteered to go, and asked for a leader. On came the enemy, crushing in their strength, and there was no time for choice. "I will lead you," exclaimed the impetuous and fearless general. "Come on, brave boys," said he, as he took his position in the van, while General Sweeney prepared to lead on a portion of the Kansas troops, and the serried ranks of glittering, deadly steel resistlessly moved on. In the very act of leading those valiant men, with his hand uplifted in an effort to cheer them on, and his noble face turned partly to his command, but not altogether away from the enemy, a bullet pierced him, and he fell, regretted not only by his devoted little army, but by every man, woman, and child who ever heard how bravely he fought for the flag they love. The battle continued from 6 until 11 o'clock, with but little cessation, and then the gallant Unionists, overwhelmed by superior numbers, were forced to retreat. In good order they accomplished it, and the enemy made no attempt to follow, though their combined forces amounted to about 20,000, while General Lyon's command did not exceed 1/4 of that number. The Federal loss was 223 killed, 721 wounded, and 292 missing. The rebel loss, McCulloch's report, 265 killed, 800 wounded, 30 missing. Price's report of Missouri troops, 156 killed and 517 wounded. The death of the brave General Lyon was universally deplored. Countless were the tributes to his memory, and deep the sorrow when his body was borne homeward, surrounded with military honors. From amid the murky smoke and fearful glare of the battle, his soul was called home, the flashing eye dimmed, the good right hand unnerved, and the fiery spirit that scorned danger and hated treason was quenched forever. Sketch of General Lyon. Brigadier General Nathaniel Lyon was born in the state of Connecticut in the year 1818, and entered the military academy at West Point in 1837, where he graduated 4 years afterwards with the rank of second lieutenant of the 2nd Infantry. In February 1847, he was made first lieutenant, and for gallant conduct in the battles of Contreras and Churubusco during the following August, was brevetted captain. On the 13th of September, he was severely wounded in a most desperate assault, and in June 1851 was promoted to a captaincy, which rank he held at the time of the troubles in Kansas. As has been stated, he was in command of the Missouri Volunteers at the capture of Camp Jackson, and was, for his well-proven bravery and eminent ability, promoted to the rank which he held at the time of his death. In personal appearance, he was about 5 feet and 8 inches in height, his frame wiry and muscular. His hair was long and thick, his whiskers sandy and heavy, and his eyes of a bluish gray. His forehead was high and broad, with a firm expression of the lips, and a countenance that indicated an intellect of no ordinary capacity. He was a strict disciplinarian, endeared to his soldiers, and universally regretted by the whole country, which followed him to the grave with deep and mournful affection. In his will, made before he started on his last campaign, he left his entire property to the country for which he gave his life. Retreat of the Union Army. The Federal troops remained in Springfield until Monday morning, and then started on their retreat towards Rolla, unmolested by the rebels. The enemy entered the town immediately after its evacuation by the Federal forces, having suffered the loss of a large portion of their tents, baggage, and camp stores by the attack of Sigel. Hundreds of the inhabitants of this section were now compelled to leave their homes, and the exiles were seen every day on the roads leading to St. Louis, fleeing for refuge beyond the lines of the insurgents, plundered of everything and destitute, having been forced to abandon their homes and property to save their lives. The loyal people who remained were favored with proclamations by McCulloch and Price, which abounded in abuse and misrepresentation of the Federal Army, and were filled with professions and promises which strikingly contrasted with their administration and conduct. This calamity was not merely disastrous by its positive loss, but it gave a prestige of success to the rebel leaders, and afforded an opportunity for them to increase the spirit of rebellion among the people, as well as to nerve themselves to other enterprises. On the 17th, 1,500 recruits had assembled in Saline County, and were preparing to join General Price, or to engage in local operations in the surrounding counties. On the 18th, about 1,000 men from Chariton County crossed the Missouri at Brunswick, with a large number of horses and wagons, on their march to join Price's division. The rebels were so much elated with the death of General Lyon and the abandonment of Springfield by the Federal troops that they became more reckless than ever in their depredations and persecutions of the local citizens. In St. Louis on the 14th, after the retreat became known, they became so bold and defiant that General Fremont proclaimed martial law and appointed Major J. McKinstry as provost marshal. On the 20th, a train on the Hannibal and St. Joseph's Railroad was fired into, and 1 soldier killed and 6 wounded. The train was immediately stopped, and 2 of the guerrillas were killed and 5 captured. 5 days afterward, on the 25th, Governor Gamble issued a proclamation calling for 42,000 volunteers to defend the state, restore peace, and subdue the insurrection. The term of service to be 6 months, unless sooner discharged. End of section 18. Section 19 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Ann Stevens. Kentucky, the occupation of Paducah, and naval operations. Kentucky. Kentucky occupies a central position among the states and is about 400 miles in length by 170 in width at its widest point, where the state stretches from the boundary of Tennessee across to Covington, opposite Cincinnati on the Ohio River. This river, from the Virginia line, follows a circuitous route along the Kentucky border, a distance of 637 miles, until it flows into the Mississippi at Cairo. The Cumberland and Tennessee rivers pass through the western part of the state as they approach their confluence with the Ohio. Big Sandy River, 250 miles in length, forms for a considerable distance the boundary between Kentucky and Virginia. The Kentucky River rises in the Cumberland Mountains and falls into the Ohio River 50 miles above Louisville. These geographical facts are necessary to a perfect understanding of the struggles in that state and are worthy of remembrance. When the President of the United States, on the 15th of April, 1861, issued his proclamation, in which the governors of the states that had not already committed themselves to the cause of secession were called upon to furnish their quota of 75,000 men for the national defense, Beriah Magoffin, governor of Kentucky, replied by saying that Kentucky will furnish no troops for the wicked purpose of subduing her sister states. This act was looked upon with both sorrow and surprise by the loyal people of that state, and was hailed with delight by the Confederate government in Montgomery. The rebel Secretary of War congratulated Governor Magoffin on his patriotic response, informed him that Virginia needed aid, and requested him to send forward a regiment of infantry without delay to Harper's Ferry. Though sympathizing with the enemies of the Union, Governor Magoffin was not prepared to set at defiance the wishes of the people of Kentucky and commit himself unqualifiedly to the work of overthrowing the federal government. Many of the prominent men of Kentucky, including a large number of the wealthy citizens, were zealous in the promotion of the secession interests. The most indefatigable efforts were made by them to force the state into the ranks of the revolted states, and thousands of her young men were induced to enlist and encamp on the adjoining borders of Tennessee, waiting for the hour when they could sweep Kentucky with the rush of armed battalions and overwhelm her peace and prosperity with the clash of arms and the thunders of artillery. The loyal sentiment was, however, in the ascendant, although it was subdued and overawed to a considerable extent. Between the two forces, therefore, it was deemed expedient by her rulers that Kentucky should hold a neutral position, and not ally herself with either the Federal or the Confederate interest. To render this neutrality more certain, on the 8th of June, General S.B. Buckner, then the acknowledged commander of the state militia, entered into negotiations with General McClellan at Cincinnati, the terms of which stipulated that Kentucky should protect the United States property, and enforce all the United States laws within her limits, that her neutrality should be respected by the Federal Army, even though the Southern forces should occupy her soil. But in the latter case, General McClellan should call upon the authorities of the state to remove the said Southern forces from her territory. If the state were unable to accomplish this, then the Federal forces might be called in. This negative position was found, however, to be one of positive advantage and aid to the traitors. They desired to secure a masterly inactivity on the part of loyal men, of which they might avail themselves by secret organizations. Taking advantage of this confessed neutrality, large numbers of the young men of Kentucky were enticed into Buckner's camp, while bodies of men from Tennessee were thrown into several localities in the southern and western portions of that state, and boldly avowed their determination to march on Frankfort, the capital, and revolutionize the state. Home guards were organized by the loyal men, and it became apparent that if the tide were not resisted by active measures, there was no security for Kentucky. The election for members of the legislature, however, early in August, the result of which showed an overwhelming majority in favor of the Union, signed the death warrant of neutrality, and thenceforth Kentucky was regarded as loyal to the Union. The legislature assembled at Frankfort on the 5th of September, ordered the United States flag to be hoisted on the courthouse, and proceeded to adopt various measures calculated to promote the Union cause in the state. The great Union majority, now revealed, gave such decided evidence that Kentucky was not likely to be seduced from her loyalty, that the secessionists became convinced of the necessity of accomplishing their purpose by other means. The rebel forces were, therefore, ordered to take possession of several important points, which they did on the 4th of September, and commenced fortifying Hickman and Columbus, the former being in the western part of the state near the line, and the latter some 25 miles further north on the Mississippi River. Generals Pillow and Polk now took command of the rebel troops, and were soon reinforced, their combined forces amounting to 13 regiments of artillery, 6 field batteries, a siege battery, 3 battalions of cavalry, 3 steamers, and a gunboat. In the meantime, Jefferson Thompson, with 2 regiments, took possession of Belmont on the Missouri side, opposite Columbus. The assumed neutrality having thus been broken by this invasion, Federal Commander General U.S. Grant, then at Cairo, Illinois, lost no time in making a movement to intercept the further progress of the rebels northward. He accordingly sent a sufficient force up the Ohio to the mouth of the Tennessee River and effected the occupation of Paducah. The occupation of Paducah. On Thursday evening, the 5th of September, the gunboats Tyler and Conestoga were ordered to convey the troops to Paducah. The 9th Illinois, under the gallant Major Phillips, and the 12th Illinois, Colonel John MacArthur, with 4 pieces of Smith's Chicago artillery, under Lieutenant Charles Willard, embarked on the steamers G.W. Graham and W.H.B., and left Cairo at 11 o'clock p.m., the gunboat Tyler, Captain Rogers, leading, and the Conestoga, Captain Phelps, in the rear. The fleet pushed out into the stream amid the cheers of thousands of spectators and steamed grandly up the Ohio. They reached Paducah about 8 o'clock a.m. on Friday the 6th. The troops were speedily disembarked. Colonel MacArthur's regiment landed at the Marine Hospital in the lower part of the city, and the 9th at the foot of Main Street. The 12th found quarters at the hospital, and the 9th repaired to the depot of the Ohio and New Orleans Railroad. The citizens were sullen and unfriendly, and closed their places of business. On arriving at the depot, the troops found that the rolling stock of the road had all been removed, but a large quantity of stores for the Confederate Army was discovered and promptly seized. They were marked for Memphis, New Orleans, and other points south, and were worth about $20,000. Captain Rogers immediately took possession of the telegraph office. The post office was next visited, and a large amount of rebel correspondence secured. 5 companies of infantry and a battery of Smith's light artillery, Lieutenant Willard, were sent under Major Phillips down the railroad about 7 miles without meeting any of the rebel troops. Pillow was reported to be advancing, and a large bridge and trestle work were burnt to prevent him from reaching Paducah and falling upon the place by surprise. A rumor became current that a large force of rebels from Tennessee were on their way down the Tennessee River in steamboats. To ascertain the facts and to intercept their progress, the gunboat Conestoga was dispatched up the river some 13 miles to watch the rebel movements and to capture suspicious vessels. Although no hostile forces were seen, a steamer was discovered on Friday, which, on seeing the Conestoga, turned about, was run ashore, and the officers and crew abandoned her. It was the Jefferson, a small stern-wheel boat loaded with a cargo of tobacco. On Saturday, the Conestoga captured a fine propeller called the John Galt and a boat called the Pocahontas, belonging to John Bell of Tennessee. The prizes were all safely taken to Cairo. The inhabitants of Paducah were now seized with panic, and large numbers left the town, apprehending an attack from Pillow, in which case they expected the gunboats would freely use shell. On Saturday, part of Colonel Oglesby's 8th Regiment, the 41st Illinois, and the Americans' Wave Regiment from Cape Girardeau entered the town, increasing the forces to about 5,000 men. The rebel troops ordered to withdraw from Kentucky. On the 9th of September, a dispatch from General Polk to Governor Magoffin was laid before the legislature, the substance of which was that he had occupied Columbus and Hickman on account of reliable information that the federal forces were about to possess those points, that he considered the safety of western Tennessee and of the rebel army in the vicinity of Hickman and Columbus demanded their occupation, and that, as a corroboration of that information, the federal troops had been drawn up in line on the river opposite to Columbus prior to its occupation by them, causing many of the citizens of Columbus to flee from their homes for fear of the entrance of the federal troops. General Polk proposed substantially that the federal and rebel forces should be simultaneously withdrawn from Kentucky, and to enter into recognizances and stipulations to respect the neutrality of the state. But it was well known that the cry of neutrality was only an invention of the enemy to work his plans in Kentucky, so that when the appointed time should come, Kentucky would swarm with rebels from Tennessee and Virginia, and 2 days afterwards both branches of the legislature, by a vote of 71 to 26, adopted a resolution directing the governor to issue a proclamation ordering the rebel troops then encamped in the state to evacuate Kentucky. A counter-resolution ordering both federal and rebel troops to leave the soil was negatived under the rules of order. Governor Magoffin accordingly issued a proclamation to the effect that the government of the Confederate States, the state of Tennessee, and all others concerned, are hereby informed that Kentucky expects the Confederate or Tennessee troops to be withdrawn from her soil unconditionally. Attempt to form a revolutionary government in the state. After this decisive action of the legislature, which effectually destroyed the hopes entertained by the conspirators of obtaining a semblance of legal authority for their designs, the next expedient was to hold an informal meeting at Russellville, a small town in the southern portion of the state, on the 29th of October. Here they drew up a declaration of grievances, in which they charged the majority of the legislature with having betrayed their solemn trust, by inviting into the state the armies of Lincoln, with having abdicated the government in favor of military despotism, and thrown upon the people and the state the horrors and ravages of war. They recommended the immediate arming of a guard in each county, of not less than 100 men, to be paid as Confederate troops, subject to the orders of the commanding general. Finally, they called for a convention to be held at Russellville on the 18th of November, and be elected or appointed in any manner possible by the people of the several counties, for the purpose of severing forever our connection with the federal government. John C. Breckinridge, late Vice President of the United States, was appointed one of the commissioners to carry out the orders of the convention. This convention met at the time designated, composed of about 200 persons, professing to represent 65 counties, though self-appointed and without any form of election. On the 20th of November, they adopted a Declaration of Independence and an Ordinance of Secession, and appointed a provisional government consisting of a governor and a legislative council of 10, and dispatched H.C. Burnet, W.E. Sims, and William Preston as commissioners to the Confederate States. On the 9th of December, the Congress of the Confederate States, in session at Richmond, passed an act for the admission of the state of Kentucky into the Confederate States of America as a member on equal footing with the other states of the Confederacy. George W. Johnson of Scott County, who was chosen as provisional governor by the convention, in his message declared his willingness to resign whenever the regularly elected Governor Magoffin should escape from his virtual imprisonment at Frankfort. Governor Magoffin, in a letter dated December 13, 1861, says of this convention, "I condemn its action in unqualified terms. Situated as it was, and without authority from the people, it cannot be justified by similar revolutionary acts in other states, by minorities to overthrow the state governments. My position is and has been, and will continue to be, to abide by the will of the majority of the people of the state, to stand by the Constitution and laws of the state of Kentucky as expounded by the Supreme Court of the state, and by the Constitution and laws of the United States as expounded by the Supreme Court of the United States. To this position I shall cling in this trying hour as the last hope of society and of constitutional liberty. Military movements of the rebels in Kentucky. While Pillow and Polk were invading the southwestern part of the state, General Zollicoffer was operating in the east. With some 6,000 rebels, he came to Cumberland Ford, which is situated near the point where the corner of Virginia runs into Kentucky, capturing a company of Home Guards. On the 17th of September, the legislature received a message from Governor Magoffin communicating a telegraphic dispatch from General Zollicoffer, announcing that the safety of Tennessee demanded the occupation of Cumberland and the three long mountains in Kentucky, and that he had occupied them and should retain his position until the federal forces were withdrawn and the federal camp broken up. That portion of Kentucky lying west of the Cumberland River was then declared under insurrectionary control, and Secretary Chase instructed the surveyor at Cairo to prevent all commercial intercourse with that section, and to search all baggage and all persons going thither. Just about the same time, the gunboat Conestoga captured the rebel steamers Stevenson and Gazelle on the Cumberland, and one of them was found to contain 100 tons of iron. Decisive measures of the loyal state government. When the seditious plans of General Buckner became too plain for concealment, the legislature found it necessary to depose him from the command of the state troops, and General Thomas L. Crittenden, a loyal citizen, was appointed to fill that position. Governor Magoffin, in obedience to the resolutions and the enactments of the legislature, promptly issued a proclamation authorizing that officer to execute the purposes contemplated by the resolutions of the legislature in reference to the expulsion of the invaders, and General Crittenden ordered the military to muster forthwith into service. Hamilton Pope, Brigadier General of the Home Guard, Union, called on the people of each ward in Louisville to meet and organize into companies for the protection of the city. Great excitement existed at this time in Louisville. The Union Home Guards began to assemble, while other Union forces were arriving and being sent to different portions of the state. At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 18th, when the government troops reached Rolling Fork, 5 miles north of Muldrows Hill, they found that the bridge over the fork had been burned by rebels under General Buckner, who were then upon the hill. The legislature passed, over the veto of the governor, a resolution to the effect that, as the rebels had invaded Kentucky and insolently dictated the terms upon which they would retire, General Robert Anderson, the hero of Fort Sumter, one of Kentucky's sons, should be invited to take instant charge of that department, and that the governor must call out a sufficient force to expel the invaders from her soil. General Anderson, who had previously been appointed by the government to command in Kentucky, responded to the call, and on the 21st of September issued a proclamation calling upon the people of Kentucky to rally to the support of the Union. General S.B. Buckner, who had previously acted under neutrality pretenses, now gradually assumed an attitude of hostility, and in September was openly arrayed against the government. On the 12th, he issued an inflammatory proclamation to the people of Kentucky, in which he declared that he sought to make no war upon the Union, but only against the tyranny and despotism of the federal government, which was about to make the people of Kentucky slaves. By such means as these, he aimed to arouse the free men of that state to arms and to rebellion. The proclamation was dated at Russellville, while he was entrenching a position at Bowling Green, about 30 miles from the Tennessee line, on the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. Very soon the government formed a new department, consisting of Ohio, Indiana, and that part of Kentucky within a commanding distance of Cincinnati, placing it under the charge of General Mitchell in order to relieve General Rosecrans in western Virginia and General Anderson of a part of their responsibility, and enable them to give greater attention to their own specific departments. The department under General Anderson seemed to require similar military discipline to that of Annapolis and Maryland, and, as a commencement, Martin W. Barr, the telegraphic news reporter of the Southern Associated Press, the medium for the transmission of correspondence from traitors at the North to rebels in the South, was arrested, together with ex-Governor Moorhead and Reuben T. Murrett, one of the proprietors of the Courier, a rebel sheet. The state had now become a portion of the ground which was to be so fiercely contested. Rebel journals and leaders made no concealment of their purpose to wrest Kentucky from the Union at every hazard. The Ohio River was to be the boundary of the Southern Empire, and notwithstanding the emphatic voice of her people, all the energy of the combined forces of the rebel armies were to be brought to bear upon the work. The fact could be no longer disguised from the people, and the loyal men, finding that their patience and confidence in the disloyal portion, with their previous consent to a negative position of neutrality, were in vain, boldly declared that the time had come to arouse and resist the impending ruin. The attempt of the conspirators of the Cotton States to make Kentucky the battlefield, along with Virginia, was to be defeated at every cost, and the people, rising to a comprehension of their responsibility, hastened to the work of organization and defense. Among the loyal men of the state, to whom the highest honor is due for their bold and stirring advocacy of the Union, and for the most summary measures which patriotism and honor could dictate, were Honorable Joseph Holt and Honorable Lovell S. Rousseau of the State Senate, and the gifted divine R.J. Breckinridge, Doctor of Divinity. Naval Operations. At the commencement of hostilities, the government was unprepared to meet the naval requirements incident to the contest which had been so suddenly forced upon it. The necessity of a stringent blockade of the entire southern coast had become apparent, while the protection and supply of the naval stations in the rebel states still in possession of our forces, and the recapture of those which had been seized, required a navy vastly greater than that at the command of the government, and no time was lost in preparing as far as practicable to meet this emergency. Long before the attack on Fort Sumter, the enemy had given evidence of a determination forcibly to destroy their relations with the government by seizing the revenue cutters belonging to the United States, stationed in the harbors of Charleston, Pensacola, and New Orleans, contemporaneously with their appropriation of the forts, arsenals, marine depots, and other property belonging to the government within the limits of the disloyal states. Immediately upon the opening of hostilities, and to give the pretense of law and authority to the proceedings now determined on, Jefferson Davis, on the 17th of April, 1861, by proclamation, invited men of every class, without regard to nationality, to become privateers under letters of marque, to be issued by the Confederate government. A reward of $20 was offered by the Confederate Congress for every life taken by these privateers in conflict with a federal vessel, and $25 for each prisoner. In view of the extensive commerce of the United States, the large number of vessels sailing to all parts of the world, and the supposed inefficiency of our navy, confident expectations were entertained by the rebels of a rich harvest of wealth from this source, as well as of the destruction of our commerce. The hope was so indulged that many vessels would be secretly fitted out in northern ports to engage in this enterprise. The hope soon proved to be futile, while the want of proper vessels for the service in their own ports, and the scarcity of able seamen, and, more potent than either, the rigorous blockade that was soon established, presented insurmountable obstacles to their plans. The English government, by the Queen's proclamation of June 1st, decided that privateers should not take prizes to any of her ports, and France and Spain also declared that such vessels should remain but 24 hours within their harbors, and prohibited either confiscation or sale during such stay. The first offensive act of the war on the part of our Navy was the attack on Sewell's Port Battery in Virginia on May 18, 1861. This battery, then not completed, was situated at the mouth of Elizabeth River, commanding also the entrance to James River. On the 18th, the United States steamer Star, 2 guns, and transport Freeborn, of 4 guns, opened their fire and dislodged the enemy from their entrenchments. During the night, however, the works were repaired and occupied by a larger force. On the following day, the steamer Star again opened fire on them, after exhausting her ammunition, retired. On the 31st of May, the United States steamers Thomas Freeborn, Anacostia, and Resolute attacked the rebel batteries at the railroad terminus at Aquia Creek. As the tide was out, the vessels could not approach near enough to accomplish their reduction. On the following day, the fire was renewed by the vessels, under command of Captain Ward, and returned by the enemy with spirit from the 3 batteries on the shore and 1 on the heights above. They were soon driven from the shore batteries, but that on the hill was at an elevation which could not be reached by shot from the gunboats. The vessels were struck several times, but with little damage, and 2 men were wounded. The loss of the enemy was not ascertained. On the 6th of June, while reconnoitering on the James River, the steamer Harriet Lane discovered a heavy battery at Pig's Point, at the mouth of the Nansemond River, opposite Newport News. She opened fire on it to discover its character, and finding from the response that it was too formidable for her guns, she withdrew, having 5 men wounded in the encounter. On the 27th of June, Commander J.H. Ward of the steamer Freeborn, occupied by a party of men from the Pawnee, under Lieutenant Chaplin, who were engaged in erecting a breastwork at Matthias Point on the Potomac, were attacked by a large force of the enemy. The men on shore were exposed to a galling fire, but made good their retreat in their boats, 3 only being wounded, taking all their arms and implements with them. Commander Ward immediately opened fire from his vessel on the attacking party and drove them to cover. While sighting one of the guns of the Freeborn, Commander Ward was struck by a rifle ball, mortally wounded, and died within an hour. Captain James H. Ward was born in the year 1806 in the city of Hartford, Connecticut. His early days were spent in the usual studies of youth, and on the 4th of March 1823 he entered the United States service, sailing as a midshipman under Commodore McDonough in the frigate Constitution. After serving faithfully for 4 years with McDonough, he was promoted to the position of lieutenant, and was for some time attached to the Mediterranean service. Many years of his life were spent on the coast of Africa, and he was also in the Gulf, as commander of the United States steamer Vixen. Nearly all his naval life was spent on the ocean. For some time he had a very responsible professorship in the Naval School at Annapolis, and later was in command of the receiving ship North Carolina. His talents were not entirely devoted to naval affairs, for he is well known as an author by his works, entitled Scheme for the Million, Ordnance and Gunnery, and Naval Tactics. The news of his death brought sorrow to many, and his memory is safely embalmed in the heart of an appreciating nation. End of section 19. Section 20 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Expedition to Cape Hatteras, and capture of Forts Hatteras and Clark. The Expedition to Cape Hatteras, August 26 to 30th, 1861. The first naval achievement of the war, which was attended with any important result, was the successful attack of the fleet under Commodore Stringham, accompanied by General B.F. Butler and his land forces, upon Forts Hatteras and Clark, at Hatteras Inlet, North Carolina. The whole length of the Atlantic coast from Chesapeake Bay to Charleston has a peculiar character. A long line of low, sandy beaches of variable width and elevation rise above the surface of the ocean, broken at occasional intervals by a passage, ordinarily of shallow depth of water, communicating from the open sea with the lagoons inside. These bodies of water, by the indentations of the mainland and the mouths of the rivers, expand into large bays, of which Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds are the principal. These two form capacious highways of safe and easy communication along the coast, and through the Dismal Swamp Canal connect with the Chesapeake Bay on the north at Norfolk, Virginia. At the southwestern extremity of the long, narrow island or beach, the outer angle of which has received the name of Cape Hatteras, and which gives its name to the inlet, the rebels had erected 2 strong fortifications known as Forts Hatteras and Clark. Captain Samuel Barron, late of the United States Navy, was here in command of the naval forces, while Colonel William F. Martin of the 7th North Carolina Volunteers and Major W.S.G. Andrews commanded the garrisons. Hatteras Inlet was one of the principal passages through which the vessels of the Confederacy made their way, in defiance of the blockade, and which it was desirable to command with the Federal forces and fleet. An expedition was accordingly planned, and the preparations were far advanced when General Wool reached Fortress Monroe. All things having been made ready, on the 26th of August, the fleet, under Commodore S.H. Stringham, left Hampton Roads for its destination. It consisted of the flagship Minnesota, Captain G.A. Van Bruin, having in company the United States steamers Wabash, Captain Samuel Mercer, Monticello, Commander John P. Gillis, Pawnee, Commander S.C. Rowan, Harriet Lane, Captain John Faunce, United States chartered steamers Adelaide, Commander Henry S. Stellwagen, George Peabody, Lieutenant R.B. Lowry, and Tug Fanny, Lieutenant Pierce Crosby, all of the United States Navy. The transports Adelaide and George Peabody, towing schooners with surf boats on them, and the Monticello and Pawnee surf boats only. General Butler embarked his land forces on the 2 transports Adelaide and George Peabody, having with him 500 of the 20th New York Regiment, Colonel Weber, 220 of the New York 9th Regiment, Colonel Hawkins, 100 of the Union Coast Guard, Captain Nixon, and 60 of the United States 2nd Artillery, Lieutenant Larned. The expedition left Fortress Monroe on Monday the 26th at 1 o'clock p.m., and the last vessel had arrived at Hatteras Inlet by 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. Preparations for landing troops were made the same evening, and at daylight the next morning dispositions were made for an attack upon the forts by the fleet, and the landing of the troops. Capture of Forts Hatteras and Clark. At 4 o'clock on Wednesday morning, all hands were called, and by 5 the whole fleet was in a state of the greatest activity with preparations for the conflict. The Monticello, the Pawnee, and the Harriet Lane were sent to cover and assist generally in landing the troops, and they took up a position about 2.5 miles north of the forts. The Cumberland was taken in tow by the Wabash. The iron and flat boats were meanwhile filling with troops from the steamers, and 100 Marines who had been taken from the war vessels to increase the land forces. The Wabash went up to the battery first, drawing the Cumberland after her. The Minnesota followed, and as they drew near the point, the 2 batteries and the barracks of the rebels were plainly visible. In the Sound, beyond the narrow neck of land, several vessels, 3 steamers, some schooners under sail, and a brig laying at anchor under the guns of the forts, were clearly seen. Colonel Max Weber of the 20th New York was appointed to command the land expedition, and about 10 o'clock the boats left the transports with the first detachments of the storming forces. They consisted of 45 men of the New York 20th, Captain Larner and Lieutenant Loader, 45 Marines from the Minnesota, 68 men, New York 9th Regiment, Captain Jardine, 102 men of 20th New York, 28 men Union Coast Guard, Captain Nixon, and 20 Marines, making a total of 318 men. A heavy surf was breaking on the beach at the time, and the landing was dangerous. The landing was handsomely covered by the Monticello and Harriet Lane. Compelled to wade through the water to the shore from the boats, the men were wet by the surf, and were obliged to march with their ammunition in no better condition than themselves. The challenge from the Wabash, at a few minutes before 10 o'clock, was soon responded to from Fort Clark, the smaller of the 2, and for several hours the firing was maintained on both sides with great spirit. The shot from the forts fell short of the vessels, 2 or 3 only striking the Monticello, but without doing any damage. After getting the range of the forts from the various vessels of the fleet, the shells that were hurled into the enemy's strongholds were directed with great precision, and almost uniformly reached the points at which they were aimed. 3 hours of cannonading from 57 heavy guns produced a marked effect on the smaller fort, and by 1:30 o'clock it became evident that the enemy were becoming discouraged, their firing having been almost abandoned. At this time, the flags of both forts were hauled down, the troops already landed were seen hurrying with their colors towards Fort Clark, and boats laden with men were trying to escape in the Sound. General Butler telegraphed from the Harriet Lane a request for the fleet to cease firing, and the proper signal was made, but apparently not fully understood. About 30 of the Federal troops were, by this time, in and around Fort Clark, and had already raised the Union flag. They were fired upon by the Pawnee and Monticello under the impression that it was a ruse, and several shells burst in their immediate vicinity. The 2 vessels were signaled to return when the latter reported that the inner battery was still in the hands of the enemy, but on again reconnoitering, reported that it was an error. But the victory was not yet won. The Monticello entered the inlet, and when within 600 yards of the lower battery, was fired upon, and the real state of affairs became apparent. The gunboat responded, and for 15 minutes a fire was kept up, which seemed likely to sink the vessel. All hands were called to quarters, and the Federal vessels prepared to resume the attack, the troops having in the meantime withdrawn from Fort Clark to a safer location. Darkness was gathering thickly around, and the weather became threatening. The order to cease firing was reluctantly given, and the fleet withdrew, the Monticello, Pawnee, and Lane remaining as near the shore as possible in order to protect the landed troops, while the larger vessels anchored in the offing. Early the next morning, all hands were again called. The smaller vessels had been driven ashore during the night by the gale, and the little band of troops were left to protect themselves as best they might. The smaller steamers were sent inshore to be in readiness to cover the land forces, and to aid in any attempt that might be made to land the remainder. At about 8 o'clock, the Wabash and Susquehanna proceeded to take up a position, this time at anchor. 20 minutes later, the Susquehanna opened fire, followed immediately by the Wabash, and soon the Minnesota found an anchorage ground, and the action commenced in earnest. An hour later, the Cumberland took position near, and did good execution, as did also the Harriet Lane, with her rifled guns. Thus, for an hour, a rapid fire had been kept up, but without eliciting any reply from the fort, or without any flag having been shown. 30 minutes later, their batteries replied, having been mostly aimed at the Cumberland, and the fight continued for half an hour without intermission, when a white flag was shown from the large fort. Again, the order to cease firing was given. The sailors flew to the rigging, and from ship to ship rang the cheers of victory. General Butler sent Lieutenant Crosby ashore to inquire the meaning of the white flag. He soon returned, bringing Mr. Weigel with a communication from Commodore Barron offering to surrender, with all the arms and ammunition, the officers to go out with sidearms, and the men to retire without arms. General Butler demanded a full capitulation as prisoners of war, which was subsequently complied with. In 3/4 of an hour, Lieutenant Crosby returned with Commodore Barron, Major Andrews, and Colonel Martin. With these officers, General Butler went aboard the flagship Minnesota to make the agreement with Commodore Stringham on the part of the Navy. The articles were signed, and the fort surrendered and occupied by the Union forces. While the terms were under consideration, the Adelaide and Harriet Lane both got aground, and occasioned some fear lest the enemy, taking advantage of this circumstance, might renew the contest. But happily their fears were not realized. In reaching the Minnesota, Commodore Barron was obliged to pass under the guns of the Wabash, the vessel which he had himself commanded a few months before, and which he had just been endeavoring to destroy from his batteries. The result of this expedition was the capture of 715 men, including the officers, 1,000 stand of arms, 75 kegs of powder, 5 stand of colors, 31 pieces of cannon, including a 10-inch Columbiad, a brig loaded with cotton, a sloop loaded with provisions and stores, 2 light boats, 150 bags of coffee and smaller stores. The prisoners were transferred to the Minnesota and taken to New York. Their acknowledged loss was 49 killed and 51 wounded. On the federal side, not a single life was lost, and only 2 or 3 wounded. End of section 20. Section 21 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Western Virginia, Surprise at Cross Lanes, and Battle of Carnifex Ferry. Western Virginia. A series of active events in Western Virginia now claim our attention. Governor Wise, on hearing of the death of General Garnett and the defeat and dispersion of his army, commenced a retreat up the Kanawha, cautiously followed by General Cox. He intended to make a stand at Gauley's Bridge, at the junction of Gauley and Kanawha rivers, and had erected defenses for that purpose, but in consequence of the demoralization and desertion of his men, and learning that General Rosecrans had dispatched a large force to intercept him, he fled without fighting on the 28th of July, destroying the bridge to cut off his pursuers. He left behind him 1,000 muskets and a quantity of powder, which were seized by General Cox. Early in the month of August, General Floyd was reinforced by fresh troops from the eastern section of the state, while Jackson was also advancing with a new army to attack the position of Rosecrans at the Cheat Mountain Pass, and General Loring, another rebel commander, was marching towards Huttonsville to act in conjunction with Jackson's forces. Surprise at Cross Lanes. On the morning of the 26th of August, the 7th Ohio Regiment, Colonel Tyler, attached to General Cox's brigade, had just encamped at a position in the mountains called Cross Lanes, near Summersville, about 24 miles from Gauley Bridge, and 18 from 20 Mile Creek, where the main body of General Cox's forces were. While at breakfast, they were surrounded and attacked in front and on both flanks simultaneously by a rebel force of 3,000 infantry, 400 cavalry, and 10 guns. Colonel Tyler's men were immediately formed for battle and fought bravely, though in an almost hopeless position. The enemy proving too powerful, the colonel dispatched an orderly to the baggage train, which was coming up but 3 miles distant, and turned it back towards General Cox's camp, where it arrived in safety. The regiment met the advancing foe with desperate valor and finally succeeded in cutting their way through the superior force by whom they were encompassed, Lieutenant Colonel Creighton capturing the enemy's colors and 2 prisoners in their progress. The ranks were much broken, and companies B, C, and I suffered severely. The line was soon formed again and prepared for a renewal of the attack, but they were permitted to make good their retreat without further molestation. Captains Dyer, Shirtleff, and Sterling, Adjutant DeForest, Lieutenant Narrant, and Sergeant Major King were killed. The total loss is reported at 15 killed, 40 wounded, and 30 prisoners. The loss of the enemy is not known, but could not have been less. Battle of Carnifex Ferry, September 10, 1861. More than a month had now elapsed since General Rosecrans had been entrusted with the federal command in Western Virginia, and the commanders of the hostile forces had been intently watching the movements of the opposing armies, anxious for an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. From his headquarters at Clarksburg, General Rosecrans moved forward to resume active operations, and at two principal points the enemy prepared to give him battle. The popular impression was that he intended to attack General Lee at Cheat Mountain Gap, his nearest and most accessible opponent, then held in check by General Reynolds. Floyd had been permitted to cross the mountains at Summersville, and was known to be then in the Kanawha region, some 80 or 100 miles distant, where it was the intention of the Federal commander to seek him. It was not until Monday, the 9th of September, that the general reached Birch River, where he concentrated his force, drawn from various encampments, and which had marched in detached bodies to the rendezvous appointed. After leaving the valley of the Big Birch, the route lay through a mountainous and densely wooded country infested with guerrillas, who gave them much annoyance, and as no reliable guide accompanied the army, Rosecrans was obliged to rely chiefly upon the inhabitants for information of the geographical and topographical features of the country. The position of Floyd's forces was also unknown to him, and it was not until he had reached Cross Lanes, 8 miles from Summersville, that he received reliable information that the enemy was strongly posted somewhere in the range of hills that line either side of the Gauley River, immediately facing that village. Floyd was known to be advised of the approach of the Federal army, as his scouts and skirmishers had been encountered frequently on the previous day, and it was the plan of Rosecrans to carefully reconnoiter the position of the enemy before advancing any considerable force within range of his guns. But the eager and importunate requests of various officers, as well as the impetuosity of the men, urged him forward. Colonel McCook was sent first with a squadron of Chicago cavalry to Carnifex Ferry, by a road which led through ravines to the Gauley River. In an attempt to destroy a boat found here, he was fired upon by the enemy, who were out of range of the carbines of the cavalry. To overcome this opposition, he dispatched a man asking that 10 infantry should be sent to his aid. By some mistake, the whole of Colonel Lytle's 10th Ohio, an Irish regiment, came hurrying down, eager for a fight, and opened fire on the woods on the opposite side that speedily banished the enemy. Colonel Lytle's regiment continued in the advance, acting as skirmishers, and shortly drove in a detachment of the rebels from an exposed camp on the left of the road. This road was very narrow, and shut into the very wagon tracks with the jungle of underbrush. General Rosecrans, who was still ignorant of the precise position of the enemy or of the nature of his entrenchments, now sent orders to General Benham that Lytle should proceed down this road to make a reconnaissance, to be supported, if necessary, by the remainder of Benham's brigade. Lytle was still a mile in advance of the rest of the brigade, pushing cautiously forward with companies A, B, C, and E as skirmishers. They suddenly found themselves in front of some kind of fortification, and the enemy discovered them at the same time. At first there was sharp and scattered firing, when suddenly a terrific crash of musketry was followed by a storm of bullets. The enemy had opened along his whole front. The remainder of the 10th was hurried forward to support the advance, and General Benham sent orders for the 13th, Colonel Smith, and the 12th, Colonel Lowe, to come forward. The Federal troops stood their ground with the greatest heroism in the face of a heavy battery. The firing on either side was not effective, and though the 10th suffered severely, the loss was not great. The 13th, Colonel Smith, came in on the left, a little in the rear of the 10th, and deploying towards Floyd's right, opened in fine style. In the thickest of the firing, Colonel Lytle dashed forward in front of the enemy's works, leading several companies, and as they left the cover of the woods he received a severe wound. The ball which disabled him also wounded his horse, who dashed his rider to the ground, and in his death agony plunged over the parapet into the enemy's works. Colonel Lytle was carried to a house nearby, and lay in great pain, within hearing of the contest he was unable to share. The 10th, discouraged and embarrassed by the loss of their leader, became somewhat scattered in the woods, but held their position and kept up a steady fire. Meantime, Colonel Lowe came up with the 12th, and was led by Adjutant General Hartsuff into the woods near the spot where the 10th first received the enemy's fire. He was leading up his regiment, waving his sword to cheer on his men, when he was struck in the forehead by a musket ball and fell heavily from his horse. He died bravely, a soldier's death, in front of the foe and in the presence of his men. The reconnaissance that was designed had now grown into a severe and general engagement, but the unknown position of the enemy and the necessity of calling up other regiments to support the advance had led to a premature struggle. McClellan's howitzer battery and Captain Snyder's battery were brought forward as speedily as possible and rendered efficient service. General Rosecrans dispatched Adjutant General Hartsuff to order up Colonel McCook's brigade, who rushed forward in a state of wild enthusiasm when they were informed that they would have the honor of storming the batteries. Meantime, the general, who had been making a careful survey of the whole field, found that the work would be too hazardous and cost too many valuable lives if it were then attempted, and countermanded the order. It was now too dark to distinguish the foe, and it became absolutely necessary to withdraw the troops. The men had marched 17 miles and a half, and many of them were exhausted with scouting and skirmishing all day over the hills. They retired slowly, galled with disappointment, and bivouacked, wearied and supperless, within musket range of the rebel front. Sentinels were posted to prevent any attempt of the enemy to surprise them, and guard against the retreat of Floyd, if possible. But total ignorance of the country, and the intense darkness of the night, made it impossible to secure all the avenues of retreat. General Rosecrans himself was up all night long, taking care of his position with jealous and anxious solicitude, but notwithstanding, the foe slipped from his grasp. The troops expected to storm the position and take it by sunrise, but before that time it was discovered vacant. Floyd began the evacuation as soon as he ascertained that Rosecrans did not intend to storm him, and by 3 o'clock the next morning the enemy put the deep and turbulent gully, and some miles of rugged road, between himself and the disgusted Federal army, sinking the flats and destroying the trestle bridge by which he had secured his retreat. The Union troops immediately took possession of Floyd's camp, in which he had left his own personal baggage, that of his officers, and their parade stores, the baggage and blankets of private soldiers, large numbers of muskets, squirrel guns, powder, lead, cartridges, forage, large quantities of commissary stores, and some horses and wagons. He took nothing with him, in fact, excepting his guns, part of his tents, and a small supply of rations. It was also ascertained that he threw at least a portion of his cannon into the gully. The loss of Rosecrans's army in the engagement was 16 killed and 102 wounded. That of the enemy was probably small, as they were well protected from the Federal fire. 12 rebel prisoners were taken, and 25 of Colonel Tyler's 7th Ohio, mostly wounded, who had been captured at Cross Lanes on the 26th of August, were released. End of section 21. Section 22 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Cheat Mountain Pass, Engagement at Chapmansville, and Reconnaissance at Greenbrier, West Virginia. Battle of Cheat Mountain Pass. On the 12th of September, General Reynolds, commanding the Federal Brigade on Cheat Mountain, was attacked by General Lee of the Secession Army, with a force computed at 9,000 men. The Cheat Mountain Pass lies between the valley of the south branch of the Potomac River and those of Elk and Gauley rivers, tributaries of the Great Kanawha. The first position held by General Reynolds was at the foot of the mountain, but subsequently 2 fortifications had been erected on the summit of 2 adjacent spurs, 7 miles apart by a bridle path, which were called Cheat Summit and Elk Water. General Reynolds' headquarters was at Elk Water, while Colonel Kimball of the 14th Indiana held a subordinate command at Cheat Summit. The enemy was well informed of the position and strength of these defenses, but had no desire to attack General Reynolds in either of his strongholds. Their leader had hopes, however, of escaping the vigilance of the Federal commanders by making a detour and marching on beyond, and was engaged in this enterprise when he met with unexpected reverses. The 2 Federal posts were in constant communication by a telegraphic line, and pickets guarded every avenue of approach. On the 12th, the enemy, 5,000 strong, with 8 pieces of artillery, under command of General R.E. Lee, advanced on this position by the Huntersville Pike. Our advanced pickets, portions of the 15th Indiana and the 6th Ohio, gradually fell back to our main picket station, 2 companies of the 17th Indiana, under Colonel Haskell, checking the enemy's advance at the Point Mountain Turnpike, and then falling back on the regiment which occupied a very advanced position on our right front, and which was now ordered in. The enemy threw into the woods on our left front 3 regiments, who made their way to the right and rear of Cheat Mountain, took a position on the road leading to Huttonville, broke the telegraph wire, and cut off our communication with Colonel Kimball's 14th Indiana Cavalry on Cheat Summit. At the same time, an equal force of the enemy advanced by the Staunton Pike on the front of Cheat Mountain, and threw 2 regiments to the right and rear of the mountain, thus uniting with his other column. They advanced towards the pass, in order to get to the rear of Elkwater, when 3 companies of the 13th Indiana, and 1 from the 14th, met them. The encounter resulted in the rout and retreat of the enemy. A large portion of the rebel troops were now closing in on Cheat Mountain, when detachments of the 14th Indiana and 24th and 25th Ohio, numbering in all about 300, held them in check. Affairs rested in this condition till dark. Determined to force a communication between the detached portions of his command, General Reynolds ordered the 13th Indiana, under Colonel Sullivan, to cut their way, if necessary, by the mail road, and the greater part of the 3rd Ohio and 2nd Virginia, under Colonels Mannon and Moss, respectively, to do the same by the path. The two commands starting at 3 o'clock a.m. on the 13th, the former from Cheat Mountain Pass, and the latter from Elk Water, as to fall upon the enemy simultaneously, if possible. Early on the 13th, the small force of about 300 from the summit engaged the enemy with such effect that, notwithstanding his great superiority in numbers, he retired in great disorder, leaving large quantities of clothing and equipment on the ground. The relieving forces, failing to encounter the enemy, marched to the summit, secured the provision train, and reopened the communication. While these events were proceeding on the mountain, General Lee advanced on Elk Water, apparently for a final attack. A rifled Parrott gun from Loomis's battery was run to the front about 3/4 of a mile, and after a few shots, which told with fine effect on their ranks, they retreated to a place beyond its range. On the 14th, the enemy was again in position in front of Elk Water, but were repulsed by the gallant 15th Indiana, who held their ground and fired with the most telling effect. The enemy also made an effort to reach the pass, but they were again repulsed, and withdrew to a point some 10 miles distant. On the 15th, the rebels appeared again in much stronger force than before, and attempted a flank movement by the left, but they were driven back and compelled to retire from the field by the vigilant and heroic garrison on the summit. 100 of the enemy were killed and wounded, and about 20 were taken prisoners. The Federal forces lost 9 killed and about 60 prisoners. Lieutenant Junod of the 14th Indiana was among the killed, and Captain James Bentz and Lieutenants Gilman and Schaefer of the Ohio 6th and Lieutenant Merrill of the Engineers wounded. One of the most important incidents of this engagement was the death of Colonel John A. Washington of the rebel army, aide-de-camp to General Lee. Engagement at Chapmansville. A brilliant affair took place at Chapmansville, Logan County, Virginia, on the 25th of September, when a body of the enemy under Colonel Davis, numbering about 500, was defeated and driven from behind their breastworks by 550 men of the 34th Ohio under Colonel Piatt. The want of men in western Virginia had induced the government to call this regiment into the field before its ranks were full, and they had been on duty but 1 week when the affair at Chapmansville took place. With only 6 hours' notice they marched from Cincinnati, and on the 19th of September arrived at Camp Enyard on the Kanawha, occupied by Colonel Enyard with 300 of the 1st Kentucky and 200 of the Home Guards of Virginia. 3 days subsequently, they learned that the enemy were in force 50 miles distant, and marched in company with Colonel Enyard's command to Peytona, where they separated, Colonel Piatt proceeding to Boone Courthouse. A march of about 16 miles the next day brought them in contact with the advanced cavalry guard of the enemy, who were quickly driven in. The force was immediately made ready for battle and proceeded on for 2 hours, constantly skirmishing with the retreating foe. Though unable to ascertain the position or force of their opposers, they yet marched bravely, with Colonel Piatt in advance, until the dim outline of a breastwork became visible through the dense underbrush, situated on the slope of a hill between 2 mountain ridges on the right and a small ravine on the left. The brush had been cut down on the right, and a force of the enemy, comprising about 100 men, were stationed there to rake the advancing troops, and their fire was poured in incessantly. The Federals returned the fire and advanced fearlessly in 4 columns, with Company A, Captain Rathbone, deployed to the right, directly up the side of the mountain for the purpose of outflanking the enemy on the left, Company C, Captain Miller, dispatched for similar purpose to the left, Company I, Captain Anderson, marching up the ravine, and the center moving directly up the road. When within about 20 yards of the breastworks, they were suddenly fired upon from all quarters. The order from Colonel Piatt to storm the entrenchments was responded to with hearty cheers, and the men dashed on, regardless of the storm of bullets that tore up the earth around them. Captain Anderson was the first to mount the breastworks, his men following steadily and with unflinching courage. Captain Miller on the left and Captain Rathbone on the right were impeded by obstructions, but quickly overcoming or dashing through them, joined in the charge. A few minutes sufficed to reach the inside and break the ranks of the enemy, who fled into the mountains. They left 29 dead behind and had 50 wounded, among them Colonel Davis of North Carolina, who eventually died. The Federal loss was 4 killed and 8 wounded. Colonel Piatt marched into Chapmansville, the former headquarters of the enemy, encamped for the night, and then returned to Camp Enyard, almost without provisions, and forced to wade through swollen streams and surmount rugged mountains. Reconnaissance at Greenbrier, Western Virginia, October 3, 1861. General Reynolds, commander of the Federal forces on Sheep Mountain Summit, who had so successfully resisted the attempt of the enemy to flank his position on the 12th of September, having learned that General Jackson had a fortified camp on the Greenbrier River, at a point where the Staunton Turnpike ascends the Allegheny Mountains, about 12 miles distant, determined on a reconnaissance in force, and if possible a surprise of the enemy's encampment. On the night of October 2nd, at 12 o'clock, he started from his encampment, with the 24th, 25th, and 32nd Ohio, and the 7th, 9th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 17th Indiana regiments, with Howe's, Loomis's, and Dom's batteries, 13 pieces, and a small force of cavalry, in all about 5,000 men. About daylight they came in contact with the enemy's outposts, at the first Greenbrier Bridge, which resulted in their being driven within the entrenchments with considerable loss by the 24th Ohio and 7th Indiana. The rebel camp was located on a steep elevation known as Buffalo Hill, their entrenchments rising one above another along its terrace sides. Howe's and Loomis's batteries were soon put in position, and were effective in silencing a number of the enemy's pieces, which had opened on the advancing Federal columns. The infantry were impatient for the order to advance to the assault, while for 35 minutes every gun of the assaulting batteries were actively engaged. One after another of the rebel pieces were dismounted, until only one remained, which replied with spirit, while the lower entrenchments were almost wholly evacuated by their defenders. Rockets were thrown up from the enemy's camp at this time, which the general supposed was a signal for reinforcements from another encampment known to exist a few miles distant. It was not long before the surmise was verified. Down the mountains in the rear of the camp came a column of men, estimated at 2,000, bringing with them several pieces of artillery of a superior character. They were received with loud cheers by their hitherto faltering comrades. The fresh pieces were soon mounted on the upper works and took part in the engagement. In the meantime, the infantry colonels were clamorous for permission to storm the upper works, but the general opposed this as unnecessarily involving a great sacrifice of life, which would not be justified for the possession of an unimportant position. A flank movement was permitted, however, to gain a more accurate knowledge of the enemy's entrenchments in force, in which most of the regiments participated. The men were brought under a crossfire of shell and canister, and the general discovered the works could not be carried without great exposure and loss. As the artillery had nearly exhausted their ammunition, he deemed it prudent to withdraw his force, which was done without any molestation from the enemy. The entire Federal loss was but 8 killed and 32 wounded, while that of the enemy was about double this number, principally in the skirmish outside their entrenchments. 13 of the rebels were captured. End of section 22. Section 23 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Ann Stevens. Defense of Lexington, Missouri. Attack on Santa Rosa Island. And Battle of Ball's Bluff. Defense of Lexington, Missouri. September 12th through 20th, 1861. One of the most exciting events of the war in the West was the defense of Lexington, Missouri by Federal troops, commanded by Colonel James B. Mulligan, consisting of the Chicago Irish Brigade, 800 strong, 400 Home Guards, and a part of the Missouri 8th under Colonel White, the Missouri 13th, 650 men, Colonel Peabody, Illinois 1st Cavalry, 400 men, Colonel Marshall. In addition to these, Captain Graham, Lieutenant Colonel White, Lieutenant Colonel Given, and Major Wright had also small commands, in all 2,780 men. Lexington is the capital of Lafayette County, and contains a population of about 5,000. It is on the right bank of the Missouri River, 120 miles west of Jefferson City, and 300 miles from St. Louis. The heights on which the town is built command the river, and to a considerable extent the back country. Old Lexington, an earlier settlement, is situated east of the new town, back of the river, on the hills, where the main body of Price's army was posted, while the attack was made from different points. Colonel Mulligan's fortifications were between the two towns, and consisted of heavy earthworks, 10 feet in height, with a ditch 8 feet in width. On the 1st of September, Colonel Mulligan, whose regiment was then encamped at Jefferson City, received orders to march to the relief of Lexington. and then threatened by the enemy. In 6 hours the regiment was on its way, and in 9 days after entered the town, which they found occupied by Colonel Marshall's cavalry and a body of home guards. On the 10th, a letter was received from Colonel Peabody saying that he was retreating from Warrensburg, 25 miles distant, and that Price was pursuing him with 10,000 men. A few hours after, Colonel Peabody, with the 13th Missouri, entered Lexington. On the 12th, as the enemy drew near the city, 2 companies of the 13th Missouri were ordered out as skirmishers, who recognized General Price by the aid of glasses, leading on the advance guard of his men. Company 1 of the Irish Brigade held them in check until Captain Dillon's company of the 13th Missouri drove them back. Subsequently, 6 companies of the Missouri 13th and 2 companies of the Illinois Cavalry were dispatched in search of the retreating company. They engaged them in a cornfield, fought with them gallantly, and harassed them to such an extent as to delay their progress, in order to give time for constructing entrenchments around the camp on College Hill. This had the desired effect, and the Federals succeeded in throwing up earthworks 3 or 4 feet in height. This consumed the night and was continued during the next day, the outposts still opposing the enemy and keeping them back as far as possible. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 14th, an engagement opened with artillery. A volley of grape shot was thrown among the officers, who stood in front of the breastworks. The guns within the entrenchments immediately replied with a vigor which converted the scene into one of the wildest excitement. At 7 o'clock, the enemy withdrew and engagement ceased for the night. Next morning, General Parsons sent in a flag of truce, asking permission to bury his dead. The request was cheerfully granted, and the Federal troops willingly assisted in burying the fallen foe. On Tuesday, the work of throwing up entrenchments went on. It rained all day, and the men stood knee-deep in mud building them. Troops were sent out to forage on the 3 succeeding days, and returned with large quantities of provisions and fodder. All this time the pickets were constantly engaged with the enemy, well aware that 10,000 men were threatening them, and knowing that the struggle was to be a desperate one. Earthworks had been reared breast high, enclosing an area of 15 to 18 acres, and surrounded by a ditch. Outside of this was a circle of 21 mines. Still further down were pits to embarrass the progress of the enemy. During the night of the 17th they were getting ready for the defense, and heard the sounds of preparation in the camp of the enemy for the attack on the morrow. At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 18th, the drums beat to arms, and the terrible struggle commenced. The enemy's force had increased to 20,000 men and 13 pieces of artillery. They came as one dark, moving mass of armed men, as far as the eye could reach. 2 batteries were planted by them in front, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the rear, and opened with a terrible fire, which was answered with the utmost bravery and determination. The batteries opened at 9 o'clock and never ceased to pour a deadly shot upon the garrison. About noon, the hospital was taken. It was situated on the left, outside of the entrenchments. They besieged it, took it, and from the balcony and roof their sharpshooters poured a deadly fire upon the Federal troops. The hospital contained the chaplain and 120 wounded men, but it could not be allowed to remain in the possession of the enemy. The Montgomery Guard, Captain Gleason of the Irish Brigade, was brought out, and the word to charge given. They stormed up the slope to the hospital, took it, and drove the enemy in wild confusion down the hill. The fire of the rebels was for the time lessened, only to be increased towards evening, and word was sent that if the Federal troops did not surrender before the next morning, the black flag would be hoisted and no quarter given. The next morning the fire was resumed and continued all day. A fierce bayonet charge was made by the garrison that served to show the enemy that the Union troops were not yet worn out. All that day the soldiers in that little band stood straining their eyes and searching the distance in hopes that some friendly flag might be coming to their assistance. But no welcome flag came in sight, and with the energy of despair they determined to do their duty at all hazards. It was intensely hot. The lips of the men were parched and blistering. They were without water, and yet no word of murmuring was heard. That night 2 wells were dug. The morning of the next day, the 20th, dawned sadly upon them, and still the battle raged furiously. The rebels had constructed movable breastworks of hemp bales, rolled them up the hill, and advanced their batteries so as to command the fortifications. Heated shot were fired at them, but without avail, they having been thoroughly water-soaked. The outer breastworks were soon carried by a charge from the enemy, the Federal lines broken, and the rebels rushed in. At point after point they were repulsed, but the cartridges of the Union troops had given out, and it was evident that the struggle could not be protracted. Of a sudden, the firing ceased, and it was subsequently assessed that the Home Guards had hoisted a white flag. It was taken down, but again raised by the same hands from the center of the fortifications, when the fire of the enemy slackened and ceased. Under this state of affairs, Colonel Mulligan, calling his officers into council, decided to capitulate, and Captain McDermott went out to the enemy's lines with a handkerchief tied to a ramrod, and a parley took place there. Major Moore of the brigade was sent to General Price's headquarters at New Lexington to know the terms of capitulation. These were soon made known, the officers to be retained as prisoners of war, the men to be allowed on parole, with their personal property, surrendering their arms and accoutrements. Reluctantly, this was acceded to, and the surrender took place. At 4 p.m. on Saturday, the Federal forces, having laid down their arms, were marched out of the entrenchments to the tune of Dixie, played by the rebel bands. They left behind them their arms and accoutrements, reserving only their clothing. Many of the men wept on leaving their colors behind, as each company in the brigade had its own standard presented by its friends. At the surrender, the muster rolls of the companies were taken to General Price's headquarters, the list of officers made out, and they ordered to report themselves as prisoners of war. The scenes at the capitulation were extraordinary. Colonel Mulligan shed tears. The men threw themselves upon the ground, raved, and stormed, well-nigh frenzied, demanding to be let out again and finish the thing. In Colonel Marshall's cavalry regiment, the feeling was equally intense. Much havoc had already been done among their horses during the siege, and but little more than half of them remained. Numbers of the privates actually shot their own horses dead on the spot, unwilling that their companions in the campaign should now fall into the enemy's hands. The privates, numbering some 1,500 strong, were first compelled to take the oath not to serve against the Confederate States, when they were put across the river, and in charge of General Rains, marched on Saturday night to Richmond, 16 miles, whence on Sunday they marched to Hamilton, a station on the Hannibal and St. Joseph Railroad, where they were declared free to go where they pleased. No reliable statement of the casualties at the siege of Lexington seems to have been published. Of the irregular army of General Price, large numbers of whom were not enrolled, but were outside volunteers, many were killed and buried on the spot, no record being made of their loss. 140 Federals were left in hospital, many of whom were suffering from sickness and not from wounds. Colonel Mulligan lost probably 200 in killed and wounded, while the rebel loss could not have been less, and according to some estimates must have reached 3 or 4 times that number. General Price's force was estimated at numbers varying from 20 to 30,000, the lowest being probably nearest the actual number, with 21 pieces of artillery. General Price, in his official report to Governor Jackson, inventoried his acquisitions as follows: 3,500 prisoners, including the colonels, and 118 commissioned officers, 5 pieces of artillery and 2 mortars, over 3,000 stand of infantry arms, a large number of sabers, about 750 horses, many sets of cavalry equipments, wagons, teams, ammunition, more than $100,000 worth of commissary stores, and a large amount of other property. For daring and patient suffering, fighting day after day without water, the Battle of Lexington stands almost without a rival in history. It was stubbornly contested and evinced in the most striking manner the devotion and faithfulness of the adopted citizens of our country. Attack on Santa Rosa Island, October 9th, 1861. Santa Rosa Island is a long, narrow strip of lowland, partially covered with bushes and stunted trees, lying opposite Escambia and Santa Rosa counties, on the western coast of Florida. The Bay of Pensacola is separated from the Gulf of Mexico by this island, which varies in width from 100 yards to 5/8 of a mile. At the western extremity of the island, Fort Pickens stands, commanding the channel, and on the mainland, a short distance west of the Navy Yard, is Fort San Carlos de Barrancas. General Bragg, commanding at Pensacola, had matured a well-devised plan by which he designed to surprise and capture Fort Pickens, but in which he was signally defeated by the watchfulness and bravery of the troops at the fort and on the island. The Federal force encamped on the island was a part of the New York 6th Volunteers, known as Wilson's Waves, numbering about 300 men, and the destruction or capture of this force was the first design of the leaders of the expedition, who confidently hoped, in the confusion arriving from a night attack en route, to obtain possession or destroy the batteries on the island, if not to capture Fort Pickens itself. On the morning of Wednesday, the 9th of October, at 2 o'clock, the enemy silently commenced their advance upon the camp from a point about 4 miles distant, where they had landed during the night, about 1,500 strong, under General Anderson. The night was extremely dark, and it was almost impossible to distinguish any object at a distance of 20 yards. The Zouaves, numbering about 300, were encamped a mile from the fort on the shore. but between the fort and the approaching foe, with their pickets thrown out a mile in advance. About 3 o'clock, the rebels, having driven in the pickets, who made a gallant resistance, reached the camp of Colonel Wilson, and owing to the confusion and darkness, before he had time to form his men, they were driven from their tents, many of which were burnt or destroyed by the enemy. On the first alarm, Colonel Harvey Brown, commandant of the fort, dispatched Major Vogts, with 2 companies of regulars, to the scene of conflict. The men soon became intermingled with the enemy, who succeeded in taking the major prisoner. Major Arnold, with 2 additional companies, was soon sent out from the fort, and favored by the light of the burning tents, they were enabled to ascertain the position and force of the enemy, and gallantly rushed to the attack. Captain Hilt, now in command of the 2 companies which had been led on by Major Vogts, extricated his men from their perilous position, and opened a well-directed fire on the enemy, compelling them reluctantly to give way. Colonel Wilson, who had succeeded in bringing a body of his men together after their sudden surprise, formed them into line, and now joined in the battle, when the insurgents were very soon thrown into confusion, and made a rapid retreat to their boats, pursued by a victorious force of only 1/4 their number. Colonel Brown, in his report, says that the plan of the enemy's attack was judicious, and, if executed with ordinary ability, might have been intended with serious loss to the Unionists. But he failed in all save the burning of 1/2 of the tents of the 6th Regiment, which, being covered with bushes, were very combustible, and in rifling the trunks of the officers. He did not reach within 500 yards of either of the batteries, the guns of which he was to spike, nor within a mile of the fort he was to enter with the fugitives retreating before his victorious arms. Many of the rebels were wounded by the sharp firing continued by the Federal troops during their re-embarkation. One of their flatboats sunk, and many bodies were found floating in the water on the following day. The Federal loss was 15 killed, 41 wounded, and 18 prisoners. That of the rebels in killed and wounded was over 100, and 35 of them remained prisoners in the hands of Federal forces. Battle of Ball's Bluff, October 21st, 1861. Perhaps no event in the course of the war thus produced a more profound sensation than the news of the Battle of Ball's Bluff, which occurred on the 21st of October. The loss of life was heavy on the part of the Federals. Several accomplished and valuable officers were killed, among whom was the distinguished and eloquent senator from Oregon, General Baker. The fatality attending this battle caused it to be regarded with peculiar interest, and remembered as fruitful in daring deeds and memorials of terrible bloodshed. The north and south banks of the Potomac River, from the Great Falls, a few miles above Washington, to Harper's Ferry, were held by the Federal and secession troops, respectively. Great care was taken by the government to defend the north bank, in order to prevent the threatened incursion of the enemy into Maryland, from whence, aided by the disunion sympathizers of that state, they designed to make the long-contemplated attack upon the capital. Among the troops stationed on the Potomac, extending from Great Falls to Edwards Ferry, was the division of General Banks. From Edwards Ferry to Conrad's Ferry, a division under General Stone, while Colonels Lander, Geary, and others held the line thence to Harper's Ferry. On the south side of the river, 2 strong positions were held by the enemy, Drainesville and Leesburg. The latter is the terminus of the London and Hampshire Railroad, and about 5 miles from the Potomac, opposite Edwards Ferry. The Southern commanders, having determined to abandon their design of crossing the Potomac, had commenced the withdrawal of all their troops from various points towards Manassas. General McClellan, anxious to ascertain whether any movement of the forces at Leesburg and Drainesville had been made, directed General McCall, on the 18th, to push a reconnaissance in force in the direction of Drainesville. General McCall penetrated to that town, found that the enemy had evacuated the place, and was informed that Leesburg had also been abandoned. While this reconnaissance was progressing, General McClellan informed General Stone of the fact, and directed him to make careful observations of movements of the enemy, to ascertain what effect was produced by the expedition of General McCall. He also suggested that a slight demonstration on his own part might be successful in expediting their removal. In obedience to these orders, General Stone, on the 20th, made a feint of crossing the river at Edwards Ferry, while 4 companies of the 15th Massachusetts were sent to Harrison's Island in the Potomac, situated between Edwards and Conrad's ferries. At 10 o'clock p.m., Lieutenant Howe, quartermaster of the 15th Massachusetts, reported that Lieutenant Philbrick had returned to the island from his reconnaissance to Leesburg, and that he had been within 1 mile of that place, discovering only a small encampment of 30 tents, and without encountering any of the enemy, no pickets being out at any distance from their camp. The Federal forces in that vicinity were then posted as follows: General Stone with General Gorman's brigade, 7th Michigan, 2 troops of Van Allen cavalry, and the Putnam Rangers at Edwards Ferry, 5 companies of Massachusetts volunteers under Colonel Devens at Harrison's Island, and Colonel Lee with a battalion of the Massachusetts 20th, a section of the Rhode Island Battery, and the Tammany Regiment were sent to Conrad's Ferry. A section of Bunting's New York Battery was placed at Edwards, and a section of Ricketts' Battery at Conrad's Ferry. When the report of the scouts was received, orders were sent to Colonel Devens to march 4 companies to the Virginia shore from Harrison's Island, and under cover of night, take up a position near the camp referred to, and attack it at daybreak, drive out the enemy, pursue them as far as prudent, and return to the island. Orders were also sent to Colonel Baker to march the 1st California Regiment to Conrad's Ferry, to arrive there at sunrise, and to have the remainder of his brigade ready to move at an early hour. Lieutenant Colonel Wood, of the 15th Massachusetts, was also ordered to move with a battalion to the river bank opposite Harrison's Island by daybreak. 2 mounted howitzers in charge of Lieutenant Trench, of Ricketts' Battery, were ordered to the towpath of the canal opposite Harrison's Island. This disposition of the troops having been made for the commencement of the movement, it was necessary to provide the means for their transportation across the river, which is quite rapid at this point. Edwards Ferry is below the island, which is about 3 miles in length, and Conrad's Ferry is a short distance beyond the upper end. The island lies about a third of the distance from the Virginia shore, while a swift current of 300 yards separates it from the Maryland banks, traversed by a towpath of the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. The Virginia bank opposite the island is steep, and is backed by a precipitous bluff, varying in height from 80 to 150 feet, covered with brush, trees, and undergrowth. There was no adequate preparation to effect the passage of troops at these points. The means were scanty, either for reinforcement or for retreat, if that should become necessary. On the Maryland side of Harrison's Island were 2 scows, capable of carrying 30 persons each, which could make 2 trips hourly, thus conveying 120 men. On the Virginia side was 1 scow and a small boat. At Edwards Ferry there were 2 scows and a ship's yawl. With these insufficient means of transportation, an attempt was made to land the forces on the opposite shore. The landings at both of the ferries are good, but stretching almost the entire distance between them is the high and steep bank known as Ball's Bluff, where the crossing was attempted, and which has given its name to this bloody struggle. Passing along and up the steep and difficult way from the landing below the bluff until it turns at the top, the road enters on an open field of some 6 acres, surrounded on all sides by a forest. In this field the battle took place, the rebel forces being posted in the woods. At daybreak, 4 companies of the Massachusetts 15th, under Colonel Devens, had reached the opposite shore, and after reconnoitering had formed their line on Ball's Bluff on the edge of the cornfield. While in this position they were attacked by a considerable body of the enemy, with whom an irregular skirmish was kept up. Colonel Baker had, during the morning, been transferred from Conrad's Ferry to Harrison's Island, and appointed to the command. About noon the reinforcements began to come up, consisting of 3 companies of the Massachusetts 20th, 600 of the California Regiment, 2 companies of the Tammany Regiment, with 2 howitzers and 1 rifled gun, in charge of Lieutenant Bramhall of the New York 9th. In the meantime, the rebels, well informed of the difficulties of the Federal position, and only awaiting the arrival of a larger number that they might add to the magnitude of the victory which was within their grasp at any moment, having engaged the Federals by a series of irregular skirmishes during an earlier part of the day, concentrated their forces on General Baker's command at 2:30. With a force of 3,000 men, they commenced a vigorous attack from the woods on 3 sides of the Federal position. A position of Colonel Gorman's command at Edwards Ferry crossed over, but from want of means of transportation could not make either their numbers or presence of effective service. The real battle, however, commenced on the left. Baker threw the whole responsibility of that wing upon Wistar. The latter did not like the appearance of the adjacent wood region, and threw forward companies A and D of his battalion to test them. Captains Marco and Wade, the former well ahead, accordingly advanced upon their hazardous duty, passed through the forest to the horn-like projection of the field, crossed it, and arrived within 10 paces of the further ticket, when a murderous fire blazed out upon them. The poor fellows gallantly sprang through it upon their assailants, and were in a moment fighting in the woods. Not half of this noble band ever came back. The rebels, taking this as a signal for the commencement of the action, now bestirred themselves in force, and fired a terrific volley along their whole front. Only the sheeted flash showed itself from those frowning forests. The foe still clung to cover, but the hail of bullets rattled against the Union lines, and many brave souls were sent into eternity by that first fiery revelation of the enemy's strength. The reply was instant and extended. In a second both ends of the field were clouded with smoke. The day's skirmishing was over, and the contest that was to rage so hotly for an hour had commenced its fury. The battle on the part of the Federals was fought heroically and in a true sacrificial spirit. The enemy was in force in front. He began to creep down the treacherous sides of the enclosure. His sharpshooters climbed the trees everywhere, picking out the stateliest and most gallant forms for the death they so unerringly dealt. The lines thus received a scathing fire from the front, from above, and a cross fire at angles right and left. All they could do in reply was to aim steadily and swiftly at the places whence the loudest yells and deadliest volleys proceeded. But the men dropped everywhere, and were borne by dozens to the gory skiffs below. On the right, the Massachusetts men were more than decimated by the regular, unavoidable shower of bullets. But against the left, where Wistar commanded, the rebels, confident of their force and the effect of their deadly fire in front, began to make venturesome charges, each one repelled by the gallant fire of the Californians, but each one getting nearer the Federal lines than the last. On the fourth charge they actually flanked the left and sprang forth, savage and eager, from the thicket beyond the ravine. Down this they were about to plunge. "Hold!" cried Wistar to his men. "Not a man of you must fire." And he dashed at the piece of one. "Wait till they reach the bottom of the ravine, then we'll have them." So they charged down the hill, only to meet the most effective volley fired on the Union side during that day. When the smoke rose, their front ranks lay fallen in the hollow of the Valley of Death, and the rear had broken and fled in disorder through the forest. Lieutenant Bramhall had pointed his gun near the center of the line and opened fire to the best advantage possible. When he mounted the piece, he had 8 artillerists, 3 riders, a corporal, and a sergeant. In 10 minutes, 5 of these were shot down. In the end, all but 2 were killed, wounded, or missing. Lieutenant Bramhall himself was severely wounded, but stood by his gun. Colonel Cogswell saw the necessity of the case, informed Colonels Wistar and Lee, Adjutant Harvey of Baker's brigade, and Stewart of General Stone's staff, present on the field, and those 5 distinguished officers and determined men manned the piece themselves. Cogswell and Harvey, understanding the business, would load, while Lee and Wistar were giving orders to their commands and spurring them into the fight. Then Wistar and Stewart would wheel the gun forward to position. Cogswell would take aim and give the word to Harvey, who held the percussion lanyard. In this way, and by these men, a dozen of the 20 rounds used were fired, doing more effect than all the musketry volleys. When the enemy was making his 5th charge on the left, the cannon had just been loaded and was pointed at the woods in front. Captain Barrell of the Californians, who was with his company supporting the piece, exclaimed to Cogswell, "Look to the left! Look to the left!" Cogswell saw the dark column of the rebels sweeping across the spur of the field, wheeled the terrible gun around, and discharged it square at their center. The shell opened a lane through the charging force, a score or more falling, never to fight again, and the column retreated upon the main body behind. But the end was fast approaching. The thinning Union forces were assailed by 4 times their number. From every side, death stormed upon their unsheltered bodies. Half their line officers were wounded or killed. The undaunted leaders were also falling. Ward, lieutenant colonel of the 15th, had received a frightful wound. Cogswell was shot through the wrist. Lee, Devens, Harvey, and Stewart were still fighting sadly and in vain. A ball shattered Wistar's sword arm. He dropped the weapon, picked it up with his left hand, and General Baker himself restored it to the scabbard. The shouting enemy began to break from the wood and threw the smoke upon the confused lines. The crisis had come. There was some hand-to-hand fighting. A few of the gray coats got entangled with the Federal forces, who took a prisoner and passed him to the rear. The enemy took a dozen and made charge after charge. Just then a body of men appeared, pressing down from the left. The general ordered the troops around him to stand firm, and cried, "Who are those men?" "Confederate troops," was the reply, and they rushed almost within bayonet distance. One of them drew a revolver, came close to Baker, and fired 4 balls at the general, every one of which took effect, and a glorious soul fled through their ghastly openings. Captain Bayrell seized the slayer by the throat and blew out his brains, the hero and the traitor falling within the same minute, face to face. In a second, the enemy swarmed over the spot. "For God's sake, boys," cried Adjutant Harvey in his hot English way, "are you going to let them have the general's body?" An angry howl was the answer, and a dozen charged with set teeth and bayonets fixed upon the rebels, who recoiled from the shock, and surrendered their priceless trophy. The body of this thrice heroic man was passed down the bluff and safely conveyed to the island. But now the Union lines were hopelessly disordered. The rebels came through both the field and the woods in final force. Cogswell saw that the day was lost, and that the desperate, impossible retreat had come. So he ordered his scattered men to retire for embarkation, and the field was given up to the foe. Large numbers of the Union troops had anticipated the order to retreat. For an hour the shore had been lined with stragglers and wearied men. Still, the reinforcing business had not ceased from the island, and during the fiercest of the action, the 2 boats, which were bringing away the dead and wounded, returned from each trip laden with the residue of the Tammany and Massachusetts regiments. The lifeboat proved a death boat, for it swamped, from some cause, while conveying to the battlefield the last of the Tammany companies. Down the hill they came, in every direction and without order, hotly followed by the rebels to the very edge of the descent. Then the pursuers paused, too cautious to meet the chance of volleys from Harrison's Island, but throwing a plunging fire upon the retiring loyalists, and aiming ruthlessly at the hundreds trying to swim the rapid river channel. The tumult and agony of that headlong descent, the clamor and crowd along the shore, the rush into one wretched skiff already overladen with wounded men, which forced it beneath the surface and brought the horror of death by water upon men who had already so fairly faced the battlefield, are beyond description. Who can depict the wild struggle with those turbid waters, and the desperate calmness with which each wretched soldier went down at last? Who can tell of those who, struck down by the fire from above, slipped in their own blood upon the clayey river bank? Of those who wasted too feeble strength in swimming halfway across the cruel stream? Of the shouts for help, where no help came? A few, more fiercely courageous than the rest, dragged the cannon to the edge of the hill and plunged them over, thus rendering them useless to the enemy. The colonels who had fought so steadily still refused to surrender, but guarded the retreat, so far as desperate courage could do it, to the end. Led by Cogswell and Lee, several organized companies charged up at their tormentors, once and again returning dangerous volleys. They kept the enemy at bay till long after nightfall closed upon the scene. All who could pass over to the island had escaped, and midnight was close upon them before the 2 colonels and the other field officers still on the shore saw that their duty was accomplished, and surrendered themselves and the remnant of their commands to the enemy. A most painful scene transpired at the sinking of the launch, in which were some 60 wounded men and 20 or 30 members of the California First. The launch had been safely taken halfway across the river, when, to their utter consternation, it was discovered that it was leaking, and the water gradually but surely was gaining on them. The wounded were lying at the bottom, suffering intolerably from their various dislocations, wounds, and injuries, and all soaking in water, which at the start was fully 4 inches deep. As the water grew deeper and rose above the prostrate forms of the wounded, their comrades lifted them into sitting postures, that they might not be strangled by the fast-rising stream. But the groans and cries, screams and moanings of the poor fellows who were thus tortured were most distressing and indescribable. Despite all that could be done, the fate of the launch and all that were in it, with the exception of a few expert swimmers, was sealed. Suddenly, and like a flash of lightning, the fragile craft sunk, carrying with it at least 50 dying sufferers and some 20 or 30 others, who had trusted their lives to its treacherous hold. The very skies were pitiless that evening. Oh, the misery of the black, tempestuous night, when the rain poured down upon that narrow island, where those who had escaped the flood and field were bivouacked, huddled together and bereft of their comrades in arms. Scores of the dead were guarded by sullen watchers. The wounded were tended in every possible shelter. The river swelled in a kind of savage triumph over the havoc it had made, its current darkling and murmuring on the east and west, while on the opposite shore lay their dead comrades, whose white faces the rain beat in a merciless fury, but all unfelt and far more harmless than it fell upon the living victims. Next morning, boatloads of dead and wounded were brought from the battlefield under a flag of truce, and a dispatch had been published in Washington stating that General Stone had successfully thrown his force across the Potomac, and held his position secure against any hostile force. The statistics of this conflict show that the total number of federal troops that crossed the Virginia Channel was about 1,853 officers and men. Of these, 653 belonged to the Massachusetts 15th, 340 to the Massachusetts 20th, about 360 to the Tammany Regiment, and 570 to the 1st Battalion of the 1st California. The Massachusetts 15th lost in killed, wounded, and missing 322, including a lieutenant colonel, wounded, and 14 out of 28 line officers who crossed. The Massachusetts 20th lost in all 159, including a colonel, major, surgeon, and adjutant prisoners, and 8 out of 17 line officers who crossed. The Tammany companies lost 163, including a colonel, and 7 out of 12 line officers who crossed. The Californians lost 300, including their colonel, the general commanding, lieutenant colonel, wounded, adjutant, and 15 line officers out of 17 who crossed. Total engaged in the fight, 1,853. Total losses, 953. Field officers crossing, 11. Returning uninjured, 3. Line officers crossing, 74. Returning uninjured, 30. The troops that were successful in reaching Harrison's Island remained there during the night of the 21st, and on the morning of the 22nd were all passed over in safety to the Maryland shore, no attempt being made by the rebels to interfere with this movement. The condition of many of the men was pitiful. Some of them in their encounters with the enemy, and in struggling through the trees and thorny undergrowth, or plunging down the rocky steep, having been almost stripped of clothing. In a short time they were encamped in comfortable quarters, and the wounded were provided for with the greatest care. Large bodies of rebel troops had been brought up to Leesburg after the battle, to defend that point, and to make an offensive movement, if deemed expedient. About 4,000 Federals under the command of General Stone occupied the Virginia shore immediately opposite Edward's Ferry, and were in imminent danger of attack from the now rapidly increasing force of rebels threatening their front. Generals McClellan and Banks, who had repaired to Edward's Ferry on the Maryland shore and were ready to furnish large reinforcements in the event of a general engagement, watched with anxiety the rebel movements on the opposite side of the river. Becoming convinced that the means of transportation were entirely inadequate to properly reinforce General Stone's command, the commander-in-chief ordered a withdrawal of all the Federal forces to the Maryland shore, which was safely accomplished in the night of the 23rd. Colonel E.D. Baker, whose death will make this battlefield immortal, was born in England, early left an orphan, and emigrated to this country. Few men have had a more eventful career, and few men have done so much to win the admiration of the people. He was without question one of the ablest speakers in the country. When he addressed public audiences, he thrilled them with the electricity of his eloquence, and kindled them by his earnestness as a storm of fire sweeps over the prairie. For many years, whether at the bar, in the Congress of the nation, or before wildwood caucuses, in speaking to citizens, jurors, statesmen, or soldiers, on the slope of the Atlantic, in the valley of the Mississippi, at the head of legions in Mexico, before the miners of California, or upon the banks of the Columbia, he held a place with the best men and finest orators in the land. At the age of 19, he was admitted to the bar in the state of Illinois. Subsequently, he twice represented that state in the lower house of Congress. In 1846, he resigned in order to lead the 4th Illinois Regiment to Mexico. At Cerro Gordo, after the fall of General Shields, as senior colonel he took command of the brigade and fought through the desperate battle in a manner that drew an especial compliment from General Twiggs. Returning home, he was, after his recovery from a severe wound received on the Rio Grande, again elected to Congress. Later in life, he was connected with the Panama Railroad. Still later, in 1852, he removed with his family to Oregon, where he was elected United States Senator. The struggle for the Union came, and he hastened to New York, where his fiery eloquence stirred the heart of its people. When they rushed impetuously to arms, he warned the country of the magnitude of the struggle, and was foremost in support of the government. He was not, however, a speaker only, but a worker as well. In the little time he had gathered about him an effective regiment. Men from all states rushed to fill up the ranks. Refusing to resign his position in the Senate and be promoted to a major generalship, he retained his simple title of colonel, and died with no higher rank. He was killed at the head of his brigade, and with his life's blood sealed the vow he had made to see America a free and united people, or die in the struggle. Courageous, upright, earnest, indomitable spirits like his can never be forgotten. They are the jewels of a nation, which brighten as they pass into eternity. In his own words, the words that from his eloquent lips rung over the grave of Broderick, let us give him immortality. True friend and hero, hail and farewell. End of section 23.